if we are allowed.
If it'll be permitted.
Yes, I think it should be now. Copy a link. Okay. And no, I don't want this thing here. And it should be up.
I will check on my other monitor. I have 3 screens in front of me today. This is a nightmare.
No! Apparently a TWAB has been released.
So we're going to do what Data does and read TWAB live on stream as a content farm, right?
Yes.
That's how this works.
PvP map. Oh, new Rahul reputation exotic system. What the hell? He's got reputation now?
Okay, well, he's fixed the edge transit system, right?
Yeah.
So.
Fuck. They just... Okay, so maps. New maps. That's okay. And we've seen them. Oh, a little bit about Pantheon. Just scrolling through quickly. Yeah, you'll be able to reset Rahul? Look at him going up in the system.
I mean, somebody needed to be fair.
Yeah. Shader icon revamp. Okay.
Yeah, they mentioned that one a while ago.
Yeah, it looks kind of more like a D1 shaders. With like a diamond in the middle.
Yeah, Joe said something about wanting shaders to reflect the colours that they actually are.
Yes.
Rather than, you know.
Yes. GameJSON current and updated. Yeah, it does give you a lot more information. That is a little bit more... It looks a bit more accurate, I think. Because it adds a little bit, like, extra material stuff.
Okay.
A billion updates on Crucible. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they're getting, like, 3 new maps or something.
Yeah, it's 3 new maps.
I say, like, I don't also play Crucible sometimes.
Yeah, I play Crucible, like, a little bit.
It's a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Teensy bit.
People are joining up. Yeah, that's a really cool art of Nezarec. That won Art of the Week.
Oh, really? I will have to have a look.
For a final God of Pain, Nezarec is pretty stylish and colorful. He really is. He's just a guy. Okay. He do be just a guy.
It does make me sad that they're back to the they're doing the 1 arts instead of the 2 art they used to do.
Yeah, it would be really nice.
Very much a product of firing so many of their
probably. Pretty much. And you are the winner of one of them.
Yeah, that is true.
We have a TWAB winner here. TWAB Art of the Week winner.
If you'd put your thing up for the clip, I think you'd get Movie of the Week, to be honest.
Oh my god, yeah.
Clip? Yeah.
Raph didn't see when we were reading the Final Shape Collector's Edition. Well, there's twice that they mentioned the phrase "that kills me instantly," which is hope for the future. And I was reading that without knowing. In the cosplay. So that was really funny.
She's got the Vans hoodie on.
Oh god.
And I was like just reading normally, and then like I saw the next few words and just like started laughing and losing it. And people were like, what is happening? You'll hear.
God.
Yes. Also, hi Lily. Yeah, it caught me completely unaware. No one told me about this. It was really funny.
The worst part is that, like, I hadn't read it either, and I guessed from the reaction what she was losing her shit over.
Before we begin, the Twitter week has lore on each Pantheon boss.
Oh well, now we can read the TWAB.
Yeah, I just scrolled through because I thought it would be just I thought it would be just like what we have to do. Oh, it's kind of like a little web lore, honestly.
Mm.
Vanguard Guardian Dispatch, all points bulletin. Vanish of the city, you're tasked with elimination of the following targets. Golgoroth. Classification, Hive. Blood of Oryx, Ogre, Worm. Hazards, Void, Eye Beam, Venomous Gaze, Unstable Light, Monstrous Strength and Durability. Yeah,
How does it see?
if it shoots from its eye. I don't know. It has intel and then of note. Ogres are forged through torturous trials and dark rituals from corrupt and deformed thralls known as Unborn. They know only pain and are conditioned to hate and despise the light. Wow. Golgoroth is a hive ogre infested with burrowing parasites related to the worm gods and committed to Oryx's service. One of the most powerful ogres ever known, Golgoroth was felled aboard the Dreadnought by the same brave fire team that delivered Taken King his final death. Vanguard operatives uncovered that Golgoroth was enlisted as a vessel to both tithe violence directly to Oryx and corrupt hordes of stolen light from Oryx's conquest. The ogre's flesh also served as a containment for the Tablet of Ruin. Of note, recovered from
That's
Golgoroth's...
certainly a way of phrasing that.
Yeah, recovered from Golgoroth's remains, Tablet of Ruin ×1. The item has been vaulted for proper containment. Deciphered Hive Apocrypha suggests Golgoroth was fond of flower petals. Daughters of Savathun would send warriors with petals stuffed beneath their chitin as a deathly delights for the ogre. I've never heard of that before.
That's wild.
That is incredibly wild. Echolocation. Yeah, it genuinely. That is... They're fond of flowers. What does it mean? What does it all mean? Caretaker.
We need to get Tuft in here.
Yeah, wait, just a second. Why do I not put that on screen?
I was about to ask.
Yeah, sure. Accept. Maps. Pyramid. Hee. Golgoroth.
No,
Yes.
not hee.
Yes. Caretaker. Classification. Scorn, Abomination, Altered. Resonant. Resonance. Elixni, former, House unknown. Worm, Altered. That's very ominous. Scale Drone Swarm, Overture, Ether Blast, Sacred Dematerialization, Resonant Empowerment. Slain by the intrepid fire team that stormed the sunken pyramid in the fetid court of Savathun. The Caretaker is a being of which we know little. It resembles a Scorn Abomination, but has been the subject of several experiments and is believed to have been host to a worm. The Caretaker was entrusted with a collection of worm spawn as well as other entities the witness and roll can obtain to be analyzed and stored within the pyramid. Reports from fire teams raiding the sunken pyramid mention that the Caretaker appears to have been both victim to and overseer of experiments seeking to fuse worms and scorn together. Yes.
Yeah, we knew that.
That is a known. Of note, multiple fire teams have commented on what appears to be pet mutations that are believed to have belonged to the Caretaker. Whether these were rejected experiments or unsanctioned creations isn't known. Pets? There is a discrepancy in the number of worm spawn marked as collected from the pyramid and those delivered to the tower's vault containment. Guardians who have information regarding their whereabouts should submit a report to Vanguard leadership. Someone stole worms?
It
was not me.
It
was not me.
On the Sparrow, maybe.
Yeah, but that's just one. I know it was actually. It might have been more than one. Actually, I'm not sure. That was me. It was us.
I know it was you guys, but who else was it?
It was literally just the worms. Atrax, Fallen Exo, the Wildcard, Elixni, Exos, House Salvation Baroness, House of Devil's Council. Modify Shock Rifle, Extinction Protocol, Self-Replication, Teleportation, Stasis Empowerment. Girl Boss. Exos are humanoid machines that house a living mind. Atrax 1 obtained its technology from a Braytex station orbiting Europa. Atrax's mind commands multiples copies. Typo in the group chat. Get their ass. Get their ass. Multiple copies of her exoframe. Before converting... Oh! Another one! Another typo. Is this Germany? This is German. Before converting her form, Atrax acted as a counsel to Aramis, Kel of House Salvation, for many years. Atrax was entrusted with command of Deepstone Crypt. She was destroyed by the Guardian fire team that brought the Morning Star down from orbit. Atrax 1 created multiple copies of herself to deceive foes. Fire teams encountering this tactic in the future are advised to locate the original target and focus a simultaneous strike. Yes, that is a good advice for the raid. Atrix was at one time seen as a voice of reason and orator, able to speak to the hearts of the Elixni youth in House Salvation. Aww.
Aw. Aw.
Aww.
Well.
Of note, the Hidden have relayed rumors that a copy of Atrix's One Mind exists, stored somewhere on Europa. This has yet to be verified. I mean, technically it should be, because of how you make Exos.
It should be with all of them,
Yeah.
but
You know.
I don't like that.
I also don't like that. At least 2 of the initial 6 Fireteam members that destroyed Atrax 1 believe they destroyed a clone, and that the real Atrax 1 still lives. This is under investigation. This is also a very popular theory. That we didn't kill the actual Atrax, that we killed one of our clones.
It was the clones, yeah.
Yes. It's just like the 2 of the initial 6, like... it's really Atrax 1 was known to prefer synthetic lubricant when undergoing maintenance.
Huh.
That is a sentence.
That...
Huh. Redacted, I guess.
Why... Why did we
Okay.
have to know that? I mean,
Maybe it's a reference to something, but
is it?
maybe?
I mean, it makes sense.
Is it an
Confirmed-
Elixir thing?
Confirmed that Exos use like do maintenance with some special synthetic.
Well, we
like,
knew that, but
I mean, demonetize lore. I guess. We finally might.
Oh.
We get to see who this guy is. Manufacture classification manufacture. Oh, he's a clone. Cabal Shadow, Legion Incendiary clone. Searing Beam, Magma. Yeah, we know. Hazards. Did they add stomping you off the map? This guy.
Mel, I feel like I need to point out that you should scroll down a little bit more because your face is directly in the way
Oh.
of the.
Hi.
the screen.
There. Intel. Zoark is a Cabal clone created by the deposed Emperor Callus and is assigned to a detachment of the Shadow Legion forces aboard the Witness's personal pyramid ship. According to Vanguard decryption teams, Zoark, who was granted the title Explicator of Planets, has surveyed a collection of worlds conquered by the Black Fleet for an unknown purpose. Preliminary theories span weighing the worlds for discipleship to searching for the veil or a method to contribute to the final shape. Interesting.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Hmm.
This is very interesting because
Mercury.
Io and Mercury are still there, and the veil is not there, and they
There
don't
we
have
go.
discipleship. Listen. No.
Not
haven't
not
even-
just discipleship.
We haven't
but
even started the law book yet.
method of contributing to the,
the final
final
shape.
shape.
Yeah.
Mercury makes
Yeah.
me nervous.
It is. I mean, same with Io. Like that was the last place that. I mean, that's where the tree is. The tree.
The tree with the A.
We can't do this.
No.
Not if I'm gonna link it in by whatever nonsense he comes out with next week. If it's anything like his nonsense from this week.
That was so funny to see that he did the constellations a week after us. Of note, reports conclude that even the Shadow Legion was not immune to Nezarex's torment. Zoark details his own nightmares and more reports of nightmares and violent incidents among his forces. Interesting. And, like, he's a clone as well. Zork's personal logs have been decoded. It seems that whatever their official goal was, they were personally cataloging worlds that had once been part of the Cabal Empire but were no more. Also interesting, because we do know that Callus was looking to return some of his Athenaeum worlds
Yeah.
to his own ownership, leadership.
It's Callus, its ownership.
Yeah, it really is. That's very interesting. Preliminary theories. I mean, this is kind of what we were speculating about anyway.
Mhm.
Because I mean, we
He.
know.
Wait a minute. They Zoar confirmed.
True. Or they're like they as logs.
No, they were
They were
personally
they were
working.
personally cataloging worlds.
Baller.
They
Wow,
confirmed.
a diversity win.
Diversity win. The guy that you were supposed to kill is they.
Nezarek hated them before we even showed up. Yeah, that isn't. Yeah, the boss that stomps you off the map is a Hide representation. That's it. It's just sort of, yeah. It was an 8th edition because like this is some of the stuff that we like. None of this thing about the Zark we didn't know any of
Yeah.
this because we didn't know like with
Yeah.
these guys. We just like get into the room and Nezarek is like kill this guy,
And then it's like killer's clown, yeah.
and we're like, I mean, we gotta because we gotta like get there to kill Nezarek, and then no one like asked. Who asked? Nobody. He's pretty cool though. I like his sun-shaped.
I like them apart from when they're bonking me off the map.
Yes, that is cringe. That is super cringe. That's very cool. Hide, Zark. Incredible. That was nice. That was neat. Except the information about Atrax for purposes unknown. However, this one was
I mean,
very...
we do know the purposes.
Uh,
We know the purposes are for, like, maintenance and stuff.
yeah, yeah. They were still when this bozo is Hide. And this will immediately, like, I will not forget this one sentence. Because
Well, we know this.
yeah, because like I mean, there's so many planets in there, and like we don't even know like what the others are. Weighing the worlds for discipleship, or searching for the veil, and like obviously that's they didn't find it there, and then or a method of contributing to the final shape. Intriguing, very intriguing, and slippery purposes. Yeah, that is insane. Okay, lore from a tweed, I guess.
I'm
This
not
is-
calling it Twid.
This is the closest we've gotten to web lore in the
Yeah.
So, in the like, oh god, they what like 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been web lore in 3 years.
Yeah, 2021. November 2021? No.
Wasn't
It
there?
was a little bit after that. It was the one with Crow.
Yes, the one with Crow was the last one, where Crow mentions that something looks like worms, and Savathun laughs, and we were like, haha, Osiris is laughing at worm mention. And then later we're like, fuck, that was a hint. Damn it.
Uh-huh. We figured out that it was a hint.
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did figure out that it was a hint. If you think about it, that was true for Mars. Yes. Also, the same thing with Titan. When will Webler return from Twitter? Man.
I don't think we're gonna get Weblore again.
Yeah, same. It's a lot to write that is
Yeah.
not getting.
It's a lot to write, and it's not getting enough attention, so...
Yeah, because it's.
And the two web lore.
Yeah. If they like announced it in game or like put a link or like put it in game somehow, that would be cool because then more people would actually be like know about it. But you know.
Yeah.
But yes, both Mars and Mars specifically was how the clubs failed, and also to find because they found that something there's like mentions of Nephali stronghold in Spire of the Watcher. So the witness was like, go check that. And Titan was also looking through the collapse, through the Golden Age and collapse to find Asa and kill her.
And it was fine, honest.
It was totally fine. And I still, Nezarek attacked Asa. Why would he do that? She's like, he attacked me.
I mean, on the one hand, is Nezarek.
Yeah, but like he just like on his way to the moon, he's like, let's kick a worm. Misogyny, literally this. Literally this. Maxi, what are you doing? Maxi is unfortunately not behind me. She's in a box. She's licking her paws. Okay. We could probably... we have to start explaining. Okay. Man, I'm already losing it. I'm already losing it. We haven't even started. Like, we haven't even started properly, but we have to, like, he saw a worm-like thing and couldn't help himself, literally. And he failed. Oh yeah, you have the book. Yes. Show us the book. He's redirected anger because
It is on the Twitch.
He hated Rolk. He hated Rolk so much. Well, maybe not hated, but like they have definitely had some weird thing going on there.
There was certainly something happening, yeah.
No gods, no kings.
Hmm.
And then he's
Meanwhile, like,
yeah.
you know.
A god and an emperor.
Hmm.
Poor Rolk. I mean, not really, but
they were having a time. Thing. They were having a time.
I hope they were bothering the witness a lot. Enemies too? No, I shan't say. Enemies to enemies?
Enemies to something, certainly.
Yeah. Okay. There's like a billion things that we have to go through here because I don't even know like for Aspect we had to start explaining like the Ishtar Collective and Vogue Fire Team. Enemies to worse, yeah. For this, we have to start explaining. Man, we have to start explaining. Everything. So we have to go back. First and foremost, we have to go back to Dawn. And we have actually watched the cutscene that's relevant from Dawn.
We could watch it again.
It's just a little one, the one about the lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Because in Dawn, when we finished with the sundial stuff, we... Oh God, how do we... There's a thing called Empyrean Foundation. In Unveiling.
Yeah.
We start in here. Okay.
Yeah. So the Empyrean Foundation, I don't even... What was there ever like a proper like definition of why that was a thing? Like I don't remember. Like, did they ever like why were we?
They did not expand on it. No.
No, they didn't expand. So yeah, so I don't remember because it was not explained. It was, I guess, a thing, organization, something that was tied to the obelisks. And whatever Osiris was doing, and we had to rebuild it essentially, and we were doing that by donating Fractaline, and Fractaline was being used by the Sundial. I think they didn't explain Fractaline either.
Okay, so from what I understand, the Empyrean Foundation was supposed to help the city somehow.
Yeah.
And it was based upon the if I remember correctly, it was in honor of the Sunbreaker Titans.
That it could be possible.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be possible. Sunbreaker Titans had some kind of a deal with Osiris to be able to have their thingy on Mercury.
Yeah, and then there's also the fact that Saint used to be a Sunbreaker as well.
Yes, and they had the Burning Shrine on Mercury, which turned into my hated map, Burnout, in the future Mercury, because it's the same map, but it's just different because theirs is present Mercury and Burnout is future Mercury, so it's purple. That was where you would get the solar subclass in D1 if you were a Titan in Taken King when that came out. But yeah, so the Imperial Foundation had to be rebuilt, and we had to donate billions of Fractaline, like billions and billions of Fractaline.
And nobody complained about it even a little bit.
Yeah, nobody complained about it.
They loved it. Yeah, they loved it.
Everybody loved that. By donating that Fractaline, we were rebuilding it, but we were also using Fractaline to make weapons. Like that's what was used to, like you would donate and then you would get something from the obelisks, something like that. And we all had to donate billions, and we eventually donated billions. We completed the renovation of the foundation, of the Imperial Foundation. The foundation. Wow. I wonder if that's a reference to something. And once we rebuilt that, we rebuilt the lighthouse. Again, not explain why we had to do that, but we renovated, rebuilt. Something happened.
Still not entirely sure that it was a good idea either.
Yeah.
We have no clue. A genuinely unfathomable situation. And then in that cutscene that we saw last time, there's like it's a really short cutscene. We land on Mercury, on the lighthouse, and we get to the center of the lighthouse. We take our artifact, the Lantern of Osiris, which was the artifact for Season of Dawn, and we put it in the middle of the thingy, and the lighthouse contraption grabs the lantern and pulls it inside, and the lighthouse lights up, there's a beam coming out of it, and that's how Trials of Osiris returned in D2, because Trials of Osiris existed in D1, it ended with D1, and it didn't exist until Season of the Worthy, which is when this is happening. Season of the Worthy is immediately after Dawn. We were asked nicely.
We had Trials of the Nine in between, but
Yes.
It wasn't anything to do with
Yes.
Trials of Osiris. It was just, we need another PvP gang, so
Yeah. And they
Go and have
ended
that.
up deciding to return Trials of Osiris because that was like a beloved thing from D1, and it had cool gear, essentially. And so they returned it. They decided to return it, and they tied it to this quest because I guess it was easier, or it was something to do. I guess a lot of stuff to do in Dawn, with all that fractaline and the obelisks that were. One of them was in the tower, as well, and that's where we're donating billions of fractaline. Why is that important? That's important because with the Return of Trials, this is where this book is from. So this lore book was generated by playing Trials of Osiris. I know, cringe.
which is one of the reasons a lot of people haven't read it.
Yes, because you had to win. So you didn't get this book by just playing. You had to win matches, which at the time was impossible.
So they gave this important lore book to the PvP sweats.
Yes.
And that's why nobody's read it.
Exactly. And I remember I got the one page in Season of the Worthy. I had 2 wins and 30 losses. Then I stopped playing. You couldn't.
And this has changed how?
E.
I get a
Nothing
little bit
has
more
changed.
wins now.
A little bit? Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a few more. Yeah. So I also you couldn't even get it in without a full group. So you could only load in as a group of 3. So if you didn't have a group of 3, you couldn't even touch anything. That obviously that was another reason why literally nobody was playing. That's why also it was bad because there was the population was incredibly low. So it was essentially just sweats, and that's it. And I remember playing a little bit more in Arrivals, and I did get a few extra wins because I did get to 5 pages somehow, but I didn't get the full thing. I had to read from Ishtar. But that is the reason why probably a lot of people have not read this, because who the hell was playing Trials of Osiris back then? And nobody, except for the sweats, and they're not reading lore. But that's where this book is from, and that's why it's related to Trials, and why it's called Trials Tribulations, and why it's about Mercury, and how Trials of Osiris even came to be in the first place, and why. The most important question here. So pretty much a lot of things again lead to Dawn. All this started in Dawn with the Imperium Foundation and Osiris wanting to basically he wanted to rebuild Trials for a normal purpose, to train guardians for threats that are coming, and that's why he did this whole thing with the Foundation, and probably why he also put his lantern in there, or told us to put the lantern in there.
And the lantern's another weird thing.
It really is. It's certainly something that exists.
It possibly exists more than once.
Lantern of Osiris. The Lantern of Osiris. Why is it just? There's a.
I don't think the lore tab is actually
I was thinking the
on
lore
the
stuff
entry.
isn't.
Yeah.
Oh no, okay, so yeah, I
Yeah,
created the
there it
sundial
is,
to
there it
rectify
is.
my greatest regret. I failed, and now the Red Legion has turned my failure to catastrophe. Time is broken on Mercury. It has taken all my resources, all my echoes to monitor the time stream the Legion has created on Mercury, so this lantern is yours now to light your way from time to time. May it serve you better than it served me. So this was the base look of the artifact, a beacon through time. I will find the full look. I I I went to ArtStation and put ArtStation in the search of ArtStation.
We're very impressed.
That is incredible. I am so good at this. Here it is. Wait. Let me take.
I think maintenance operations is an important one here as well.
Yeah. Maintenance. So
which
this
is an overheard conversation between Saint and Osiris.
Yes.
They are not named specifically here.
But
It's
like
just
it
very
says,
clear
yeah,
from context, and it says Osiris and Saint. So
yes. Also, this is the lantern. So like when it was fully upgraded, this is what it would look like. Which has made me quite unhinged at one point because of this very specific shape. It looks like Nezarec horns. Like I am not like it really does. It looks like Nezarec horns. I know that I'm insane, but it just looks like Nezarec horns. And this is the this is how it would be to get upgraded. So like it would start like this, and then as you upgrade your artifact, it would grow. Like look, these are Nezarec horns.
Belle is on the 5th dimension.
I am cooking incredibly.
you're cooking something.
I'm cooking something.
You have not connected the dots. You
I
haven't
am
connected
connecting
shit.
the dots. You did. You wanted Ishtar Collective. Yeah. So and this is the full. And when we get this one, we put this into the little thingy at the center of. At the center of what's it called? The lighthouse, of which I actually have taken screenshots when I was last there, specifically for this
Points.
purpose. Yes. Even though we have seen, can I just? What do you do? Hello. There it is. So this is that central little thingy. Actually, this is better maybe. There. We put the lantern in this, and this like thing kind of like took it, and just ate it. It ate it. It eated it. And now
The fact that it like fits at all is also
yeah,
really
it was
weird to
because
me.
this is clearly made. Like this is not supposed to be like this is not Vex made on the lighthouse. It looks very much like the obelisks. I think Osiris made this.
Yeah,
For whatever purpose.
very sundial-esque.
Yeah.
Yes, he did make it actually because the if you follow all the wiring and shit,
Yeah.
you can go into this tiny little room and it has
Yes.
Osiris's stuff all over the place.
It has also there's like a central so like beneath this is like a rotating pillar where you can go into. It looks like this, and this is like like this shit is rotating. We have no idea.
I wonder if he got accosted by visions and built it during the visions, and then it came out of it and it's like, that's weird. Anyways,
That's weird. Like what? We have no fucking clue. We just genuinely don't know. And there is like there's stuff. There's stuff there. Like I like this screenshot. This is where you go inside into the central thingy. But like there's like all this I guess cult stuff, but like I don't think they were here because it's the new lighthouse. So maybe it's weird. We don't know who left that there.
There's a lot of. It's not inconsistency.
well.
It's mostly just stuff we don't have context for.
Yeah.
And things that like could be's and maybes, and we don't really know.
Yeah. It's just 5-dimensional problems. Yeah. We don't know what it was made, but like Osiris was very clear that like he wants guardians to train themselves like on a higher level than the regular crucible. which
Yeah,
is why
which is
he
where maintenance
organized.
ops comes in.
Yes, and also he wanted Saint to be in charge because he wanted Saint to monitor Mercury and the lighthouse itself. He's very specifically told Saint keep an eye and ear for this because it's freaky, and I want you there because you're the only one who can be responsible with this thing. Did I? Yeah. Let's put this one there as well because, haha, gay.
What, maintenance ops? Always.
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
So.
Because so this is the. Can you even see that? This is the central thingy. So you come in from here and you walk across here, and this is the chest, and this is little saint, tiny saint, mini saint. You probably can't even see that because I'm not sure if I'm capturing my cursor. I appreciate everyone. Literally, I don't appreciate anyone in Trials.
Yes, we can see your cursor.
Okay. Also, you can see there are other lighthouses. So this is one of them in the background, and they're everywhere. They're called spires, actually.
Yeah.
They're lighthouse is just like a in term of endearment, I guess. But there's
It's something that comes up in this law book.
Yes.
Them being called lighthouses.
Yes, it does come up, and it will come up somewhere else. Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. Like they're pointy boys. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There is actually one very interesting. Actually, never mind. That's not gonna happen yet. So we're gonna talk about it later, or maybe next
We're not
week.
doing that tangent yet.
This is it's not yet the time for that tangent about Mercury.
You have to update your prophecies accordingly.
I am updating my prophecies in real time as we speak. So the art is very interesting for this lore book. This is Yosarisai, our beloved emoji that we're abusing, and a pyramid.
It so much.
This is a triangle, perhaps maybe even a pyramid, as they tend to be called. So that's very interesting. It might be telling us something. And your pet's forum thread. Wow, you're all freaks. I respect literally none of you. Bell and Trials, literally. Literally me as I put on meta and I'm very annoying with threadlinks. The sicko mode is gonna be legendary. This is literally what's happening right now with this lore book. It's been like half an hour. We haven't started reading. And I think it's gonna take like 2 hours to get through the first page. So let's just get into it.
It is certainly a page.
It is. I don't even know how are we gonna do this like last time.
With the brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Who's doing brackets? There's a lot of them.
I can do these ones.
Okay.
Do we want to talk about who the brackets are?
We can talk about who the brackets are. We don't know. Most unhinged book club, yeah, literally. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Physical book, even.
Wait a minute. Can I? Shit! It's time. It's no my. Shit. Where are they? God damn it! I thought. Shit. Just a second. I will fix this. Wait. How did I do that? Where's my thing? There it is.
Let's calm down and read a prophecy.
Oh my god, you made cat is too.
Oh my god.
This is Lily's fault.
This is Lily's fault.
Wait, no, on this side. There we go. I even made them black and yellow, so you understand what kind of
the other way
commitment
around.
I'm under.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the reason that I'm wearing cat ears as well, by the way.
So this is going to be the most normal book reading ever of Trials and Tribulations. They're gonna fall off at some point. I know this. I spent an hour before the stream doing. Oh wait, I think I am. Okay.
Do you have pins?
No, it's a thread. I put a thread through them, and I tied them.
I see. You could have just pinned them to the hood.
I could have, but I couldn't find like a good pin, and
Do you not have a single safety pin in the house?
I have them somewhere, but like I didn't want to ask questions.
What, in case your mum roasted you again?
Yeah, my mom would be like, "What the fuck is going on?" Okay. So we have the cat ears, and we can read this incredibly normal lore page. So as you can see from the chapter title, it, it's a word, but it's a word that's like there's lines that are separating the word into two words. So it's instigate, but it's instigate, as in a gate is important here. And
As in the thing that things go through?
yes.
I'm shocked.
And as of now, we do not know what is speaking. So like last lore book, Constellations, we had double line. So on each side you will have two lines and then text in between. That will be the traveler. Because we knew that it's a traveler because of the context and because like the book is about the traveler largely and about the speakers. Here, however, it's a complete mystery. At the time, I think Bill's mom, is this for your internet freaks? Yeah. At the time, and like for the longest time, I think the theory was that this is like something opposite of the traveler, right? So like the traveler speaks with two lines brackets, and this is, I guess, darkness or something like close to darkness because it's just one, and also because of the way it speaks and what it speaks about. Also because of the pyramid on the cover and because of the last page. There are reasons to believe that this is something related to darkness. Obviously, this was before we knew of the witness. Is this the witness? We don't know. Is this some kind of other darkness-related entity? We don't know. Is this the Vex? We don't know. I don't think it's the Vex though, because they don't really talk like that. So, like, it would be very strange if they communicated in this way.
Like, this would be the only time we'd ever had the Vex do that.
Yeah, the Vex communicate largely in like a code language, sort of like mimicking code. And like we've seen that before, like when Kuria, for example, speaks to us.
Yeah, or in Aspect.
Yeah, or in Aspect, or in Brass Gardeners. There's just like kind of coding theme going on, and they don't really like even. I mean, you can also take Asher, for example. Like Asher is a Vex at this point, and like he doesn't. It just doesn't talk like that. Vex speak with Homestuck typing quirks.
I can't believe you made me read that with my own eyes.
I think we have to start
God
banning
damn it.
people in chat. So, who this is unknown, but it is possible that it is something related to darkness because of situations that we will be reading about going forward. I'll take a sippy before we get into this one. Chapter 1, Instigate. So you're reading whatever are the brackets.
Yeah, I'll do brackets.
Okay, well, we'll try, because like there's a lot of brackets and they like literally are happening in between like singles words, so it's a little bit confusing, but we'll try. It's just for clarity, because if we read the whole thing like by one person, it's gonna be really difficult to see like what is the interjection and what isn't.
Because otherwise it's going to be like, it was open bracket, supposed to be closed bracket, a garden world,
Yeah,
and
so
that's not
that is very, very
going to make
confusing.
any sense.
Okay, so it was
Supposed to be.
a garden world. The phrase
Will echo across quantified cross-sections of conflict.
Uttered in confidence.
Had always been false.
The expanse above, a cup, rimmed in gamma ink radiance, dammed against the Mercurian sky at the Carmen line. Against the howl of Starwind,
The fountains of the great deep burst apart, and the floodgates,
the black,
screen of tomorrow,
fell open. Within the rip,
without form known nor ever to be seen,
a monolithic hulk of fluid and steel convulsed
eternal and always,
and excreted coils of shimmering
glorious,
life, probing,
host of multitudes,
clattering tendrils,
an ungodly horror that no time would accept,
slithered down
the gullet of the heavens,
to make landfall. Chrome-hooked appendages
breached sky counted in triplets,
stretched for miles through sun-soaked atmosphere. They bored
with deepest intentions,
into the marigold sands. From the great temporal chasms
wailing mouths of creation,
flowed an ocean
a second conception
of radiolarian fluid. Across the horizon,
of definitive sprawl,
the scene was
superimposed design,
resonant and
uniquely,
multiplicative. Each injection site
form mirrored in the hundreds of thousands.
fostered a new lineage in stone and steel and fluid.
They would live,
The new age in subroutine
sleep,
and observation. They would foster the
metallic,
seeds of a generation in
twilight,
time. From the sites bubbled pools
progeny,
of
endless possibility,
that murmured chaotic
lullabies of change,
and wrung the traveler's light from Mercury. The light coalesced
imbibed,
within the pools. The planet transformed
reborn,
into a
sleepless dream,
machine of prediction. The arms retracted
purpose fulfilled,
and returned to
space between time,
temporal hovels suspended just above Mercury's
last gasp,
influence. With them
in compliant tone,
rose the spires. From the core, threads of iron
dancing in coaxed animation,
fused reinforcement into the spires and brought them high. A surface driven flat
prepared,
by eons of solar erosion had
been resurrected,
risen. A million open mouths
sang,
curled plated tongues in
ritualistic,
completion. Across the world grew
beauty,
a terrible consciousness that yearned to
establish the connection,
find its progenitor. The hulking vessels
cried out,
pulse with light. The pools and spires pulsed dull tones in recognition, and the
starless,
black sealed once more, restoring the soul-dominated sky.
awaiting an angular shadow,
Illumination left the spires,
who had begun their work,
and light was
sown.
erased.
So that's a lore tab. You see what we mean about the brackets?
It's
And also, yes, the tones were mentioned several times.
tones, yes. So we're starting with the tones right away because clearly they are doing the tones are important, possibly.
Do we want to start with the first paragraph, maybe?
We have to because
We're going to have to do this a line at a time.
yeah, one line at a time because of the interjections. Because interjections are really, really like they're really. I have like my. I have my. Wait a second. Can I have my annotated version? Can you even see? There's like a lot of text. Poetry night is getting weird.
Listen, you're not the one sat with your window open with like neighbors in the garden.
Yeah, and
Because like, I'm sure they can hear me,
neighbors probably like, what the fuck?
and all they can hear is the random bits that I'm reading out. Like,
Yeah.
supposed to be will echo across quantified cross sections of conflict.
This is
had
kind
always
of
been false.
performance art.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first two sentences are relatively normal in comparison with the rest. So like it was supposed to be a garden world. It's about how Mercury was always called the garden world because the traveler literally turned it from whatever Mercury is now, which is nothing, it's just a rock, to literally place with grass and water and trees and everything you've seen past Mercury. It was like it looked like a very, very vibrant, beautiful space where people could live, which is something that Ida also mentioned in the false shape, the final shape collector's edition. Oh, I saw false here. So, the final shape collector's edition when she's like, "Oh, Saint Osiris told me about Mercury. It used to be a garden world." like humans could walk on its surface without like any protection. It was beautiful. I hope I can see it one day. Haha, he can wink wink, nudge nudge. Um, and then the phrase will echo across quantified cross sections of conflict, like quantified cross sections of conflict.
Because everybody says it all the time, right? This is the thing,
I guess.
Mercury was supposed to be a garden world.
Yeah.
It was a garden world. We have heard it time and time and time again.
Yes.
Yes.
So like it is a quantifiable thing. It is.
Yeah, I guess.
Every bit of the conflict, but like.
It was uttered in confidence.
And it had always been false.
Yes.
So like.
Which is very interesting.
It wasn't meant to be a garden world. It was meant to be whatever these guys are doing to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like obviously before the Traveler, it was also not a garden, like very famously not a garden world because it's literally just a rock. It's literally just a rock. It's an interesting rock, but yeah.
Hold on, I just remembered something.
Oh.
Come here, Afalupi.
Yes. So in Alpha Lupi, the Traveler mentions
it
coming
says,
to Mercury.
Yeah, okay. In Alpha Lupi, it says, one face is blistered, the other plunged into a brutal chill.
Yes.
Is this how it's always been? You remember hot oceans, nourishing atmosphere, but something transpired, kicked what was wet and fertile into space, stealing away everything of value. Or perhaps what thrived here for a day or for 10 million years decided to leave, peeling its wet organics off the bones.
Interesting.
This was before the Traveler terraformed it.
Yeah, but like that could be because it's difficult because the Vex can like do random shit with like time, so like
yes. But this was also before the Vex, so
yeah. So I want to show something that actually doesn't really it either makes no sense or it's like maybe it's like it's just like not really a mistake, but like kind of just to make the space look cooler. But technically, I'm literally looking through my old screenshots, literally from D1. I think I took this one to move. So this is me in Curse of Osiris when it launched.
Yep.
You can say it's from the 30th of December in 2017. This is Osiris' little echo and his little portal. So the Traveler is here.
yes.
But the spires start appearing already. That shouldn't be possible. Like the Traveler left way before this happened. So I don't know if this is just like because they don't want to like change the skybox.
I assumed it was Osiris being dramatic.
Yeah, that is also possible. That is very, very possible, because the scene just before this is this. There's nothing, and then Osiris like does something, and the spires start showing up.
Yeah, he does his little show for us.
So I guess this could be just like him showing like how it happened, but you know.
It's also, I think, a case of like stuff being superimposed, but also that like they have and can have done this at any point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, because
and like that's a demonstration of that, and the way that the Vector like interact with time.
Yeah. So
because they don't move through it like we do.
Yeah.
Yes,
they like experience it through another plane.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
it's simulated.
And yes, it's simulated.
Yeah, it's a simulated Mercury. Yeah, that's not really real legit. So also you can see that on the map, Radiant Cliffs, when you are playing PvP, if you do that sort of thing. If you get there and you look towards the outside of the map, you can also see this like similar to this scene without obviously without the spires, but the Traveler will be there in the sky, and you can see this like grass and water and trees, and like it's a very beautiful place, which should not be possible, and like the Traveler did that. So and then the spires, yeah, it's probably Osiris being dramatic, like kind of showing you like how it all changed like very quickly. So you can still see similar thing in a Garden World Strike, which is like you actually go into a spire being built and you find the big Cyclops that's spinning on the top. You have to kill it.
The root mind.
It's
was,
also
His
it's
pet.
also
yes,
worth
Dendron, which is not Osiris's pet. Not that time.
It's also worth noting that like so we're gonna get into it in the next bit, but the Carmen line is like
Yes.
an arbitrary point at
This.
which like it stops being atmosphere and becomes space.
Yeah. So that's an actual scientific
Mercury shouldn't
term.
have
Yeah.
an atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't have its own gravity. You know, it doesn't have a strong enough gravity to keep it there. It doesn't have a strong enough core.
Yeah.
Like it is a dead world.
It is genuinely
Like,
just a rock.
like in real life, it is a dead world. It is a rock. It has never been anything else.
Yes.
Yes.
So like
This
the fact that
is-
they're mentioning the Carmen line,
It's showing that it's
it's like,
after the
it's not an
terraforming.
atmosphere. It's after the terraforming.
Yes,
Like
it's after terraforming. So at this point, the Mercury is fully terraformed when this, whatever this is, happens. And whatever this is that happens is that something opened. So this is also like really specific phrase, like the fountains of the great deep. That's from the story of the flood. No, Noah's flood specifically. That the fountains of the great deep are open to like to flood the world. A similar phrase being used here to show that the radial area will flood Mercury. So something happened in the sky, so near, above, like the Kármán, like at the Kármán line, so like at the edge between the atmosphere and space. The black screen of tomorrow fell open, and then some kind of a rip appeared, which I interpret as some sort of a gate, portal.
Yes.
Like the gate in Instigate. Like a...
Yeah, the black screen of tomorrow, that's a portal for the future.
Yes. So a portal opened in the sky above Mercury and started sending incredible amounts of radial area slithering down the gullet of the heavens.
Like it's written very uncomfortably.
Yes.
Yes.
Very...
Like it's very invasive. It's very...
Yes, like forceful.
Like, yeah.
Like kind of like ruining something on it's just like very visceral imagery, like probing host of multitudes, clattering tendrils, an ungodly horror that no time would accept. Like, damn. And then like something just being pushed into Mercury through this like rip portal gate, which the Vex are not very like the Vex don't do this sort of thing on their own. I don't think so. Like, they do make portals, but usually it's just like some...
There's some methodical.
Yes, it's methodical. Like, there's some kind
methodical.
of detachment from the way they do things, and a lot of the times their space gets like kind of invaded into. Like, for example, how Crota opened a portal into a Vex space, and like they kind of like, what the hell? And they started flooding Oryx's Thornworld. Like, they didn't look to do that. It was Crota opening that gate. Also similar with...
Europa,
yeah, Glassway. Like, Clovis stole a Vex from Venus, so a Hazen Vex, presumably, and brought it to Europa, and it just started building the portal, because that's what it does. But, like, that portal was never supposed to be some sort of a... like, invasion thing. Like, it was literally because we went there and agitated the Vex, and they were like, oh shit, we have to defend ourselves against Clovis. The way they describe this as well, like, I assume the text is Vex speaking, and that they would describe it... Yeah. It's very strange.
Yeah, like it doesn't match what we know of the Vex and how they behave.
Yeah. Especially because they just don't take this personally like this. It feels very personal, like personally like ruining the Traveler's work, which is why we read Constellations last time. That's exactly how the Traveler felt when the collapse was happening. And from what we know, in the lore since D1 really, they've always mentioned that the Mercury was converted by the Vex during the collapse. Like, that's been something that's been repeated in several lore like mentions since D1. Whenever they first mentioned Mercury, they were like, oh, Mercury was turned into a machine world by the Vex during the collapse. So this should or could be happening at the same time, like when the Pyramids fleet is destroying the solar system. the Vex take their time to do this because, I mean, who would notice, right? Who would care at this point about Mercury?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also like it's the similar stuff is being repeated in this paragraph as well. So like chrome hooked appendages, they're breaching the sky, counted in triplets. Triplets, I guess, because the past, future, present, Vex being kind of like time connected. An ungodly horror that no time would accept sounds like their idea of supercausality. I feel like that would be. I think that an ungodly horror that no time would accept is like someone else describing the Vex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's this whole page is about like how viscerally uncomfortable this is. Like it's almost like it's from the traveler's point of view of like, what are they doing to my thing?
Yeah.
It's not, but that's how it feels. It's that kind of like very deep-seated like discomfort with what's going on.
Yeah. It's very like it's we just don't know. Obviously, it could still be like they could like come around and say like, oh, no, that was the Vex speaking, and like it wouldn't really change much. It would be kind of weird, but like with a decent explanation, it would still make sense.
Yeah.
But from what we know now, it feels like something else is kind of like, hey, the Vex are these pests that are like crawling all over the universe and all over time, and they're like not accepted by any time because they're everywhere. They're like kind of like that's how it feels to me. And like something else is using them to do this. Which, you know, we mentioned the collapse. So like, who could that be?
They're being put there.
Yeah, they're being put.
They have been helped to come here.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say it's like, I think that the Vex would still open the portal themselves, but like it's something almost like something directed them or pushed them to do this in the same way that Clovis brought a Vex from Venus to Europa, and the Vex immediately started building the portal. Like the Vex didn't do this on like maliciously; it just does that because it does that. But Clovis put it there. Like it wouldn't have done that if Clovis didn't take it away from Venus and put it to Europa, where it was also probably influenced by Clarity. Let's be real.
Yes.
Like the Vex itself would be influenced by Clarity, which is again very similar to what may be happening here, because again, the Witness is using the Vex very regularly to do its dirty work, because the Vex just like, you don't have to like really direct them all that much. You just put them somewhere and they will just do things, right? It doesn't. They don't need like special instructions. They just get put in Spire of the Watcher and they start doing shit that like ruins everything else. I interpret text as the Vex, but I could see both. Yeah, we've been again, we don't know, so like it could be anything.
It could be anything.
Yeah, it could be anything. I've always felt like
it could be an early version of like what they had in mind as the Winnower. It could be like
it could be
anything.
Yes, we don't know, but like with just some of the ways it's described, it feels very poetic, and like the Vex speak differently to me.
Yeah.
But then again,
it puts me more in mind of Patternful.
Yeah, it does. To be honest. Yeah, same. Like these specific.
It's the same phrasing. It's the same
cadence. Like the
cadence is same kind of writing.
Like wailing mouths of creation. Like I don't think that Vex would speak that way. Again, maybe there's like some section of the Vex that will be like revealed, or like that would like speak differently. But otherwise, they just don't interact with the world on such like a almost personal level. Like, it feels like this is personal. Like something is doing this for some other purpose.
What do we know about things being personal and cruelty being personal and things like that?
Yeah, we'll get to that very soon. But like, Sunstock atmosphere, so like they bored into the Marigold Sand, so they started drilling into the core. Like into the planet itself, because reminder, the Infinite Forest is built inside of the planet. So the planet was hollowed out, and the forest is literally in the inside of the planet, which is why when you're in there, you see like the ceiling. That's the surface of Mercury.
It's kind of fucked.
Makes it a scatter signal. Scatter signal, yes, I think a scatter signal is also not Vex. I think that's something. Again, something talking about the Vex. So it would be similarly like why it's so poetic. Because they're not talking about themselves. It's something else telling us, hey, the Vex are doing this, not like we are doing this. But then again, we don't know how the Vex would be communicating if they wanted to communicate like in that way. Would they be talking about themselves in like a personal way, or would they be talking about themselves as a... It's baffling.
Yeah.
It's a giant holodeck. Yeah. It's just bizarre. It's like a very, very bizarre situation. But they had to drill into the planet. They had to like dig, and then of course they, from the great temporal chasms, flowed an ocean of radiolarian fluid. So like they put the radial area there, and the scene was superimposed, resonant, and uniquely multiplicative, which I guess means that like this was happening all over the planet. So like it wasn't just like one drilling site; it was like everywhere, which is why it's kind of like across the horizon. Which is why across the horizon on Mercury right now you can see dozens of spires in the distance. So like they did this everywhere. And then obviously each injection site fostered a new lineage in stone and steel and fluid. I don't know why lineage.
Unless it's types of Vex, like
It is possible that it's types of X, because like stone,
like
steel, and
different
fluid.
minds, different factions.
Stone, steel, and fluid is definitely like that is about of X. And then of course they would live in subroutine and observation, which is what they do. Like some of them are kind of like dormant, some of them are doing something. They would foster the metallic seeds of a generation in twilight time.
Baffling. A metallic seed?
Yeah, baffling line, because last time we read What Gives Me Pause, in which Osiris acquires a metallic seed from...
And bearing in mind when this was written, like these were all kind of written at a very similar point in time.
Yes, this is why we read What Gives Me Pause, because What Gives Me Pause
yeah.
is needed to understand a later thing. But these were all like a very quick succession. So we had constellations, we had like Dawn, all of that at the end of Dawn and beginning of Worthy, and this is also beginning of, like, this is also Worthy. So like all of these things are very, very close together, which kind of gives them a theme of sorts. So, you know, I felt like that was a soul divisive pushing the boundaries of why they should witness. No, yeah, it's fine for the tangents. We love tangents. What, it gives me headache.
It is what gives me headache.
We know the Mercury Vex had different generational collectives. Yes, and there was like the only Vex that were not on Mercury were soul divisive. Really, we've never seen that I can. No, we never saw mossy Vex on Mercury. But
No.
we see obviously there's a lot of precursors, and we did see descendants in both the Sundial, the Corridors of Time, and in the Curse of Osiris, and the normal ones, the present ones,
yes,
as well. So that there was a lot of, but that would be generational, yes.
Mm-hmm. My computer's doing its thing again. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Oh.
In the meantime, half of the stuff that I lined up for my in my notations is just question marks. That's so funny. It's just question mark on a random line. Where are we? We're here. Metallic seeds. That's very interesting. And then from the sites, bubbled pools or progeny of endless possibility. And then they wrung the traveler's light from Mercury. This is interesting, because to bring something is like to like squeeze out. So like what did they do with the light? And how?
They put mercury on a lemon juicer.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah. And they squeezed the light, the traveler's light, from Mercury, which is very interesting because like they're the Vex. How did they do that? If they didn't have any help from anything else. How did they interact with the light, specifically in this like violent way? Like how did they do this? And then the next line as well, the light coalesced or imbibed within the pools, which means that this light they wrung was also like merging with some of the pools of radiolaria.
They drank it.
Yes, almost like they drank that light, and then they used that light to transform the planet into a machine of prediction, which would make sense in two ways now in retrospect that we have from knowing what dark and light are. The light was used for the physical like manipulation of Mercury, and they used the darkness to create the prediction engine, the simulation engine, because darkness is about like history, memory, and stuff. So by using by something giving them this ability and using the light, they created the infinite forest essentially from the mix of those somehow, maybe, possibly. They were able to drain the traveler like with the black heart in some way. I mean, now that we know what the black heart is, I would not possibly. It is very possible because at the time the Veil was still with the fleet. Like at the time when this is happening, the fleet is still there in the solar system, and it's still an Ezrak ship. So did they use the Veil before the Veil was yoinked?
Good question. Because we know that Mercury was terraformed when the collapse hit.
Yeah. So, is witness, commune, traveler, drink light. Yeah, the traveler, the witness prophecy. My mic is broken again. Oh no, is what comes to mind when I think of imbibe. Yeah, I mean imbibe and coalesce. Like so they wrung the light, and then that light coalesced or imbibed with the pools, which is pools of radial area. Which it is. We don't understand what this is, but like from what we can understand, it's like something, in some way, the Vex were capable of interacting with the light of the traveler on Mercury, and this light was somehow used by the Vex to transform the planet into a machine of prediction, into a machine world with a simulation engine inside of it, which again might explain why the witness wanted Mercury, because like why else would it want Mercury? There's nothing there, except obviously, I mean, the Vex are there, sure, and the Spires are there, but like specifically the Infinite Forest, which is possibly made with the help of whatever helps the Vex here, which might be the Witness, aka the Black Fleet. And then
it certainly seems to be with the angular shadow.
Yeah. That's the big thing. Because here again, now the arms retracted purpose fulfill. Like the arms retracted. This is probably like referring to the Vex, but also like the Witness is very arms. It has a lot of arms, and we've like that that final shape thing trailer. To not go into too many details because of Lily, but like you know what I mean. The arms.
The arms.
Sand. Witness hates sand. It's rough and coarse and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Yeah, we don't know. It could be anything. It could mean like now that we have a lot more information, we could be thinking, we could be like too insane for this, but like bizarre.
Yeah, it's really important to bear in mind like when it was written.
Yes, this was written. This was written way before Worthy, obviously, because it came out in Worthy. Although one thing in here is something that they've mentioned in Curse, which we'll get to at some point in time. And I will, if I remember, I will probably remember, but I will mention that. Maybe I wrote it as a note. I'll check that later. And then anyway, they fulfilled the purpose, like they drilled, they made the spires, blah blah blah. And then these arms returned to a space between time. So the basically the portal, like whatever this did, like returned to the portal or like removed itself from Mercury. And then in compliant tone rose the spires. So when these arms retracted, the spires were eventually like fully built.
Yeah, presumably from the stuff that it had been like basically mining out of the core, like not just the light, but all of the materials.
Yeah. From the core, threads of iron were fused into the spires and brought them high. And this is very interesting because we know that the Vex used the Forge Star Volantis to mine for iron as well. Like they know how to manipulate like celestial bodies essentially to get heavy metals, because they essentially evolved in a universe that lacked those. So like they're probably very happy that there was probably a lot of iron inside of Mercury. They're like, yay, we don't even have to manipulate a star for this. So it's like it's really cool. That's why you see a lot of metal all over, like Vex stuff. And then surface was different flat. That's how Mercury looks like when you look at it. Like it's very like just flat and segmented in like squares. And that's how
in
they
a very like
finished. Artificial way.
yeah, like what they did to Mercury was messed up. Like
Mhm.
everything that this like it is. I know I keep using the word. It is so visceral. It is so uncomfortable. Like
Yeah. And they never did anything like
it
that to any
feels
of the other
yeah,
planets that they occupied.
like it
Which,
feels like almost like the way that you would talk about like a very like personal physical attack.
yeah, yeah. The
Like
phrasing is
the
just.
language that they use, the way that it's used, it's very uncomfortable.
It feels again. It feels very personal in a way that Vex just aren't, to me at least. And then obviously the last one is very important because of this, a few bits and pieces. Obviously a million amounts of sang in rituals to completion. That will be the Vex.
Sang?
Yes.
Singing,
Yeah. Insane.
Yeah.
And because like
singing
in
a
ritual.
refrain,
Yeah.
snaps.
This would be the Vex. Like when they finished their work, they like were like we are done. And across the world grew beauty, a terrible consciousness that yearned to establish the connection or find its progenitor.
So like across the world grew a terrible consciousness that yearned to find its progenitor.
Yeah, if you remove the
Yeah,
interjections.
like are we talking about the forest here, or like
Mm.
whatever minds are behind it? Are we talking about like panoptes, like
yeah, but like what is the like its progenitor would be the obviously the Vex progenitor, like
and also whatever brought it there.
yeah, but and now I'm thinking, are they talking about the time that they remember? The time where the traveler and the
Yeah,
veil were the
when
same.
Hmm.
Is
Yeah.
that their
Yeah.
progenitor? That entity that was like one, that was the traveler and the veil were one thing. That's what the Vex maybe remember, and they're trying to find that, and that's why they're obsessed with the veil. And like again, entirely baffling lore tab.
Hey,
Yeah,
I just remembered something.
you did.
Yeah. So I don't remember. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check just because I'm
Yeah,
I don't want to like have been
you don't want to
like,
be a lore
I was
tuber.
just making this up this entire time. I see.
While you're looking for that,
Has this term been used?
while you're looking for that, I wanted to mention this obviously because that when I read that, when I read this, when I reread and like I noticed this because when you read this, you kind of skip, like your brain skips through certain sections because none of this means anything if you're just like reading
Yeah, like
it as
that's why it helps to read it the way that we've been doing it.
yeah, and to like read it sentence by sentence and kind of analyze
Mhm.
every sentence. So the hulking vessels cried out, pulsed with light. What are the hulking vessels? Because again, we are talking about the collapse.
I like to me that is like that's the Black Fleet stuff,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
And that's
because
the
I've seen that some people were suggesting that it might be Vex frames, like a big Cyclops or a big Hydra or something, but they're not called vessels.
that's not a vessel. No.
Yeah, they're not. They're
Like
never.
like I know that technically they are kind of because
Kind
they're
of?
more like exoskeletons
Yeah.
than like they're holding something.
Yes.
No, I don't think it's the Exodus ships.
Yeah, because they're not cried. They like pulsed with light. It's the extra ships would not be going that way essentially. So
At the beginning of Lightfall, where the Black
yes.
Fleet goes boop at everything,
Yeah.
and everyone's suddenly just like stuck in space and drifting.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's the resonance.
It's
You know
gonna
the
be that.
orange
The rest of the
blast,
stuff, yeah.
the orange blast at the beginning of Lightfall when they start fighting. I
Mhm.
think that's the pulse
Yeah.
of light.
Yeah,
because
because
light
it's
is not
not
capitalized.
a capital L,
Yeah.
and
So
it is later in the paragraph.
yeah, and like again, since we know that this is the collapse, this is happening during the collapse. Like the hulking vessels, to me, is the Black Fleet. Like, I don't know what else it could be at this point. Like, obviously there are other options, but I don't think other options fit as well until we get more information, which I'm not sure if we ever will. So, and then of course another thing is that the pools of radial area and spires pulsed deltones in recognition to this light, to this like resonance maybe, which again at the time when this came out, this didn't mean much, but it does mean much. It means a lot actually after, because of Immoland, because everything happens in Immoland, and in Immoland Osiris will read that eventually, but Osiris did realize that the pyramid ships and anomalies of planets are emitting the exact same tones as the lighthouses. So the fact that the lighthouses are like reacting to this pulse could mean that this is like why the pyramids emit the tones, because the pyramids and the lighthouses will be connected, which there is quite a lot of evidence for that here, and there's also quite a lot of evidence for that in Arrivals, which we will be reading next week, I think, because of the quest for Mercury, for the evacuation. Yes. Like, there's something going on that we have no explanation for, and it has not been...
Yeah, we still don't know. We still do not know what the Vex are doing on Mercury.
Yes.
We don't know why Mercury specifically, because it seemed very important that it was Mercury.
Yeah.
We don't know what the hell all of this tone stuff is about. We know that, like, a lot of the things that they use involve resonance.
Yeah.
It's a word that keeps coming up and keeps coming up and keeps coming up.
Yeah.
All this, like, quote-unquote resonance with the darkness.
Yes.
We have been tuning into it with using,
when
we've been crafting weapons.
We didn't even get to the tones
That's
yet.
resonance stuff. Well, we're not even at the tones yet.
I mean, they've been mentioned a few times, but like, this also
not
kind
the capital T tones.
Yeah. This is, but like, I think that this is referring to those that eventually would be, like, discovered, which makes them a lot more sinister than what like I've seen as like the main theories being, of just like, this is just like a hint for something like.
Yeah. Like this whole lore book is about the tones.
Yeah.
More than anything else, it's about the tones.
Yes. And at first you don't really know if, because like the way that they're discovered and who discovers them, you're kind of like thinking, I mean, he's insane, right? Except like at the end, towards the end, when you realize that both Mara and Osiris know about this, it's like, oh, I don't think, I think they may be real.
And then, the way maintenance operations references it as well.
Yeah.
Like, and
Raph,
in Immoland as well.
Did you find?
No, but I feel like I'm going insane because it
Really?
So it might be in one of the books. It might be in one of the things that's not on the Ishtar Collective, but I swear there's an entry somewhere where it was saying that Osiris believed that the Traveler was an ontological terraformer.
Yes, I know what that is. That is in that is one of the Tolan's.
Yeah.
The Tolan's thing about Osiris, where he's
Idle
going.
lines or whatever.
Yeah, where he going insane about. That's just the Osiris grimoire. Wow, I searched Osiris on Ishtar. Thank you. I'm so smart.
It didn't show up in the.
I think there's like some issue with how it sometimes catches certain words.
Yeah, that's right. Let me look for that again. Ontoformer. There we go.
Ontoformer, yeah. Yeah, it is.
God Incubator.
Yes.
So it's possible that Osiris is right again.
Really?
And sorry to go back onto the topic of the Traveler having been one with the veil. It's very possible that this what it was once the veil was an Ontoformer.
Yeah. Genuinely, insanity is happening. Like, return so many results. Your PC sets fire. Yeah, my brain is setting on fire just thinking about like all of this like weird nonsense that just doesn't make any sense. That has not been explained. Again, we just don't know. Also, I just realized that Raph was like, "Oh, this one word I keep remembering," and I was like, "Yeah, I know what the Lord."
The ontological terraformer.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I remembered it as the two separate
Yeah,
words
yeah, yeah.
rather
It's
than
yeah,
the single word of
it's actually a
ontoformer.
actually a word that's like invented for Destiny. I think the
Yes,
writer
yes,
invented that.
Yeah, no, it's ontology.
Yeah,
yes.
Is like the
yeah,
ontology is like the philosophical study of being, of existence.
yes,
Yes.
Like how things exist, why they exist,
yeah. So an
what kind of
ontoformer.
categories you put them in. So an ontoformer is a thing that makes things into being.
Yes, which
Yes.
I
Or
mean for the traveler kind of makes
changes
sense
it.
because it is a physical the light is physical. It makes things.
Yeah, but ontology also goes into the metaphysical as
Yes.
well,
So
which can also fit with a veil. So if you add that as just one whole being, that's an
yeah,
entire ontoformer.
yeah, like the veil and the traveler themselves, like together as a one entity.
Because
Um,
ontology, like in philosophy, ontology is a little bit more than just what makes it physical. It's also like what the thing is at its essence. Because perception, it's believed that our perception of the real world, isn't actually the real world. It is like the core thing of its existence.
Yep.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We're getting philosophical in this. Yeah,
Metaphysics.
Yeah.
Travel doesn't seem to create sentient life. Yeah, yeah. Also, it doesn't
Yeah. But
interfere
not
with
not to
sentient
be
life.
confused with
Like,
epistemology either.
it doesn't interfere with sentient life very much. It doesn't want to. Like, it doesn't want
Yeah.
to change growing like entities. Like, it didn't
The
really
one
want to.
exception is ghosts.
Yes, which is very strange and
Very
very unique,
interesting.
very interesting, especially because of what Osiris said in the final veil log. I think it was the final
I
of like
hang on.
how he was
Actually,
like, why can the ghosts interfere with the why can the
I
witness interfere with the ghosts?
wait a minute. I wonder. I wonder if the witness almost nearly succeeded in attaching the veil to the traveler, and whatever the fuck happened that caused the traveler to like lose its ass, and Savathun stealing the veil. Maybe that altercation
It's
created the
ass.
ghosts. That
Possibly,
re-separation.
It's
possibly.
possible, but it's not this law book.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, and yeah, Lily, I wonder if whether Ghost Entire Light there might be because they were created after the collapse when the darkness was heavily interfering with the Traveler and with our system. There could be something else going on here. Like the
Yeah.
Traveler did make them, but like there might be some other thing in there that's making them the way they are. But we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
And the final like sentences here is just that yeah, the Starless Black seal. So like the portal is gone now. Like the Vex have finished their work and all that, and then restoring the soul-dominated sky, awaiting an angular shadow. So
What's one of them? We've never heard
what's-
that phrase before.
yeah,
Belle.
what
What's
is-
one of those?
so that's very interesting. Those so first and foremost, the fact that it says awaiting an angular shadow, like Mercury is waiting for this angular shadow to like appear, is like it kind of makes it more it gives more like proof to the fact that this is probably been assisted by the Black Fleet. Because why would
Yes.
Mercury specifically be waiting for an angular shadow? Because an angular shadow is a pyramid. They're pyramid ships, and they're
Angular shadows.
yes, and they're so
And it's also
that phrase used for a pyramid is only in Trials and Tribulations in the first and last chapter, and in What Gives Me Pause, and in Immoland. So only those 4 lore tabs refer to the pyramids as angular shadows, which
There's something funny going on with Osiris, I think. Anyways, back on topic.
literally it's like it's a very specifically like it's not used anywhere else for the pyramids in this specific way.
It's such a visceral sentence.
Yes, an angular shadow. Like it's wow. Also,
Like,
the way he refers to it in Immoland with the great angular thing.
Yeah, like it's the way that the pyramids are described by Osiris, and indeed this lore tab in the last bit,
Yes,
is just so visceral.
It is.
It's incredibly visceral, and you don't get that anywhere else.
yeah, and we don't know why, but like this might be because like of like a personal interference of the pyramids, the Black Fleet, because they were very interested in coming to Mercury. Belle, why do you know so much about the pyramids? Don't worry about it. And then also this
Hey,
is
let's
There's
ignore,
also
the outfit.
there's also
um
about the starless black sealed once more, restoring the soul dominated sky, and also further up, um, rimmed in gamma irradiance, damned against the Mercurian sky at the Carmen line.
yeah.
Like it sounds like the planet was yoinked.
Yeah.
Like
A
this
little
is the
bit.
same way that it like the way that they talk about it. It's not like it's like all of the stars have gone out.
Oh, you're thinking that maybe like the ego yoinked and then
It
returned?
it feels more like a
Ooh.
yoinkening in the way that it is described.
Yeah, because
Ooh.
It is a similar way that it's talked about in Imolan, where it's talking about like the absence of the planets.
yeah, the pit
Um,
ringed in flame.
Hmm.
Also, the way Callus described it as the absence of Mercury.
Yeah.
Why do we know every single fucking lore type by memory?
but yeah, like obviously, like we don't know for sure. We can't know for sure, but like
Yeah.
that would almost make more sense to me.
It's something.
But it's the like whatever it was cut Mercury off from the rest of the system while this was happening.
Yeah, to do
Yeah.
this specific thing. And then
Yeah.
also this is interesting again because the last page, but like illumination left the spires, who had begun their work. What work? We don't know. And then the light was sown,
We still don't know.
erased. Like the light was specifically like after it was rung and then coalesced with the radial area, it was erased. So there was at this point there's no more light from the traveler on Mercury after it's been it's been converted. But like this illumination left the spires, like they almost feels like they were kind of like they turned off in a way, and they were like working like kind of through like a dormant state. Like they were working on something, but like not like in an active way. It's kind of like it's a very again very weird phrasing because like illumination left the spires. Like what on earth does that mean? We don't know.
Yeah, because it's not light. It's
Yeah.
it's
And,
not capital L light.
This will return in the end.
Yes,
So
this last bit.
and the angular shadow as well, obviously. So that was the first chapter. Not every chapter here is like this. Some are
Yeah,
normal.
most
I mean,
of them are like
normal
readable.
relatively. Relative normal.
So if you've stuck with us this far, the rest of it makes a lot more sense.
Yes. Except for
like,
the last one.
we
The last
really-
one is
yeah.
again this. Not
Yeah.
entirely though, but it is this, and it's whatever. We'll get there. Post-exilic. I can let you guys read the Osiris ones.
Yay.
Yay.
Let me pull this shit up.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You
Oh
can,
my
you can
god,
read the Osiris ones. I'll read the rest.
I've gone off the deep end. There are so
you,
many
you have so many tabs.
I have
Where did I put this?
Okay.
Okay.
Curious, Osiris mutters to himself, running his fingers through the dry and dusty etchings inside the spire on Mercury. Segura, record this. I want to cross-reference this pattern with any other constructs we come across. Gladly. I was looking for inspiration for a remodel anyway. I'm in no mood for humor today, Segura. So it's just like any other day. Osiris ignores his ghost, fixated on the circular metal structure embedded into the ceiling above him. He stares intently, almost through it, pondering its function. The begetters are apparent to him, a cause for concern. Dropship approaching, Osiris. Cabal? I wish. You're devotees. Osiris shields his eyes from the marigold sand rolled up by the landing shuttle as he approaches, his frustration already mounting. Turn back, fools! He yells before the doors could fully open. Teacher, we're here to support your efforts. A woman dressed in an ornately patterned cloak appeals. My efforts are none of your concern. Now go. Osiris's dismissal does not. Osiris's dismissal does nothing to dissuade them. They look to the woman for guidance as Osiris departs. She advances, and the group moves in lockstep. Like scolded dogs, they follow him back toward the spire. Persistent bunch, Segura coughs. I've noticed. Osiris turns to address them, catching them off guard. I don't know what you hope to accomplish, but my work does not require zealots. We seek only to help. The fashion in which you were ousted by the vanguard. They were wrong to chastise you. They will come to regret their decision, she says with a conviction of solemn promise. Is that a threat? They are the architects of their own destruction. You misunderstand the events that transpired. I was not exiled, I chose to leave. There's no acrimony with the vanguard. Go back to your lives, Osiris says as firmly and calmly as he can muster. I'm afraid that's impossible, now that we have read your teachings. My research is not gospel, it's science. It's truth. Osiris considers this. Truth seems subjective these days, Osiris says, finally observing his entourage for the first time. Among them, a small group of men and women, stand two wayward guardians, warlocks, it appears, and a child. Their forlorn faces resonate with him. Castaways and believers. The weeks since his departure from the last city have worn on him. He was used to working alone, knowing that he could fall back to the city's resources should he need them. Now, adrift in the expanse of purpose, he finds himself longing for a place he could return to. A sanctuary. I have no intention of staying here. There are many constructs like this. They all require my attention. We will follow. No, you won't. I need to move quickly without burden or baggage. Osiris pauses. The irony in casting these people away is not lost on him. But I can offer this. Stay here. Watch over this place. I want to know everything you can discover about it. Should anything occur, I will return. We are at your service, she says, relieved, and bows to Osiris. He grits his teeth. Unpack the ship, she beckons to the group. Yes, Sister Feora, one of the taller men replies. If you find yourself lost in darkness, we will be your lighthouse. Osiris nods, repressing a twinge of discomfort. He looks up to the spire.
So that was normal.
Normal.
That was a fairly normal lord. I mean, in comparison, that was a fairly normal lord. Which with like very good information about Osiris and his departure from the city.
Yeah, so it gives
Guy
us really
who
good
is
time
hoping.
frame.
Guy who is literally that. So that we will get into that because that is very 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 interesting and specifically the first thing that like at the end he says that it's been weeks since his departure, so this is very close to him being exiled.
It's still raw.
Yes, it's still very raw. So the first things first, the cult.
Go on then, Belle.
You'd know all about the cult, wouldn't you?
Yes, I do. Fuck. So Osiris had like people following him around, kind of, even before he formally had a cult. Like people were just, he's just that type of a, the type of a guy who like attracts people in this way, right? He's very charismatic. He has this charisma of like a leader, like people trust him. So his research was basically challenging everything that he's got an autistic swagger, yeah. His research was challenging the established like narratives of the speaker and the light about the light and about the darkness and about like everything. Osiris was always like, we have to study darkness, we have to understand darkness before we can effectively fight it. And at the time, that was heresy essentially. Like that, the people were just like, they did not want to hear about this. But there were people who were like, oh my god, he is preaching the truth. He's actually like incredibly smart. They started following him around essentially, and like asking him questions, like asking him to like talk about this. A lot of it was like just because it was contrarian. So like a lot of people kind of get attracted to that sort of shit.
Mhm.
But for him, he was like always insisting that this is science, which is what he says later. My research is not gospel; it's science, and this is why he wrote it down. He wrote that's detailed a little bit in the comic, which in Universe ADG. So in the comic, he like essentially it tells Ikora like, I will write this down so that people can read that it is science, And Ikora told him, people will not take it as science, they will take it as a prophecy. They will take it as like a religious thing. They will like start following you like as a religious cult. And Osiris was like, no, don't worry about it. They will understand that it's a science. Cringe fail. Like, he cringe failed there because people did take it as a religious thing. They literally...
Yeah, it's also like, if you write it down, it's harder for people to do that thing where they repeat what you said, but they rephrase it.
Yeah,
And then the
yeah.
next time they repeat it to someone else, it's
Yeah,
different.
that's why he wrote it down, yeah. He was like...
Like, that's why he wrote it down.
Yeah, he's like, I need to write this down to like be like as a scientific research, because like he used the Vex or whatever to like accurately like make some sort of like predictions of what may happen eventually to the city if we go down this path or like we don't go down that path. But he wrote it down. He wrote the prophecies as poems, so obviously they got taken as prophecies and not like research, which Ikora warned him about, and he was like, no. He trusted people, that people would like not do this, but they did do this, and that's how the cult formed. When he published his research, they essentially labeled it as prophecy. They didn't like look at it at all as some sort of science or like something to be questioned. They genuinely just like saw this and were like, this is it, this is prophecy, this is the truth. And then,
and again, half of them were like,
yes,
doing it because they disagreed with the way that the city was being run.
yeah, a lot of it was about the power and
like, looking off against the factions and stuff like
yes.
that. And
yeah, so Cyrus was like one of those people who was like different, and then a lot of people were like, yay, let's be contrarian for reasons, because like they weren't really interested in what he was actually saying. Not all of them, at least. So
yeah, some of them were very, very, very devoted to what he was saying.
yes,
Like
very.
Feora, for example.
Yes, Sister Feora is genuinely like, we'll see. We'll see her sermon. The mistake is trusting people to be normal. Yeah. The mistake, big mistake, Osiris.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was a teenager taking pics of her Neil dying and people started worshipping her. That is very interesting because Osiris and Mara have this conversation in Seraph. They have a radio chat, and Mara tells him, like, he talks about how he didn't want Ikora to be caught up in all of this, and how he regrets that she got caught up in all of that stuff with him. And she essentially tells him, like, we are people who, like, create, like, make others, like, look to us in this way, like your cultists and my people, the way they look to us. To which Osiris was, like, very grumbly, like, well, I don't like my cult. And, you know, but, like, that was specifically, that parallel was in-game.
Yeah. Yeah, like he
nice
doesn't
catch.
want them to be doing this at
Yes.
all. He doesn't like it when people refer to it as his cult. He's like, I don't
Yeah.
make them go away.
Yeah. And so in the city, like, once the cult was fully established, obviously the prophecies were banned because they were creating problems. Like, you know, when someone is prophesizing the end of the world, it's not good. Like, it's creating...
Especially when you're trying to create a city that works.
Yes.
It's
This
one
sort
of the reasons that, like, in Constellations, the speaker was like,
Yes.
I don't want to panic people.
Yes, I don't want to panic people because, like, this is something that can, like, genuinely create, like, a huge rift and huge problems. Like, in real life as well. Like, but it's that's that same, like, impulse. And when he was exiled, the cult was exiled as well. Like, they were not allowed to operate in the city, essentially. Which is why they come to Mercury, following him. I don't know why specifically. I guess they just followed him. They didn't really know the like the relevance of Mercury, probably, but they knew that he would get there, and then they obviously followed him, and then they, like, established their little seat there. So that's the cult, and at the time of his exile, they're led by Sister Feora, who is the person that he talks to here, and he specifically ends up telling her that yes, they can stay in the lighthouse because, like, I mean, she told him that they want to follow him, right? That's insane. Like, imagine Osiris in the Infinite Forest, and he's like 30 people behind him, like, follow him, and one of them is a child. What the fuck? What on earth? Who brought a child to Mercury into a cult? Please.
It was supposed to be a garden world.
It was a yeah. Normal people are here. Also, the two warlocks, and the two warlocks will be mentioned later as well.
Mhm.
I assume they're the same ones because like why would they be
Yeah.
anything else? But like this specific this bit at the end is very interesting. This thing, because it explains how Osiris was hurt by the exile. Like 2 weeks since his departure from the last city have worn on him, like weeks only. And like again, he was used to working alone, but he always knew that he could go back to the city and their resources eventually, right? So like Osiris did spend a lot of time off the city, like out of the city and out of like his vanguard duties, but he could always come back and have that like reassurance, have Ikora there, have someone to talk to, have Saint there, you know.
Saint, yeah.
But now with the exile, he no longer has that option, and that shakes him quite a lot. And
to be honest about Saint, like,
yeah,
he doesn't know that Saint's coming after him
yes,
at this point. He
Yes.
doesn't know that.
yeah, he doesn't know that. And of course, now that he spent weeks alone, he knows that he can go back to the city, and he doesn't know like what to do, and he finds himself longing for a place that he could return to, a sanctuary, which is why he tells the cult, yeah, sure, okay, you can stay here. So just in case he needs something, he can at least come back here, which I think again creates a sort of unwanted consequence. Because if he just like told them, no, you can't, like I don't want you at all, maybe they would have not done what they've done. But he did eventually like relent, and he did let them stay, which is also probably why Feora was telling people that Osiris is the one who essentially founded the cult,
Mhm.
which we will see in the next chapter why that's important. I think people had a warped idea of what the cult really is, because of this interaction that she had with him. Like he essentially let them stay here, and is like, oh, also like you can watch this place. I want to know everything you can discover, and should anything occur, I will return. Right? This is like very kind of like essentially he gave them a task, and they were like, we have to finish the task, or we can't do anything else. Also by Lily.
And also, like, it's him keeping them safer as well.
Yes,
Because
yes,
they
he wanted
wanted to follow
Yeah,
him.
at the end of the day, he didn't like them, and like they contributed to the fact that he was exiled. Like genuinely, the cult contributed to his exile, but he still cares about people. Like no matter how bizarre they are, how shitty they are, he did not want them to die, because he cares about people. He wants to protect people. That's his whole thing. Like protecting people and making sure that the civilians are safe is why he's doing everything that he's doing. Like that's really really important. Which is why he's like, sure, you can stay here. You have nowhere else to go. I don't have anywhere else to go. You can be here. You'll be safe here. Like I mean, nothing can really happen to them in the lighthouse.
I will return in a second. I gotta be right back.
Okay. Nothing can like really happen to them in the lighthouse. They're gonna be safe here, and I have something to go back to. And also, like, I guess, I mean, they can watch over the lighthouse because, again, at the beginning, he is inspecting the spire, and he's not very happy about what they are. He doesn't know the function of them, but the begetters are apparent to him, so the Vex, and that's a cause for concern. And that will be, he will say something similar to Saint later. We might even like read that one.
Yeah, maintenance ops. We've mentioned
Maintenance,
it a lot,
maintenance,
so-
and Saint's vocation. But that's
Yeah.
like for later because like that's after he transfers trials.
Yeah.
To Saint. And then at the moment he tells them, "You can stay here and I will return." She's like, "That's it, boys. Like unpack."
Mhm.
And she like they super follow her. Like she's without question.
Like, they followed her to Mercury.
Yeah. Someone followed her to Mercury.
And, like,
with
a lot
the
of these
kid.
are not... Most of these are not Guardians. Most of these are lightless
Yes,
people.
yes. There's just 2 guardians. There's 2 warlocks, and everyone else is a civilian. And again, someone was such a believer that they came here with a child.
Yeah, like, Mercury is not a garden world. It is like a wasteland.
Yes, and at that point, it is known that it's a wasteland.
Yeah, like it's a Vex wasteland.
So they are very, very, very dedicated, and very. I mean, they're also very dedicated to Feora specifically. Like she is.
Mm-hmm. To be able to convince that many people to leave the city
Yes,
at
because
this time.
they could just stay in the city if they like weren't like spreading cult shit in there. So it doesn't like hell they could have stayed on anywhere else, like they had a temple in the EDZ for example, so like there's other places where they could live in a much safer environment, like a relatively safer environment. Like coming to Mercury, like the complete wasteland with nothing there, insane. And Osiris is obviously very much not happy about this.
Yeah. They
But
show up and he's like, "Go home.
yes,
You have one."
yes.
Basically.
He's not very happy about this, but again, he's human. He shows this here that like he's very 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 human, and he can't like the idea that there might be some people here for him at some point. Like it compels him because he's been exiled, and in just weeks he's already like very very much hurt. And he even I mean he kind of lies to them as well. I was not exiled. I chose to leave. There's no acrimony with the Vanguard. So he does that because he doesn't want to make the cult like basically create more problems, right? If he encouraged their like hatred of the Vanguard,
Like she's already threatening them.
yeah, she's gonna threaten them. She's gonna threaten them again. She's not normal. Like they will come to regret their decision. Like, what are you going?
Sorry,
I mean,
I'm laughing at you saying that with that outfit on.
I know. I genuinely think that she's less normal than Vance. Considering
Yeah, same.
Manipulation, I would say.
Yeah, yeah.
So you know, she's the OG,
Yeah.
completely insane person. But like, he's like, please don't take this as some sort of a call to action. Like, I don't want you to do anything in my name. Essentially, this is why he says this. But like, you can see that internally, he very, very much was exiled, and he very, very much is hurt by what happened to him. So, but he's not going to tell them that, obviously, because if he tells them that, then he'll be kind of like, enabling their hatred or their like whatever they were planning to do. Which again, we don't know, but what could they do? That.
There's also some crying moments. The second last sentence.
Yeah.
A line. If you find yourself lost in the darkness, we will be your lighthouse.
Yeah. That's completely normal.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also where the name comes from.
Yeah.
But also, yeah. Man. He nods and then...
Don't lose hope in the darkness.
Don't lose hope in the darkness.
The last thing Sagira said to him.
Yeah. I'm not in exile, man, currently in exile. Literally this.
Yep.
Yeah, literally this. Like, he really tried very, very
hard. He was
hard.
officially exiled. Like, it wasn't...
Yeah. He very, very... He desperately tried to make sure that these people are not going to get hurt. Yeah. Even at this point, he was like, you guys... Like, I don't want to do this. I don't want this to be...
his legacy, almost.
Yeah. So, you know. But he is very much concerned about the spires. And he doesn't know, like, why they're there. And he wants to investigate them. And obviously, since they are staying there, he's like, well, you watch over the spire, and, like, if anything happens, I'll come back. Which he didn't. For a very long time.
For a very long time.
For a very long time. Actually for a very, very fucking long time. We don't know when his exile was. In Immoland he says a century of exile. But is that like literal? Is that not? We don't know. But a century.
It could be more.
It could be more. With time dilation, definitely. But like in the actual timeline, it is possible that
he's experienced is like hundreds of thousands of years.
Yes. But in the actual like timeline, it might be like a century, maybe more. We don't know. It's possible to know. It is genuinely impossible to know. when.
We do not have a timeline.
Yeah, but it is quite a long time.
Yes.
Which brings a very interesting question about Fiora and her age.
Mm-hmm.
Especially now that we know that she's not dead. Because I thought she died of old age.
Yeah, same.
I was like,
You'll find out why in
she
a minute.
fucking dropped dead. Like nobody
Yeah.
noticed. I don't. But she is not dead. Thank you, Season of Deep.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. And then that's basically. There's not much else here. Like obviously, just like a kind of a ominous intro into the cult and like how they came here and.
Yeah. Sagira's not happy about
Yes, obviously, and Sagira is very
it.
very
Why
funny.
it's called the lighthouse.
She's very very funny.
She's great. Love her.
And Osiris is like, I can't deal with this, her humor today. And she's like, yeah, it's just like any
Not
other
most
day.
days. Yeah.
She's so good. The biggest loss in the entirety of Destiny, genuinely.
I miss her.
And then we start with whatever the fuck is going on here. I mean, this one is normal. This one is relatively normal. We'll get into abnormal ones a bit later. But this is years later. We actually know when this is because of the later tabs, but this is around the beginning of D1, a little bit earlier maybe.
Yeah.
Like, it could be like 5 year. It could be a 5 year. Whatever. It's around the beginning of the game, so it's not like this is not like super far in the past. This is relatively new stuff going on. Okay. We're gonna be getting into the tones. Not yet, though, but in the next one. But first, we have to establish the insanity of.
Who's this guy, Belle?
Oh my God! We have to explain.
Tell me about Brother Vance, Belle. Whomst?
Despair while wearing this on my head with the kitty ears. With the kitty ears. Eggman going, Miss going Ghost Saint, yeah.
Wow.
So, we don't know. So Vance is just, he appeared in the Reef in House of Wolves in D1 as a vendor for Trials of Osiris. This is when Trials of Osiris was first like made, which again we will get into this in this lore book. But like in game, people met him in House of Wolves as a vendor for Trials. He was selling tickets for the Trials. Interesting. Did you know that Shax was narrating Trials? I always wondered like who narrated Trials before Saint, and I was like, it can't be Vance. And I had to.
That would have been a nightmare if it was Vance.
That would have been weird because he doesn't have the voice for that. And I looked for footage, and like a lot of PvP players don't fucking play with voice lines, so it took a while to find. It was Shax.
Yeah.
It was Shax.
Incredible.
Which I think is referenced here because he says that like they patched into the Crucible monitoring systems. That's how they use that, which is very funny. They like just use Shax's voice lines. But that's when he appeared first, and we didn't know anything about him. For some reason, a lot of people are like, "Oh, he was so cool in D1, and then not cool in D2," and I'm like, "Huh? What?
Because he was weird and mysterious in D1.
Yeah, literally, he was
and in
cool.
D2, he's just a weirdo.
No, he was cool because he didn't have lore, so people could like write fanfics.
Yeah.
And then the game is like, no, that's not correct. And they were like, what do you mean my brain thoughts are not correct? Why don't Bungie writers read my mind? Essentially, that's what happened. Because like his voice lines were not anything special. There were a few that were like...
Yeah, they were just like a little bit weird.
Yes, they were a little bit weird, and there were like a few that may have been like something they originally maybe planned, but they eventually like scrapped, and that's fine because whatever. They explained everything that doesn't. They explained all the discrepancies. Like for example, he had several voice lines where he's like talking like he knows Eris, and Eris has no fucking clue who he is. We know that from prophecy. She's like,
Well,
what? She doesn't
we
have.
know that someone else doesn't know who he is as well.
What do you mean my brain thoughts? Yeah, that's just Destiny people. Destiny fans are like, I had an idea and the writers didn't use that idea, so bad writing. That's essentially what happened. Because again,
It's what always happens.
yeah, there was also one. There was also a few lines. I think it was a few lines where he says that he was a guardian, that he was a warlock, that who lost his light, and people were like, "Oh my god, like a lightless guardian who knows Eris and who is like leading a mysterious faction, cult of Osiris. That is totally normal, probably." I'm like, huh?
It's like, but that's not actually how it works.
Yeah, yeah.
Or how, like,
So Trials had like super cool aesthetic, and people were like, "I wanna like pledge myself to that, like as a faction." And then eventually they got told, "No, these people are a cult, and Osiris hates them." And they were like, "What?" Bungie tricked me into being a cultist. And like instead of like being normal and just kind of like being like whatever, like new like lore was released, they were like, "No, I gotta hate everything now." It's weird, but the point is that like in D1 he didn't have anything. We didn't know anything. Like people speculated, obviously, because people always speculate. But we,
like some people were like, "Oh, he's secretly Osiris himself," kind of
yes,
thing.
that was a possibility. That it might have been like something they had an idea for, like at some point. But then as I started working on Curse, they were like, "No, we can't have Osiris in disguise selling tickets for trials." Like that's kind of weird. But so like it doesn't matter. The point is that they addressed literally all of those things, like why he was saying those weird things, including why he was saying that I'm a warlock, and like no, he wasn't. He wanted to be, which is very concerning.
So many things about Vance are concerning.
Yeah, but that one specifically is very concerning because he's like, my biggest wish was to be a guardian, and like, to be a guardian you have to die. Like what?
Yeah, exactly. Osiris will be terrible at customer service. We know this.
Yeah. Vance wasn't much better either. He hated the Guardians, so like, I mean, he was interacting with the worst type of Guardians, the PvP players. so, yeah, but that was basically it in D1. He was selling tickets in the Reef for us, Trials of Osiris. We didn't know why Trials of Osiris was made. There was a lore tab from the point of view of Sister Feora, who basically sends, like, it's like a letter to Vance and telling him, we set up, like, the setting up for Trials is finished, you will be in the Reef, sell your story to the Guardians, blah blah blah. They will never know what our real goal is. He tee, and goodbye. That's basically the
like
gist.
it was just like,
so there was something.
it was a mystery that we didn't have answers to.
Yes.
This
yes.
gives us those answers, at least to
Yes.
some extent.
Yes, and this addressed all of that, and which is in a very like, they were very thorough to address all of those things. And then obviously nothing happened until Curse of Osiris, and in Curse of Osiris he's in the lighthouse, and the Curse of Osiris stuff happens. Like he helps us with, I mean he helps save Sagira, so that's kind of, because he's the one who tells us to go to the Easy Temple to put her in a strange machine we've never seen. Which is, we still don't know why they had that.
Normal things to do with ghosts.
Yes. We still don't know why they had that. I think they like literally pillaged Osiris's things after he was exiled, and like they just brought them to their,
yeah.
and they, including finding that machine which Osiris was shown making in the comic, and they had that in the temple in the EZ for some reason. And obviously Vance knew about it, so he told us to go there to put Sagira in it to revive her, which worked. So thanks. After that, he didn't do anything until Prophecies quest, which was done through him, and he helped with the saving saint. And then we brought him back the Perfect Paradox, and he told us, yeah, that's the real one. It's yours now. That's it. It literally no updates until this. And this is like the updates about the past, unless outside of the last two chapters, which are current time at the time.
Mhm.
And then nothing, and then arrivals, and that's it. So we don't. Everything that we know is basically in this lore tab, in this
Yeah.
lore book. We don't know anything else, and we've not known anything else outside of that, except like either like random. Obviously, like there's voice lines and stuff, but like voice lines are just they're not really like full of lore. Full of lore. That cat full of full of milk. Um, though there is one voice line that is, again, I will mention it when we get there. If I don't forget, if I forget, then I'll just forgo, I guess. But I probably will mention it because, I mean, wait, I'm gonna read my notes. Okay. We can now read the lore tab actually. Um,
Are you
okay.
doing this one with your guy, or?
Yeah, I'll be reading my guy. And you can read, or you or Raf can read the Osiris one.
Alright.
The very cool Osiris. And
Cool is a word for it.
yeah, it's certainly a lore tab that is a lore tab. The cult of personality. Vance had been sitting for the better part of an hour, waiting. Somewhere underneath what had been called the lighthouse, a small chapel had been erected, in which an open book lay lonesome upon a lectern overlooking a middling number of pews. He would hear a cast of attendees shifting in their seats from time to time, but mostly he heard wind and stillness. Vance had arrived early in the morning, as much as morning remained a concept on this blasted planetary waste. His impatience was starting to sweat through his face, loosed by doubt, time, and the meddling of his own thoughts. He feared the others would notice and pull a small square of cloth to dab away the perspiration. No one seemed to know he was coming. He had yet to see Osiris, and none had spoken of the prophet beyond cryptic phrases or referencing texts he already knew. Vance faced back toward the haggard door that kept dust and sand from whisking into the spire chapel. He no longer felt sunlight casting through it as he had when he first sat down. Vance gripped the pew, preparing to leave. Whispers trickled from a passage at the front of the chapel, like drips of condensation falling on echoing stone floors. The passage was small, but twisted downward, deeper still than they already were. Vance could not see where it led, but from it he heard measured steps and metallic chimes. A robed figure, draped in symbology and smelling of fern, emerged from the passage, flanked by two guardians, trimmed in gold. One carried a scent of warmth, the other ozone and tang. You are all in attendance to hear of our findings, the next directive brought to us through the divination of Osiris's own hand. I have seen his words, and I believe it is important for us to remember why we follow his path before we look to the future. That is here. Okay. Vance removed his hands from the pew and slid them into his lap. His eyes jittered in blackness behind the fresh cloth wrap, waiting for clarity. The two guardians circled the chapel, lighting candles and torches that billowed incense. The air thickened. Osiris tells us that the darkness will return, that the darkness will rise and choose its champions. Tells us that we must look beyond ourselves, beyond the city, if we are to combat such an evil. The traveler alone will not save us. We are meant to save the traveler and all of its people. Vance could not help his outburst. The very same who would have cast us out, who exiled the prophet? Sister Feora allowed the murmurs to rise, simmer, and rest before speaking. The lightless are filled with fear. Fear is a seed of darkness, working to compel them to its ends. Osiris sought the truth between the light and the dark through death and study. For their fear of his revelations, they cast him out. The laity nodded in agreement, and Feora continued. The speaker wishes to remain in ignorance, but ignorance is the shadow that welcomes in the night. It is the drop below the horizon where a star sinks into surrender. Lightless. We will not allow such a fate. Not here. Sister Feora takes a deep breath. We must remain vigilant if we are to protect all the light has touched. The proselytizing figure steps from the lectern. You arrived only hours ago, did you not, brother? I believe I witnessed your arrival. He did not think his presence worth noting. I did, my Sister Feora, superior. Of course, sister. He should have known from her authoritative tone. I have come to learn. Then your first lesson is this. Listen. The choice to close their ears is what drove the city to fail. It is why we must conduct our work here. It is why, without us, their walls will be for nothing. Vance fell silent. Sister Feora let his submission linger and then continued. Each risen light bearer, each guardian, is light made flesh by the traveler. They are light, and light is wielded. When we refuse to wield the light as needed, we give ground to the darkness. Sister Fiora looked out over her congregation. I'm sure many of you have grown curious as to what light we could wield somewhere as desolate as this. Sister Fiora allows herself a smirk and brief chuckle before inclining her head to the two guardians, now seated at the back of the chapel. It is here that we will stand against the second eclipse of the traveler's light. It is here that the collapse shall begin anew, should we falter. I do not know when, only what is and will be. They stared back at her, eyes full of conviction, faces bright with belief, hearts filled with assured direction. Their minds lacked nuance. Vance's chest swelled as he breathed in their stalwart faith coiled around sweetly smelling barks and spices that popped over torchlight. The spires of Mercury shall be filled with the glory of the traveler. Their light will shine against the long shadow when darkness reaches to snuff out the sun. Mercury will sing when day finds night, and we will direct it. These are Osiris's words by his own hand. We follow the prophet here to facilitate his preparations for the second coming, whatever they may be. She marinated in the energy of the chapel. We will learn how the light here is to defeat the darkness. This is what he has asked of us. These lighthouses are our deliverance, and now, my brothers and sisters, there is much work to do. The herd stood in response to their shepherd, Vance among them.
They're just completely fucking nuts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most importantly, none of this is what Osiris has told them.
She warped it.
Massively so. She is an incredibly manipulative person.
Yeah, and she specifically, she probably used the fact that, Osiris talked to her, or Osiris, essentially gave her the lighthouse.
Yeah.
So she's probably using that as, because, she actually says that, at the beginning, these are Osiris's words, this is what he told us, this is, we are gathered here to, brought to us through the divination of Osiris's own hand. I have seen his words, I believe, she's completely dominating this whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
She and also the way she speaks, because at first it's just normal. Vance actually tries to
he's about to leave. He's
yeah, that's actually very interesting. He almost left, and then he kind of argued with her, why would we be helping? What a weird, why should we be helping people? What a question.
I mean,
yeah,
it is Vance.
Yeah, it is, and because they exiled Osiris, so who cares about them? They should die, whatever. But she's after that, she completely goes off into just preaching. And
yeah, the
works.
comparison between her and this one and the one before,
yeah,
where she's talking directly to Osiris, and it's kind of this is what she actually thinks.
Yeah.
And the second one is how much of this does she actually believe, and how much of this proselytizing is about control,
yes,
and about manipulating this group,
yes,
into doing what she wants them to.
Yeah, exactly. And she's doing it very, very, very well, because also the there's an added element of manipulation with the way. Oh God, it's very specifically this bit, sweetly smelling barks and spices that pop over torchlight. There's a lot of the whole atmosphere with the incense and the candles and the smells and how the air is thickened. It adds to the basically a trance against.
It's all a bit of a pantomime, right? It's all the way she waits until people are uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And then
yeah,
waltzing in flanked by her guardians who are go around using presumably, given the way that they're described, using their light to light those candles.
Yeah, I think so.
Because the vibe is very much solar.
Yeah. One of the warlocks is solar. Yes.
Warlocks.
One of the warlocks is solar. The other, not sure, because the only one is specifically.
Doesn't say for sure.
Yeah.
It says Ozone Tang, which just implies.
They're also mentioned in the next when the one is specifically identified as a solar.
Yeah, televangelist, absolutely that. Like, it is that very kind of like very specific sort of like Catholic Christian.
Yes, very, very,
Um,
very much so. It's it's a cult, and they're
Yeah.
very
Yep.
like they are super well described, like specifically as a cult, which is why this is very interesting to me because I like insane religions in space. Um, and so like the whole thing has always been like incredibly like it's creepy, but it's also like it's very well written creepy.
Yeah.
Like the way they're also like one of the interesting things is that they don't refer to themselves as a cult. They call
No,
themselves followers of Osiris. They never call themselves cultists or cults or anything like that. That is only what others call them.
because
Um,
that's what they are.
yes, but to themselves they are not, which is a kind that is like an element of cults. Like they never
Mhm.
refer to themselves as that because if you say that to people, they usually like have a second thought. But if you don't, you can get them to join much easier, essentially. Which is how this whole thing starts. Because, like again, at the beginning, he mentions that he. So this is interesting. He has yet to see Osiris. Like, why did he think that Osiris would be here in the first place, unless Feora was describing the cult in a way that it isn't? Because Osiris has never been like Osiris wasn't the founder of the cult. Osiris
No,
was not never. I mean, Osiris was here literally once before, like 100 years ago or whatever, whenever that was. But the fact that like he thought that Osiris would be here, kind of like it makes me think that the way Feora was maybe explaining this to people and how she was like drawing people in was, yeah, he's here. Our prophet is here, and he's the one who,
on Mercury. Yeah.
yeah, he's the one who founded this. He's the one who is directing us. He's the one, he's the one who's doing everything essentially. So like when Vance came here, he was like, "Well, where's Osiris?" And like he's not here. Weird, right? So he must have thought that he would be here. Um, and also like he clearly has read the texts, the prophecies, but this was when he just first joined. So he either was like stationed elsewhere before Mercury, but this is the first time he came to Mercury, and he didn't know Feora. He specifically says that he didn't recognize. He should have known like from her tone, but he didn't. So he's never heard her speak. Essentially, um, he's. Oh, did we? I didn't mention it, but like he's blind. He can't see, so he didn't see her clearly, or hear her before. Um, and it works. The preaching works. The way she like constructs all of this is very, very manipulative and creepy. And there's a few things that she says that is concerning. For example, this
To put it
one.
mildly.
Yes. Osiris tells us that the darkness will return, that the darkness will rise and choose its champions. This is literally in the comic. And I have actually saved that page of the comic. Thank you, Raf.
Yes.
I keep meaning to scan it.
This is Osiris having a prophecy in the middle of nowhere. Well, in the middle of simulated Mars, whatever. And Sagira is like, "Hello, can you hear me?" And he's like just reciting the prophecy. And he says, "Darkness will rise and choose its champions." That is literally exactly the same thing that Feora said. The problem with this is that this was done after Curse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this chapter is happening around D1. So, what? What's happening?
Yeah. The comics kind of like
Yeah.
it's hard to treat it as like a proper source because
Yeah.
of the context it exists in.
But also,
that
is what Osiris has always claimed. So,
yeah.
that's
So
not
like
like
that first bit, yeah, okay.
that's yeah. That's a very specific, like it's literally exactly the same sentence. So,
Mhm.
you know. Also interesting, we must look beyond ourselves and beyond the city. This ended up being true. And it also ended up being true that the traveler cannot save us, that we have to save the traveler. Specifically what's
But it's
happening
like the way
now.
that she's like warping
Yes.
what that means.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so she means we, as in we, the followers. Like, the whole thing of the cult is kind of like we know the truth, and everyone who exiled Osiris rejected that truth, and they will get their dues, and they will learn to regret the fact that they did that, and then we will come along and we will save them, and they will realize, and then
And they
you will
will see.
realize
Yeah.
what you've done. Which is again why he says specifically, like, why would we be saving them? I mean, they did this in the first place, and then she kind of uses that to spiral into this sermon, which works for all of the people. Like, they end up like cheering for her at the end, and they're called a herd. So yeah, like,
The language that they use is very
yes,
Christian.
yes,
Like it's very
yes.
like even proselytizing and stuff like that. It's very intentionally
Yeah,
that kind
aspired
of,
chapel,
like,
proselytizing.
vibe.
It's on
Of,
purpose.
like, of those kind of like really out there kind of like very insular
Yeah.
Christian cults. Like,
Yes. That is 100% on purpose.
yeah,
100%. Fear is a seed of darkness. That is also correct now that we know that darkness is about motion and stuff.
but not in the way that she means it. Again,
Yes.
like,
Yep. Exactly. And also, obviously, she knows that, like, she saw him show up to Mercury. Again, this proves that, like, he just arrived. Although, obviously, he's read the prophecies at some point before this.
Mhm.
But,
well, I mean, he's Brother Vance at this point. Like,
yeah.
he's already part of the cult.
Yeah, he might have
wherever
been a
else it
part.
exists.
That might actually explain why, if he knew the EDZ temple,
Mhm.
that this is maybe, like, why he knew about it.
Where he's come from, yeah.
And then he, like, decided to get to Mercury. But, like, again, he didn't know Feora, so it's strange stuff. I mean, again, that might show that, like, she was just on Mercury. I don't think she's left Mercury in all those years.
No,
So that
because
will
she
be,
can't abandon her post, right?
yes, except she will.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that.
We'll see.
That's about it. This is just to show that, like, how much they've changed since the previous chapter, and how she is leading the cult, and how she basically ropes in people.
Yeah,
Because, like,
like
they've
allows herself a smirk and a brief chuckle.
yeah,
like,
yeah, it's very it's incredibly manipulative. It's incredibly like, in a way that cults are. Any, like, religious like, specifically that type of religious devotion is like the culty one.
Mhm.
And this is like basically how he properly joined, like how he ended up on Mercury, because again, he was about to leave because he got bored of waiting for something to happen. But then Fiora appeared and is like, that's it. She
Vance is like,
succeeds.
where's Osiris?
Yeah, it's
and-
such a bizarre.
Clara shows up and she's like, you don't need Osiris when I'm here.
Yeah, and, like, again,
Maybe if
it's
you're very good, you'll get to meet him at some point.
yeah, it's just such a bizarre like, idea that he thought that Osiris would be here, because that 100% means that whatever Feora is telling people is not is this, like, it's deception on purpose to make people think that, like, oh, if you come here you will actually get, like, properly introduced into the cult and everything. Hi Drew. Yeah, I do have cat ears on the hoodie.
Lily made a joke half an hour before the stream, and now me and Bella both got cat ears on.
Yes, Lily did this to me, and I was like, well, now I have to make cat ears before the stream, and I did. They're from cardboard, and they are black and yellow. They are taped in with not taped in. They are, like, I have, like, a little thread on them. That's
Mine
about
are
it.
made out of scraps of the Vance hoodie.
We are pillaging this thing. Also, like, this preparation for the second coming, man, it's literally just. It's like we followed the prophet here to facilitate, because, like, they did. This is technically true, except he didn't want them to do that.
Mhm.
So it's just warping the little what happened last chapter into whatever the fuck is going on here. Also, Mercury will sing when day finds night and will direct it. This is still
Sing?
unexplained.
Like music? Like tones?
Yeah, this is still unexplained. Also, this like all of this is unexplained. Like whatever she's saying here, the spires of Mercury shall be filled with the glory of the traveler. What? Their light will shine against the long shadow when darkness reaches out to snuff the sun. It reaches to snuff out the sun. What? Like obviously, a long shadow will come to Mercury and will snuff out the sun because, you know, the pyramid will be in front of the sun. But like none of this makes sense. We don't know what this means at all. Like not even remotely. Something like yeah, yeah, sure, you can watch later. Yes, we did read the twid at the beginning with the lore.
Wait,
Twid. It's such a
I'm
stupid
not
word.
calling
It's such
it
a
that.
stupid word.
like twab was silly, but like
Yeah.
at least it sounds okay.
Yeah. That's basically. There's not much else here other than like. I mean, we can go into the cultist brainwashing if anyone is interested, but. I actually wrote down in my notes cultist brainwashing. Yay. Yeah. That's what happened here. Basically just like kind of like a parallel to the previous chapter to show how much has changed since Osiris has been here. And a lot has changed to the worse. Pretty much. Next one. Reflections. This is, I guess, his journal or something.
I was just gonna say, cult of personality. There's a chapter title is like worth
Yeah.
noting as well,
Yes.
because like that's what she is doing.
Yes.
Like it's not about Osiris at that point. She's just
Yeah.
using him
It's her personality at this point.
yeah, not his.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And she's very much in charge of everything.
Mhm.
Which will make certain situations later very peculiar because of this.
Mhm.
And Reflections is very interesting name as well because Reflections.
Yep, there is.
Of Osiris, but this is Reflections. This is Osiris, Vance's diary, I guess. We only get a few entries. We don't know what's in between them or before them. But like the fact that it starts with 3 kind of shows that like it's pretty quickly after he appeared. So this is like the numbers of the entries are kind of a timeline, not entirely direct, but it does give us a little bit of insight of like how quickly this whole thing happens. I believe.
Yeah.
Reflections. I don't know why I have this like heavy sigh before every chat.
It's the sound that you put in your clown wig.
Yeah, it's the clown outfit with the cat ears. Okay, entry 3. My days since arriving at this sanctuary have been blessed with acceptance and tranquility. Healthy debate regarding the teacher's words is welcomed and appreciated. We all seek to understand the light and the necessity for darkness. Sister Feora has fawned over my interpretation of the texts. She said I could see what others could not. She has opened my mind to the consideration that my condition is a blessing rather than a curse. Time will tell. Not now. Entry 8. Our peace was disrupted today by an assault from the warmongering cabal at our doorstep. I was ushered to safety at the top of the spire by Liana, one of our warlock sisters. Without a moment's notice, she jumped straight into the fray and began to push our intruders back. During the battle, something strange occurred. Liana was fighting near insurmountable odds, based on the amount of ammunition I heard discharged, and she was overcome. Of course, she was resurrected by her ghost, but the spire reacted. There was a hum, a timbre consisting of 2 distinct resonating tones, one smooth and warm, the other sharp and cold. I thought I could have imagined it through the ringing of gunfire, but it was most certainly there. It was almost imperceptible, and I thought merely a coincidence until it happened again. Ermac, the other warlock and student of the Dawnblade, was also temporarily disposed of. The roar of the Colossus' slug launcher tearing through Ermac's flesh was unmistakable, but so was the tone that followed. I have to know more. We were able to withstand their incursion, but not without suffering a few casualties. Now we must prepare for a funeral, but my thoughts are dominated by that mysterious tone. Perhaps later we can try to replicate it. Entry 12. After explaining the phenomenon to Sister Feora, she has recruited the warlocks to participate in Thanatic death trials, in the hopes to recreate the hum and gain some clarity into its purpose. During these trials, I had others accompany me to the top of the spire to see if they too could hear the tones. None were able to ascertain much. It seems one would need to be musically inclined or have some training, and the weight has fallen on me to decipher the code. I can't be sure of the intent, but I am certain of the cause. Every time one of our warlocks sacrificed themselves, the same resonance would reverberate through my ears. What does it mean, and what purpose does it serve? Is the spire, in fact, an instrument? I need to expand my research further and see what tones the structure is capable of producing. Entry 22. Through countless debates, I have received permission to broaden the scope of my inquisition. We have designs to organize something more formal. Launching under the guise of a tournament or competition, we are leveraging contacts we've made to repurpose some weaponry as bounty. The Guardians are already killing themselves in Shax's Crucible. I proposed making our version more exclusive to draw out only the most adept fighters with the strongest connection to the light. We can make them purchase entry to further fund our studies. They will literally pay for the privilege to kill each other for our rewards. I've stumbled onto something grand. I will do whatever it takes to get the answers I seek, just as Osiris would. Should he ever return, I imagine he will be quite proud and pleased to meet me.
Ah,
About that. We'll get to that one. The tones mentioned. Okay, so first, just one thing. This? What the fuck? When I am in an ableism competition and my opponent is Sister
God.
Feora, that's insane to me. What did she tell him? Like, she told him something that made him think that being blind is a blessing rather than a curse. I am I'm baffled by like this, like, adds to the previous stuff we were talking about with Feora, that she's incredibly manipulative, and the she's like she's just not normal. Like, this is not a normal thing to say to someone like that, like to anyone really, but like it's entirely manipulative, kind of like like before you were in the cult you thought that this was a curse, but now that you're with us we will open like you to the consideration that it may be actually beneficial to you, which is I mean that's insane. That's an insane thing to say. And again, we don't know what exactly she said, but like clearly I think it contributed to what that like he thought that like he can hear the tones because of that, like he's blind and like he's good with other stuff, so
It's almost like he's been brainwashed or something.
yeah. It's completely insane to say that.
Yeah,
like
the setting we are in does not particularly regard disability as a.
yeah,
It's not like an inherently negative thing.
yeah, and it's
People don't-
easier to
People
deal
don't
with.
talk about it like this.
Yes, people don't talk about this in this way, and also like there are accessibility tools. We'll actually see one
Yeah.
here, and so
Yeah.
it doesn't make any, like, obviously it makes some difference. Clearly it's a disability.
Yeah,
but
it's not like
it's
it's not treated in the setting of Destiny.
Yes.
At this point in time,
as
a like, oh, it's a curse.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really old-fashioned way of thinking about it.
yeah,
It's a very manipulative way of thinking about
Yeah.
it.
And
like the phrasing of it is like she has told him that.
yeah, and like I know that he probably had like some. I mean, it's a disability. He must have had some
It's
issues with.
it will have caused him problems.
Yes, but
But it's the way in which it is like handled by other people
yeah.
that makes a big difference.
So that's just, it makes me completely, like, it's just like, when you read that and you're kind of like, wait a minute, what? like for that, that's why I mentioned earlier, because I forgot to mention that like he's blind. That's why it's important, because like if you don't know, you don't know what he's talking about, but like he's talking about the fact that he's blind.
Mhm.
And that Feora was like, yeah, you know what, this is good for you. Huh? Like insanity. Um, adds to the Feora is more insane than him thing that we said earlier.
Mhm.
And then I mean, we don't know like what's the time between these, but like it should be like I mean he wasn't writing one entry per year or something, so like this is pretty close. Something happens, they get attacked. The warlocks are like, let's defend the lighthouse. They die during the battle. And the lighthouse reacts with the tones, and he's the only one who hears them. And obviously he does. At this point, he doesn't know like what's going on, because it's the first time that he's heard them. And the way it's described as well is like, so it's like a note that has two tones. One is smooth and warm, and one is sharp and cold. So like it's like a single musical note essentially that has these two tones. One is smooth and warm, one sharp and cold, which is very interesting. And it repeats with the other guy as well, with the other warlock. We must prepare for a funeral, but my thoughts are dominated by the mysterious stone. Somebody died, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah, somebody died, but who give a shit? Like,
Yeah, I have a note in my notes. It's just that is like highlighted, and I wrote normal. like, somebody suffering a few casualties. There's a funeral, however, the tones.
yeah, like he genuinely just does not give a shit.
Brother meows. Fuck. Yeah, he's at this point it's the autism has been triggered. So
Mhm.
yeah. Oh no. Anyway, yeah. Literally, congrats on the blindness champ. Jesus. Yeah. It's
Yeah, like that's the vibe. It's like it's really grim.
it's really fucking grim. Like the
Like,
fact
that's
that she
the way
said that.
horrendous people talk about disability now.
Yeah,
You know, like
yeah.
it's very much a flag of this is not an okay thing. This is not a good way to talk about this.
Yes. Like no matter what you think about any of the characters, like this is
Yeah.
distinctly like Feora is very
She's
much
not
in
a
the wrong.
good person.
Yes. But yeah, the tones, like at this point, he's like once he's heard them and like no one else can hear anything. Again, as I said, like the autism has been activated. Like this is the only thing he can think about now, because to him this is like, oh, this is now my purpose here. Like I've not like because he doesn't have anything else in the cult that will distinguish him from other people, but this is, and I mean it is because no one else can hear them. But like,
Sorry,
yeah.
another thing about Sister Feora is that we've come to discover that she targets people who are vulnerable.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that later, probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, most likely, yeah. She really does.
She knows what she's doing.
Yes, that actually like because in this situation, we only saw her interacting with Vance essentially. We didn't see anything else until Season of the Deep, which is baffling. But that, yeah, that we will mention that because that's really kind of important. Actually, one of the reasons why we were reading that in the first place.
Yeah.
Because something is going on with Feora. That
Still.
Yes, that we don't know about why this is being mentioned at this point in time.
Mhm.
And anyway, he explains this obviously to Feora, and they have these thanatotic death trials. So the warlocks are just like flinging themselves off the lighthouse, I guess, and dying repeatedly. And I think this is why he calls them that's why he ends up calling it trials because this is the way it's referred to here. Like during these trials, I had others accompany me to the top of the spire to see if they so they try seeing if anyone else can hear the tones, and no one does. He thinks this is because he has musical training. So like the reason he hears them is because he knows music. And
There's my heavy sigh.
why?
You know why?
Yeah, but like this is really interesting because he is actually like a musically trained.
Yes, he is.
Like he's not just like, oh, I like music. He actually has the musical training.
Like knows music theory and everything.
Yes, and like has all the like terminology and everything. So it might be because of that, but I don't think that's why he heard them. I think that I think he was targeted specifically because because of the final chapter, the infamous two words that are driving us insane because we don't understand why this is a thing. But it seems like this. It could be like just like it could be just that, but I think there's something more sinister here. We don't know why though, which is again one of the reasons why I believe it should be. Satana said the forbidden words. This is why one of the reasons why I think this should be resolved at one point, just like Asher, Sloan, and like everything else regarding to for like the missing planets. I think it should be resolved at one point, hopefully soon. So yeah, he hears that. Is Aspire in fact an instrument? Is it? Maybe it is possible, but like he decides that he needs to know more about this.
An instrument can also mean a tool.
Yes, it can. A tool for
Oh.
what?
For what?
A tool for
Indeed.
what?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's what he means in this particular context.
Oh yeah, no.
Like,
No.
Yeah. It could be like a double meaning in the end, like overall, like it's an bizarre, but like because it's bizarre, he's like, I need to know more because clearly something is happening. Although like when I was first reading that, like back in Arrivals, when I was reading that, like when I was getting the tabs, I was like, he's just imagining things, right? Like because of who he is and all this stuff with the cult and shit, like your first thought may be like he's just hearing things, or like he's just inventing things like to make this into a thing that he can like talk to Osiris about. However, that is not the case.
We
are
also
real.
know that other people have heard them.
Yes, though much later.
Including Saint.
Yes, much later. And then there's entry 22, and like obviously they've had they needed to like, so his idea was he proposed the idea to make a competition, a tournament, because obviously guardians have to die repeatedly over and over somewhere near, like in the vicinity of the lighthouse or connected to the lighthouse somehow, to produce more tones. And like, how do you get that? Like, you're not going to be just asking guardians, hey, can you go to Mercury to die a lot? Like, maybe somebody would do that.
Like, you'll get the cult ones to do it.
Yeah, you will get the cult, but like he wanted like
probably fix some notes too, but you'd have to tell them why.
Yeah, and you would have to get like you would need a lot more than they can, like the two guardians can produce. And obviously you're not going to get volunteers. I mean, I would volunteer, but he would need a lot more than that to make sure that like that he gets like a wide range of possible tones and to like see if there's anything else going on. So the idea was to create a tournament that is connected to the lighthouse, and also one of the biggest things was that the tournament had to be exclusive. Like it had to have some kind of mystery and prestige to make sure that only the best guardians would show up, and also that since they needed money to fund studies, so guardians would not pay for tickets if this wasn't something special, right? Like they wouldn't. Nobody would pay for this if they could just like go to the Crucible, right? So this had to be like a prestigious event and had like really cool rewards, which it did, because a lot of people did go there to get the cool rewards. I mean, people still love the armors from that time, because they're very unique and very cool looking. So that was all very much planned. Like it looks cool and mysterious because he needed guardians to show up to this tournament. This is why we needed the Thanatonauts. Yeah, exactly. But like he would need hundreds of them.
Like a ridiculous number of them.
Yeah, and he would have to tell them like what he's doing, and that was not something that the cult wanted to reveal, I think.
Yeah.
Especially later, he was genuine like, no, no one can know about this because of things. They will literally pay for the privilege to kill each other for our rewards, and like, I mean, they are rewards. People really like those rewards.
Mm-hmm.
Guardians will do anything for a sick hat. Yeah, literally, that's what he says. Like, they will literally kill each other for this. Which, I mean, we are doing that. I spent a lot of time in trials trying to get the sets. So, god damn it. Um, got me there, I guess. I've stumbled on something grand. Yeah, literally. I mean, there are literally people who only play trials and nothing else in Destiny. So, insane. And then obviously the weird religious shit with Osiris. Let's move on. Because like, also like, should he ever return?
Yeah.
So like, he still thinks that Osiris is supposed to be here in the lighthouse. Like,
And
you
also,
know.
like, he's never been back.
Yeah, yeah. And then I imagine he will be quite proud and pleased. Like, I mean, in a way, I think Osiris did like, because Osiris was interested in that research. He was just very,
Not
very,
that
very
it
concerned
existed, yeah.
and very, very, very afraid of what's going on. So,
Understandably so.
yes. And also, this is the last time Feora is mentioned chronologically.
Mhm.
So this is trials started in House of Wolves. This is when they established House of Wolves. Established trials in House of Wolves. That was the second expansion in 2015. Yes. So you have Vanilla D1, you have Dark Below, and then House of Wolves, and then that was the second part of the year one. So in 2015, just before Taken King, and we have this. So like, she helped him set that up, and that's corroborated in D1's lore about trials, where again, we mentioned that earlier, Sister Feora sends like a letter to Vance telling him, yeah, we set it up in the reef, you'll go there, we have like contacts, you can be, like, no one's gonna bother us about it in the reef, and
nobody will know what we're really up to.
yeah, and no what we're really up to, and you will tell Guardians your story, haha, tell them something. And this, which is why he was lying to Guardians, because the tournament had to be exclusive and prestigious and mysterious and cool to make Guardians want to pay for the privilege to kill each other for the research. And that's why he was saying weird shit in D1, which is the explanation for why there are weird voice lines that are not true, because he was lying. The bro was lying.
Yeah, go to the reef, tell Guardians your story, give passage to any Guardian that requests it. If the Tower learns of this, do not fear. If they know of the trials, the Tower will not suspect your other motive for dwelling so close to the margins between light and dark.
Yep.
Your sister, Feora.
Yep. Normal.
Mhm.
Another normal one from Feora. And
basically, she said, go to the reef because the Tower can't do shit about it.
yes, and because, margins of light and dark.
Mhm.
Because what they're doing is on the margins of light and dark. Very,
Margins?
yeah, very directly so. But yeah, this is in, and after this, there is no mention of her ever again. Until, well,
The only other thing we have is one of the Kairos function armor pieces.
yes, has her, like, quote from her book.
Yeah.
Which
And, like, that's it.
is just something that she's done in the past, obviously, but it's not
Yeah,
telling us
theories on the
anywhere.
text, that's it.
Yes, it's not telling us anything about her whereabouts. And obviously, like,
Yeah.
in this part, her whereabouts are in the lighthouse, and she's obviously writing to Vance, I guess, from the lighthouse. But, and like, she's the leader. She's the leader, who is very, very, very concerned, and she cares a lot about her position. And then she disappears from the lore. So in House of Wolves. And she reappears in lore, chronologically, 8 years later.
And we've like no idea what she's been doing in the meantime.
Yeah, we have no idea what she's been doing in the meantime. We have no idea why she abandoned her position. When I was reading, so before Deep and everything, I just assumed that she died because she was old. She must have been old because she was there when Osiris was exiled. And at that point, she must have been like at least like a minimum like 30 years old. She
Yeah.
had to have been to be like in that position that she was in. Maybe even
Yeah, and
older.
even with the extended lifespans,
Yeah,
like
she. It's like we just don't know. But like, and I thought like I mean, she died of old age, and Vance didn't mention it because tones. Um, yeah, very normal and not at all concerning. Then my second idea was like maybe she changed her mind. Like it can happen. Like people can just like lose
mhm.
faith. Something occurred and she just stopped believing and left because one person is mentioned leaving, one of the warlocks. Um, so I was like, well, yeah, then she left. But when she returns, it proves that she's alive and that she's still a part of the cult. So where was she? Why wasn't she in the lighthouse? Why wasn't she like being the leader? Because Vance is considered the leader. As a matter of fact, a lot of people think that he was the leader for a very long time, like that he was the leader guy. But he wasn't a leader for that long. Like at the very least, it's from this point on until he disappeared.
Mhm.
It's like a few years. Meanwhile, Feora has been there for like a century or whatever. So it's just very very strange. And obviously before Season of Deep, I just thought like she either died or she like lost faith or who cares, like whatever. But then she
But
reappears.
she's
And
not, she's not the main character of
yeah,
this.
yeah,
Of this
she has
novel.
again. She has that grimoire from D1, 3 chapters here, and text on Kairos function. That's it. Like not even just like a full lore tab, just like the
Yeah,
flavor text.
just the flavor
So that's
text.
4
Yeah.
lore tabs and the flavor text. That's the extent of her character. And then Season of the Deep happens and she returns. Like in the actual real time. She is
Mhm.
currently in the city. And she's still a follower of Osiris. Sorry, a
Hassling
cultist.
someone who should not be being hassled.
Yes. So that's very weird, but like this is the last time she's mentioned. So the
Yeah.
next chapter, she like again, she's not gonna be mentioned in this entire lore book for like at all anymore. It's
Mhm.
just Vance, and like I guess he's leading them now, and for reasons like she would not like given how she behaved, she would not just let someone else take over.
Yeah.
She
So
would not.
who knows what's happening with that? We'll find out.
And yeah, I think that there is some kind of a setup being done, but we don't
Yeah.
know yet which one because very very peculiar about her specifically because like nobody knows who she is literally like who knows who the hell this person is. I clicked something accidentally. Oops. Okay. Nobody knows her. Why would you return her? Unhinged my mind genuinely. I unhinged because like I was like I was always unhinged about the cult, but like I kind of forgot about them because like they haven't been relevant. Who cares? Like it's been years. I mean, I still want to know what happened to Mercury, but it's been years. Um, and then in Deep, out of nowhere, hey, by the way, Fiora is in the city. Why? Why are you telling me this? Like, there must be a reason why they told us this. We're too close to the end of the game for something to
Yeah.
mean nothing. That's Ikora's words. So, uh, okay. Next, um, we're gonna play some trials.
Mhm. But
Uh,
first, we've got some new brackets.
Yes. So this is again. I literally have one of my notations just brackets question mark. Why is this called ambition with these brackets in particular is unknown to me. I don't know what this means.
This is the only one that's got these brackets.
Yes, this is the only one that's using these brackets, but these brackets have been used a few times for different things. So and a few of them are specifically Savathun. In Books of Sorrow and in Empress, this is what she uses to interject the text when she's like writing shit in Oryx's diary, and in Empress lore book with Keitel when she admits that she's the one who corrupted Unarath. She uses these brackets, but they were used. I believe they were used somewhere else as well, completely unrelated.
Mm-hmm.
Why were they used here? I don't know, but one of the reasons why I always think about Sabaton is because of the word ambition. because of what she says about ambition,
Yeah.
specifically about Zebu. Like, has she no ambition of her own? This is 100% not a connection, but
Yeah.
that is the
It's
only thing.
We've not seen these brackets used consistently for anything else. So,
Yes.
and it doesn't super make sense for it to be here either.
Yeah, it
But-
really doesn't.
They don't use brackets for no reason.
Yeah. So these brackets must
So there's
mean
something there.
something, but we have no idea of knowing what it really means unless we get any new revelations about this very normal guy who we're dealing with here. So complete weird, just like a weird addition here.
Yeah, it's quite a long page, this one as well.
Trials. It's a lot of dialogue though,
Mhm.
but it's trials.
In my book, it is 3.5 pages.
It's on my A4 paper is 2. Okay. Another one of the signs. Because it's just like, okay. Ambition. With brackets. Unknown brackets. They are so eager to tear each other apart for guns and cloth, Brother Vance sighed. The early trials match ran its course. A hunter, cloaked in light grey and clutching Drang, pressed one hand to a bullet wound in his gut and slumped into cover. He winced as his ghost spun light into the wound, slowly weaving flesh together and extracting the bullet. He checked the remaining ammunition in his sidearm. 2 hostile guardians stalked his position in pincer formation and pinned him with suppressing fire. Blood money runs cheap these days, Vance continued. He shifted towards the frame next to him. Don't you think, Cheska? Perhaps the presented motive is flawed. CH3-5KA, Rokoko Cheska, a repurposed Red Jack, an assistant to Vance, had expressed hesitation about their endeavor. It had expressed hesitation about using its uplink to patch into the Crucible monitoring system. It had expressed hesitation about the strangely coded subroutine running in the Lighthouse Spire's architecture. Some level of anxiety, Vance would jab, was intrinsic to Red Jack programming. In the Crucible, Lord Shax guides new lights with positivity, and Vance nodded for a moment before interrupting. Most Guardians care only for power and glory. That is what makes Osiris so unique. Meaning drives us, understanding, knowledge. These are the marks of our work's importance. Gunshots rang through the arena's capture devices. Cheska's commentary singled in on the hunter, last remaining of his fireteam. The hunter twirled from their cover, propelled by a burst of light, and flicked a trip mine grenade under the assailant on his left. The explosion killed her instantly, allowing the hunter to shift and rattle off 3 rounds, Vance noted, towards his other opponent. 1 round struck the Guardian's helm and ricocheted off, splitting his visor. The hunter squeezed the trigger again, which responded with an ineffectual click. The split-helm Guardian rushed him. The sandy lighthouse alcove they had repurposed as observation room was abuzz with Cheska's match analysis and an inconspicuous droning. The hunter dropped his sidearm and reached for a slung fusion rifle, but the rushing Guardian struck him solidly with a fist full of lightning. The droning hum shifted somewhat lower. Vance straightened against his chair back at the frame's vibrant description of Guardians spinning deeper into ruthlessness. He could feel a crescendo hanging just moments ahead. He noted the resonant murmur undulating through his skin and into his bones. Downed and stunned, the hunter struggled to stand. The split-helm Guardian towered above him, pulled a hand cannon and slowly discharged every single chamber. The hum spiked. Fireteam eliminated, Cheska stated blankly, though Vance could barely hear its words. The victor stood over the hunter's bullet-ridden corpse, and the lighthouse sang to Vance. The hunter's ghost compiled into existence over his guardian's body. I didn't do this. Someone needs an edited adjustment, the ghost sneered. The victorious guardian craned his head towards the ghost. He raised his hand cannon and sunk trigger to frame. The revolver's cylinder rotated, the hammer fell, and the piece gave off a heavy, empty click. Are you crazy? Brother Vance, I believe a ghost is in danger. It is against sanction C21 to harm a Lightbearer's ghost. Vance tuned the frame out. turning his ear instead to various audio playbacks from the match. He listened to distinguish gun caliber, light affinity, and fireteam movements as the hum's tone changed. He traced them through sound cues and shouted disembodied announcements. He pinpointed each variable for which he could account and directed Cheska to capture every analytic scrap. The Guardian dropped a round into the cylinder and spun it lazily. Let's find out. The hunter's ghost discharged a pulse of light, blinding the Guardian and raising the hunter. The risen hunter swift drew a cannon of light, as if reactively defending his ghost. He cracked off a single golden shot from his flame-licked weapon. The shot pierced its target and sent ash snaking into the air. The lighthouse played Vance a new song. It hummed deeper than before. He took in the sensation as low bass rolled through his chest. The hums grew dull, darker, as if born from death. Vance sat straight up, spine rigid, with a wide smile on his face. He composed a harmony of similar tones in his mind, tracking their down-pitched trajectory with anticipation. He thought of Osiris, how his research had led him down less traveled routes, through less practiced methods. The knowledge that Vance alone could interpret these tones focused his work and narrowed his inhibitions. Purpose persuades. Cheater, Cheska blurted out. Match call misalignment. Vance's response ducked the conversation to start his own. I heard the light bend. The lighthouse reached out to their guardian when they died, and their light reached back. They are harmonious. Cheska picked up his line of thought, adding, anomaly detected. There has been a transmission from the lighthouse. Uplink time, 0.00019 seconds. A random artifact, nothing more. Conclude this match. Archive the recordings. There is much to do. Match call misalignment. Of course, we cannot abide cheating. Give the match to the team with the incinerated one. If you believe that to be best. Vance tilted his head at Cheska's biting tone. It was sharp, unlike the lathering hum of the lighthouse, unlike peaceful static from the structure's subroutine channels. The frame was starting to sound like Liana, her doubt. Deliver the prizes to the victors. You are no longer needed here.
I don't think he's normal.
The incinerated one kills me every time.
The which one?
The incinerate. Give the match to with the incinerated one. He just doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't give a shit at all. I know that the frame was like, if you believe that to best, but like that is who won. Like that guy won. He was just an asshole. So he was shooting at the dead corpse, which is something that Trials players do.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ghost reacted, and the guy didn't. The guy wasn't supposed to use the golden gun on him. That was actually like wasn't cheating. I mean, technically it was cheating, but
the match was over at that point.
Yeah, the match was over at that point, so that shouldn't have happened. He was correct. However, he did not give a shit. So genuinely, just like he's not here for the match.
He's like, shut up, Cheska. I don't care who's cheating. The lighthouses are making a weird noise.
Yeah, literally the whole time, he's just not. He doesn't talk to the frame. Actually, interesting. One thing that's interesting. So the frame, the Red Jack, Cheska, is there as accessibility tool essentially, because like he can hear what's happening in the matches, but he doesn't know who's doing what because he can see. So the frame is actually telling him which team is doing what. Like it narrates the match for him, which is a very neat little detail, I think.
It's cool.
It's cool.
But he doesn't care.
Yeah, he just
because
genuinely this
like
the frame is talking about positivity, and he's like nods and interrupts.
Yeah,
it's so fun. It's actually genuinely. It's like just genuinely like incredibly funny to me. He doesn't like Guardians. You can see this from here. Like he just they're just here to. I mean, again, he's only interacting with PvP players, so that's not giving him the correct.
It's his own fault.
Yeah, it's not giving him the correct like span of all Guardians, but like he's very clearly not. Also at the beginning as well, they're so eager to tear each other for guns and cloth. Like when that's the only thing you see from Guardians, what else would you think?
Yeah.
And then obviously he's
it's
comparing.
Like one, right? Like...
Yeah, he's comparing with Osiris, who is like so unique. He's only here for understanding and knowledge, as if Osiris has never been in any kind of a fight. There is, so there's something here, like a strangely coded subroutine running in the lighthouse. So, like they did something to like patch into the lighthouse somehow, and it ends up sending some sort of it ends up sending some sort of a signal
Sure,
anomaly.
that's fine.
Yeah. I never understood if Vance dismissed this just to shut up the frame, or if he didn't know, like, what this
I
really is.
don't think he thinks it matters. I don't think he. I don't think he think. I don't think he knows. No,
Yeah. So so there's like two possible options here. That like
because he's
this.
so like warped by.
Yeah. He only cares about the musical tone.
Yeah,
Whatever
like
this.
he's not really connecting it.
Yeah. Yeah. So but this clearly shows there is something physical going. Like there is something detectable going on.
Yeah.
It could also be like a recording of the tones,
Mhm.
and that maybe he's just like dismissing the frame so that the frame doesn't look into more things, like doesn't reveal what they're actually doing. But it also feels like this isn't the bit that interested him, which is very weird because I would say that like this would be quite a good proof
Yeah.
that there's something going on. This is not this bit has not been explained at all. Like
Mhm.
we don't know what this uplink was and what it transmitted.
Like what are the Vex doing?
Yes, it might be something with the Vex.
You
It
know,
could
like
be.
is it trying to understand paracausality thing and he's feeding it
Yeah,
with the
yeah, that's what I
cells?
think.
Is it like
Because, man, so it'll be in the next chapter. It'll be a little bit more clear. But the the lighthouse reacts to the light,
Mhm.
especially here when the Guardian kills someone with a golden gun.
With
So
a
like with a
super?
super,
Yeah.
it kills someone with the light itself. The lighthouse reacts differently, and it reacts. You know, the hums grow dull and darker as if born from death. That is so like the lighthouse is having this sort of. It's almost like the lighthouse is processing paracausality,
Mm-hmm.
and
Don't
whatever's
like
going on
that.
here, yeah, whatever's going on here is like giving information
And
to
sending it
yes,
somewhere.
and sending it somewhere. And since they were made by the Vex, it might be the Vex. They're maybe also sending it somewhere further than the Vex,
Mm-hmm.
because as we speculated in the first chapter, it is possible that there was something else involved. He's got mega tunnel vision, literally mega tunnel vision. He
Well, not quite literally.
yeah, obviously. Um, but yeah, especially like this is here where he like literally loses his mind. You know, the knowledge of Van could interpret his tones, focus his work, and narrow his inhibitions, and like purpose persuades. It's yeah,
Purpose, you say?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, the Guardians are literally like someone threatened a ghost.
Yeah.
And Vance tuned the frame out. Like, not my problem.
Yeah. And like the comment about Liana as well, it's kind of like, okay, well what happened there?
Yes.
Where's she gone?
So Liana was one of the warlocks who was initially experimenting with the tones. And like if the frame was starting to sound like Liana, her doubt. And I feel like Liana is the one person who left. So I was thinking
Yeah.
like if people were leaving while this was happening, maybe Feora left as well, but clearly not. Clearly she did not. At least not for the same reasons. She didn't leave because she was doubting.
Mhm.
Because but other people were, especially because like this is one of the warlocks, so it's a guardian who was probably very confused about what was going on at this point in time. Like because again, no one else could hear the tones when this was happening. So you can imagine like what other followers would be thinking. Like they don't know what he's
There's
doing.
also the like complete disregard for any of the Guardian safeties.
Yeah, entirely. Like guardians, ghosts, just none of that matters at all to him. It's just getting the research, like getting these tones and like learning what they are.
And like he even acknowledges that like the thing about inhibitions and stuff.
Yeah,
He's straight up like I cannot be bothered by this.
yeah. He knows. It's like he's not. He knows what's going on. Like
Yeah.
with his own purpose. It's essentially not like he doesn't realize it. He does, and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing else that matters at this point.
He just has to be like Osiris, that's all.
Yes, it has to be like Osiris, and man, Because he's thinking here that obviously, like, if he does present this to Osiris, Osiris will be like, "Oh my God, you discovered the greatest thing ever." And I mean, he did, but like that's not what Osiris wanted a random civilian to be doing in his name, essentially. Like that's what made Osiris kind of angry.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Just a little bit angry. Um, just a tiny bit. Um, also, mistake. I mean, not really a mistake. Doesn't have to be a mistake. But the sidearm, Drang, that's a D2 weapon. This is happening in House of Wolves. This hunter should not have Drang.
Oh wait, you're right. Help.
Yeah. Though Drang is like a model after like a
It's
golden
an old
age.
gun. Yeah.
Yeah, it was found on Nessus.
Yeah, something like that. So this
Yeah,
hunter could have been
yeah.
the
The exotic quest was on Nessus, and it
Oh.
was the crew from the crew.
Yeah. So, but like it is only in D2. It is. I mean, it's possible that this hunter just like the first person who had it or something. And but it's funny that like it's specified like which sidearm, and it's not a D1 sidearm. Even though this is happening during House of Wolves, and we know that because of the next chapter, which we'll read now. Next chapter involves Mara, and
Which gives it quite an interesting title.
yes, I was like, why? Like, generally, I started like googling every single word of this lore book just to make sure, because beguiled is like deceived,
Mm-hmm.
but like deceived in like a sneaky way, kind of.
The way that Riven does
Yes,
that's beguiling.
yes. So I'm like,
Usually almost a kind of like seductive, but not in a like romantic or whatever way.
yeah, like to trick someone,
Yeah.
like just purely
Like to ensnare someone, really.
yes. So I'm just because what Mara tells him is not tricking him. I mean, technically, we'll see. Because like it's not. She didn't like. There's no lies here or anything. That's why I'm like it's very confusing.
Mhm.
But beguiled. The condensation from the air vent dripped in a near perfect 4/4 time signature, a slow metronome, behind Brother Vance's shoulder. He nodded to the rhythm while he waited. She'll see you now. He felt more like a prisoner than an esteemed guest, but he also considered how rare the audience he'd garnered was. Vance expected the red carpet, or whatever the awoken equivalent of that is, to be rolled out for him. The information he'd amassed would surely warrant such pomp and circumstance. Perhaps after their conversation, the tone would shift. How could it not? The Queen's paladins escorted Brother Vance through the reef's interconnected tunnels. It was musky and due for a cleaning as far as his nose could observe. He always took note of the paths he'd traveled, a useful device in case of a need of escape. 2 rights, left, a doorway, a long hallway, 6 stairs, and another doorway. The air here was much clearer than Mercury, probably filtered, he assumed. The Queen of the Reef, Her Majesty Mara Sov, announced one of the paladins in a rather boisterous manner. There were others in the room, Vance noted. My lady, Vance said, paying her the obeisance he felt she deserved, genuflecting before her grace. Speak, she commanded. Was he a dog to her? Normal. I was hoping this would be more of a conversation than a presentation, Vance replied. He felt this was already off on the wrong foot. I do not have time to converse. Do you have something for me or not? I have a great many things, truths that must be acknowledged with ramifications reaching far beyond these walls. It requires your extraordinary insight. Then speak. Vance curled his lip and let out a low sigh. You seek something in return, Queen Mara, perceptive as always. I do. The information I have is extremely sensitive, and I ask the room be cleared until we've spoken. Queen Mara considered this, put her hand up, and locked eyes with Petra for a second. The room cleared out. We are alone. Say what you came here to say. I've discovered something quite disturbing, yet wholly revelatory. As you know, we've been running the trials for some time now. On Mercury, there exists a spire, one of many, that we've called the lighthouse. Inside, a two-toned note resonates whenever guardian death occurs. It's a strange and almost imperceptible sound, but I hear it as clearly as I hear your voice today. The tone tells me that guardians have dangerous potential within them. My queen. Why did you think I allow you to stay here? You believe you have occupied my reef without my knowledge or of the studies you conduct? How did you? Vance was awestruck. We know this truth. We are awoken. We are balance. Brother Vance, I would advise you to finish up your trials with a defter hand and to destroy all records of your findings. You've stumbled onto something too grand in scale for your comprehension. Keep this to yourself. Brother Vance's head hung low and his shoulders slumped. You know everything, and yet I have learned nothing beyond what I came here with. I would like some clarity. Queen Mara looked over Vance. While she didn't feel compassion toward him, his situation was unfortunate. Come closer. Vance's head slowly returned upright. Did he hear her correctly? Closer, I said. Vance took several steps up to her throne. The air around Mara seemed to shift. It was more elegant, crisp upon his tongue. Her words carried more cleanly through it somehow. I cannot offer you any clarity. The universe will reveal all when the time comes. There is, however, something you can do for me. Yes, anything. Vance was desperate to get back in her good graces. She leaned in, whispering near his ear. When you see our friend... When you see our friend...
Ah.
Ah! Aha! Oh ho ho! Who died?
Oh, boy.
Okay. So, what the fuck? What the hell is going on?
Bulbasaur.
Yeah. So he went, like, once he figured out what the tones were and stuff, he decided to go to Mara to tell her about his discoveries. Which is like, that's a bold move. And
And
the
to
fact,
be like, and my discoveries are so important that like they should be like bowing to me.
yeah, that's wild. And then like obviously like asking for the room to be cleared as well. Like these random paladins cannot hear about this. Like the fact that Mara like even accepted
Hmm.
and like had the patience for him is truly extraordinary. Like
Yeah.
because she would, like, she has better things to do. Like again, this is House of Wolves. This is how we know, because after House of Wolves, the Taken King is here, and she dies. So this cannot be happening after that. It has to be before the Taken King. So at this point, she is probably like working on coming up with a plan to take down Oryx, because at this point they know he's coming. Because Osiris had a vision, Ares knows about this, and the three of them are girl bossing to take down Oryx. So the fact that she was dealing with this is wild to me in the first place. But like, fine. Maybe she just like, let's deal with this guy, and maybe he leaves the reef forever. So like, there's not much going on. Like they just like kind of go back and forth. Like he's trying. He wants this to be like a huge thing where she confirms everything that he's like thinking, and then he like starts this presentation, and she's like, "Yeah, I know." I, is that it? And the thing that she says is very interesting, because it's kind of like people use this as it's like people say that this is like explains the tones forever, and like this is
It does not.
And like basically what she's telling him is that, you know, guardians have danger. Like the tones tell you that guardians have dangerous potential within them, aka that they can wield darkness as well as light. So there's two tones. One is soft
One
and
is light,
warm.
one is dark. Yeah.
Yes, one is sharp and cold. One is light. One is dark. The lighthouse reacts to when guardian dies. The lighthouse like reacts to that both aspects of paracausality in them. And also, this is also like kind of hinted us here. Like we know this truth that there is both light and dark because we are awoken. We are balance between light and dark. That's what the awoken are. They were created as a mix of light and dark. So you know. But there are problems with that. Yeah, so people were like, this is worthy. So this is like a hint that we will be using stasis in like 6 months, which that could be like a part of it. I do think that it's a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the question remains, why can the lighthouse made by the Vex detect Guardian paracausality? There has to be something else happening, because the light, like a Vex made structure, should not be able to do that.
Yeah, like they can't process paracausality. They
Yes.
don't understand it.
So the fact that like the lighthouse is literally tapping into it and reacting is bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be something else going on here. And also, in Immolant, Osiris will reveal that the pyramids and the anomalies of planets also produce the same tones as the lighthouses, and that like pyramids and anomalies are specifically the witnesses things. It's not just darkness as a whole. It specifically witnesses darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So it cannot just be, oh, this is just a hint. Again, like Occam's razor, the easiest explanation is that this is just a hint.
But then why would we have an entire law book about it, and why would it be
Yes.
so in depth about what's going on here?
Yes. And why would it continue after we get the darkness? Because Immolant is happening after we've acquired stasis.
Yeah.
Like hell, after Osiris's friends acquire stasis, like Eris, Drifter, Elsie, the young wolf. Like, if this, like, it is dangerous. And obviously this is in House of Wolves, so like it'll be years until this happens. But like when this was written, people are saying this is a hint to the players that it will be stasis.
It's like we knew that.
Yeah, and it's like it's. I think that's like a bit too like.
It's a bit disingenuous. It's a bit too easy.
Yeah, it's a bit like you wouldn't make a whole lore book for this one
Like
hint.
a
I
tab kind of
think.
thing.
Yeah, it would be like a lore tab or like something. Also, another very very interesting thing. The one thing that I was like saying, if I remember, and I did remember, I remembered.
You did remember. Yeah.
I remembered. So in Curse, when Vance appeared in D2, he got voice lines, and they never like added new voice lines. They never added new voice lines for any of the vendors.
Mm-hmm.
No, they did for Forsaken, for Cade being dead. Vance didn't get them because he didn't care about Cade. Genuinely, he didn't care about Cade. So, but like he never got any other voice lines. So we know that all the voice lines that he has are from when Curse launched. When Curse launched, he had a voice line in which he says that Queen Mara told him a secret that he's going to share with Osiris one day. And this is it. This is this. But there's 3 years between the voice line and this lore book.
Yep.
So the idea that he talked
So
to
Mara
Mara,
knew already
yes.
to tell him this.
Yeah, but like it's for us specifically, like
Mhm.
they had this idea that Mara spoke to Vance and told him something for Osiris. They wrote this
Mhm.
before Curse even, like obviously because they wrote this like years, like when they were writing for Curse. But like it launched in 2017, and then they waited 3 years to tell us what she told him. It's like this idea that they spoke together about something for Osiris was a very long standing thing that had to happen, essentially. Because they literally like wrote that voice line years back, like before they wrote this lore book. So clearly this conversation is important and has been important before they even told us what it was about. Which is another one of the bizarre kind of like Vance has to speak to Mara about something for Osiris, about a message for Osiris, is so important.
Mhm.
That has been hinted since literally Curse launched.
And it's also like
strange.
yes, this is how you do long form storytelling, right?
Yeah.
You leave all these little things, and then eventually you pick them up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You have contingencies for everything.
Yeah.
So that in 4 years' time, when you decide to take the story in a certain way, you've got stuff in
Already
place
seated.
that will make
Yeah.
it make sense in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
But like Mara told him this long before
Yeah.
Vance actually shared the message is the other thing.
Yes. And also, like, this is usually cool for stuff that's about bigger characters, because, like, Vance isn't a big character. Like, him specifically talking to Mara is just...
No.
Why do we have to know this in curse? Maybe it was just kind of like a throwback to, oh, he was in the reef back in D1. Haha, if you know, you know. But it was specifically like, Mara told me a secret, and I will tell Osiris one day. Which is what happens in this, yeah. And obviously, as Finn said, this is in House of Wolves. We know this because Mara is alive. Mara dies in The Taken King, so she cannot be saying this at any other point in time. And that's 5 years before What Gives Me Pause, which we read last time. And we read it last time because of this. It will get further explained when he actually does talk to Osiris. Spoilers, but he will talk to Osiris. And once he actually tells him the message, because we don't get the message here, obviously. But he will tell the message, and Mara told him a secret 5 years before that secret was actually... before that actually happened. So, like, when Mara is like, oh, I don't do predictions. I'm just cool. Bestie, you predicted this.
Yep.
Like, it's a very specific phrase about a very specific situation.
Specific thing.
Like, she didn't just tell him, like, oh, tell Osiris, I don't know, Mara says hi and he has things to do or something. No, it was a very specific phrase. Very specific sentence about a very specific item, about a very specific thing that he has to do 5 years in the future. And she told Vance.
Like, of all the people in the universe.
Like, as I said, like,
she
Osiris...
could have told Eris, you know?
Yeah, Osiris and Mara were, at this point in time, dealing with coming up with a plan to kill Oryx. Why didn't she just tell him? Probably because he would forget.
And we know from now, like, from Lost anyway, that, like, Osiris used to, like, ramble about Saint to her all the time. Like, they were close.
They were very close. She didn't even tell Sagira. She could have told Sagira, like, Sagira would remember. If not Osiris, because, like, saying such a random sentence... But, like, saying that to Vance, obviously, is... Because he would remember. Because he wants to meet Osiris.
Who?
So, like... And, like, specifically, she tells him, when you see our friend. Not if.
Mm-hmm.
When. That probably unhinged him, because, like, that's... You know... That's proof.
Confirmation.
Yes, that's proof that he will speak to Osiris one day, which, again, explains why he was just sitting in the lighthouse, waiting. Because Mara told him it will happen, and so he has to be there so he doesn't miss Osiris coming there.
What a loser. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's like, man, absolutely bizarre. And, like, again, she tells him, probably because she knows that this is the one person who will not forget about it. Because anyone else normal would be kind of like, Mara, what the fuck are you talking about, bestie?
Using his obsession.
Yes, using his obsession, yeah. To like, relay this message, to make sure.
It's like, makes sense, but also...
It makes sense,
There are easier ways to get him that message.
Exactly! Like... But, like, she must have known... she knew that she would be dead.
Mm.
Or she... I mean, there was like, she did suspect that she would probably die.
Of the plan.
Yeah, it's part of the plan. Like, part of her plan was, like, that she must die, and not be available for a while. If everything goes right. Like, if things went wrong, she would have just been dead. So...
Which, well...
Yeah, but, like, she could have told someone at the time, because she must have had contact with Osiris at that time. Literally. Like, at least to Sagira. Like, because Sagira she's a ghost. She can have a memo, you know? Like, alert Osiris in 5 years, right? But, no, she tells this guy. And that... I feel like she also, like, said that because he wouldn't have left otherwise.
No.
Like, because he really wanted her to explain.
Yeah.
And, like, bestie, me too. I really want her to explain. But she was like, no. The universe will reveal all when the time comes.
It's such a funny line. It's like, it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
He's so good at saying things that don't mean anything.
But it also, like, to him, the cultist,
Mhm.
probably is like, oh, right, some kind of a prophecy.
Yeah.
About me, specifically.
Not that Mara would know anything about those.
Yeah, of course. No. She prophecies are a charade, she says to Osiris. When they're talking about how they make their prophecies, and they're like laughing about it, like, oh yeah, of course, prophecies. Pfft. And I'm like, bestie, please. This was like a straight up prediction. So, that's basically that. Because like most of the tab is just like him trying to like get Mara to actually say something.
Yeah.
And she doesn't until like she gets pissed off a little bit, and she's like, yeah, we know, we've been new. And obviously like he's she the important thing is that she tells him to keep this to himself. So like this is one of the reasons why he didn't really he kind of didn't he didn't do it for her, but like he did say he will say it in the next one that that was actually a good idea to not tell anyone, to not talk about this publicly to anybody.
Yep.
So we're getting closer. One of you will have to fight for the Osiris one.
I don't mind either way.
Yeah.
I want to read
Osiris. Yeah. Okay, you can read Osiris.
I think Finn should read chapter 9.
Yeah, sure. I mean, someone has to read the fucking.
Yeah, we'll both be doing it anyway, so.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
have to, you will have to both be doing it because of the lines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another interesting chapter name. Not as
Nyctalopia.
yes. So these are not as difficult as aspects, but
No, you don't need a grammar lesson.
yes. But
But you might need a medical lesson.
yes.
Yes.
Tell us,
Because
Finn.
Nyctalopia is it's called night blindness. And it's basically, so like your daytime vision is fine, but in the dark, your eye can't adapt from light to dark fast or very well. So you can see fine in the light, but in the dark you are essentially blind.
Yeah. I have the opposite of that, I think. Because my eyes, I am getting flashbanged every time I open my window in the morning.
Yeah.
But I adjust very, very quickly to a dimmed situations.
Yeah, it's basically when you can't see in
The
dim
dark.
or dark places.
Which is a very interesting
Mm-hmm.
thing to use. Like, dark, right? Like, not being able to see when you're maybe influenced by darkness,
Mm-hmm.
as he might be, because of the interactions with the lighthouse, which may be, that sounds thematic, yeah. Like, he may genuinely be, again, we will see in the last chapter, but he may have genuinely been a little bit messed up by whatever was, whatever the lighthouse was being interfered with.
Yeah.
So the fact that this is like hard to see in the dark is like kind of like he can't perceive the fact that he's being messed with by something that is of darkness. Possibly, we don't know. It can be something else. It could also mean nothing, I guess. No, it doesn't. It's not that. It must mean something, obviously.
We're too late in the game.
Yes, and we've been too late in the game for a long time. But yeah, people don't like the writers don't use these words for no reason, obviously. So another one. Nyctalopia, entry 58. I am blessed. While I have chosen to ignore her suggestion to cease my research, the Queen has revitalized me with purpose. To know my charge with such clarity is a divine offering. I alone have been receiving communications from the affectionately named Lighthouse. Not a single man, woman, or guardian can interpret the complexity and nuance of the hums, the music of death. I always make sure to be near so as not to miss a note. Each one brings a new revelation, answering a question, raising another. I am recognized within our congregation as well. Speaker of the Lighthouse, they call me. A lofty and somewhat ironic title given the contemptuous feelings towards the heretic, but I am honored nonetheless. Finally, I have chosen to decommission the frame Cheska. Its exhaustive knowledge could have compromised my standing in this matter. Queen Mara was correct in her assertion of the sensitivity of my work. Now it is between me, the Queen, Osiris, and the light and dark itself. No more loose ends. Entry 63. The inevitable has occurred. For all their hubris and self-righteousness, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of the Red Legion. The Traveler's Light has been suppressed by Dominus Gaul and his insurrection of the Tower. The timing was impeccable, and offered me an insight I hadn't previously considered viable. Many lives were lost today in a barbarous skirmish across the last city, but none as important as the life lost in our trial. I believe Guardians have adopted the term final death for these such instances. A competitor was defeated at the precise moment the light was stripped from him, his ghost destroyed in the concussive blast from a pulse grenade. Then, the most marvelous phenomenon occurred. The lighthouse spoke to me, but changed its key, a D-sharp minor if I'm not mistaken. Previously, I had been presented with only a harmonious two-toned note. The implications, as I made clear to Queen Marasov, could not be overlooked. Today, I am presented with a defining note that substantiates my theory and validates everything our founder stood for. When I speak now, everyone should listen, for I alone hold the truth. As it stands, I have no further use for the trials and will be discontinuing the tournament indefinitely. I have what I came for. All I need now is counsel. Normal.
Normal ways to approach a final death.
Completely normal way to approach a final death. Like, just... Yeah, the three genders. the three... the three genders, man, woman, and guardian. Real.
It kills me every time.
Same, me too. It's like you would expect like man, woman, I guess child. I don't know, like no one. Why man, woman, and guardian? It's funny. But yeah. So the Mara was like, stop with this, and he's like, no. But he did end up hiding it. So that's kind of worse, because now no one can even like know what the fuck is going on with him. Because like before people could have like done something to stop it maybe, but now he starts hiding it, so it's over. It's over. And then obviously, like, total normal thing, the music of death. Normal. And then obviously this bit, Speaker of the Lighthouse. I still don't know, like, he recognized that it's kind of ironic because they hate the speaker, but kind of like actually it's a pretty good title. I'm genuinely not sure if the others were like fucking with him.
Yeah.
Because
they
again,
may have been, to be
he
honest.
stopped telling other people what he's doing, and a lot of people had no clue. Some of the lines in, because the other cultists in the lighthouse in Curse, like on Mercury in the location, had some lines where they were like, "What the fuck is he on about?" Genuinely, one in particular is really like one
they
of
all
my.
think he's weird.
Yeah, one of my faves is like one of them. One of the female one is like, my specialty are Vex ruins. I don't know what Vance's specialty is. It's like they have no clue.
That's just you.
Yeah,
They don't know what he's doing.
She's just like me for real. But like, yeah, there are several of those who are kind of like, there's like a few of them who are like, they're like kind of, we came here to like find out about Osiris, but like there's nothing going on here, and like this guy is being weird. Like they just like it feels like a lot of them just don't know anymore what he's doing. Like, what are they doing in general?
Yeah, because Theora was the only other person who knew.
Yes, Fiora was another person who knew,
He's AWOL.
and Fiora is gone. And also, I don't think that he was very good at preaching as she was.
No.
I mean, he mostly wrote books, so I don't think he was exactly like doing what Fiora was doing
No.
So like obviously, because I mean, people did, if he was preaching, he would probably have told people about the tones, because like that's the only thing he can think about and talk about. So,
Yeah, he's got the tones autism. It's alright.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
alright, dude. I get it.
I get it. I
I
understand.
get it, but I wouldn't kill people over it, you know?
Uh, yes, I agree.
That sounded very convincing.
um, we should stop talking about this for now. Yeah, but like, for real though, I think that was an ironic thing that they called him.
Mhm.
It seems that way. Like, why would they specifically say speaker when everyone there
Yeah.
hates the speaker? Like, of course, like speaker of the lighthouse, sure, but like,
Yeah, like a lofty and somewhat ironic
Yeah.
title, but it's like I don't think it's. I
I-
think you're missing the bit.
yeah, I think he
you
was
are
missing the
butt of
bit.
joke there, mate.
I think he was missing the bit, but like, you know. So that's it kind of shows like how he went further like into like being isolated, like again, which is why I think that there was some darkness shenanigans going on, because darkness
Yeah.
does that to you. It makes you, like, it tries to like pull you away from other people to manipulate you. It very much seems like
Yeah.
something like that was going on at this point. And other people were kind of like, whatever the fuck is going on here, and like I don't think the cult really gained anything in his time, which again is weird. Why Feora would have just left? Like, did she not care anymore to like proselytize? It's very weird that she would just leave and leave the cult in his hands, and he spiraled into whatever the hell was going on here. And you know,
Honestly, it might be that she was starting another
Yeah, that's where we're at
another
now.
faction.
yes.
Yeah,
So
that's
like-
kind of where we're at now.
Because that happens with cults sometimes. They'll
Yep.
leave the leaders will leave like whatever one they just formed to create a new chapter.
yeah, it genuinely it feels that way. Well, I think we'll
That's what
read
it feels like, but
Unexpected.
yeah, we'll read that one.
And then we'll
Unexpected
like get a little bit into it
Returns.
a little bit more, because
Yeah,
it's especially like in combination with the way he's acting here is just completely like detached from the other followers, from the other like everyone. No one knows what
Yeah.
he's doing. He's just sitting at the lighthouse waiting for Osiris and like listening to the tones over and over and over again, which is surely not doing his mental health any good.
Mm.
And clearly, you know, he can't see in the dark. You know, the
Mhm.
see as in metaphorically, he can see in the, like, he cannot see that he's being manipulated by darkness. Essentially, that's how I'm reading this.
Yes.
It's not necessarily what it is. Again, we don't know, but there is some weird stuff going on. And when we get to Duress and Egress and the evacuation quests, this will continue, because he's
Yep.
not normal at that point, and the pyramid is literally unhinging his mind even more than it was previously unhinged. If you can believe that. And then obviously the Red War. Also interesting because again this is entry 58, probably pretty close to what was happening. And then because between House of Wolves and Red War it's 2 years. So he didn't write much in his diary in the 2 years. Probably because he was obsessed with the tones. But yeah, 63, this is like a timeline mentioned. Finally. Man, timeline mentioned. This is a Red War.
Please.
So when the Red War happens, trials was going on. Some poor fucker was in the middle of a match when the cage was deployed. He was shot dead. His ghost was destroyed by a grenade. That must be like incredibly normal for that guardian who did that accidentally in a match.
Yeah.
Man, imagine.
Oh, who died?
What? 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 What was that?
That was that was Vance when this guardian died a final death.
What the fuck? Was there a new sound
This
added?
is sound.
Oh, who died?
All right. Which one of you has that in your personal?
I do not.
I've been sat on that for like 3 days.
Oh my god.
Oh, I saw. Oh,
I thought I was going crazy for a second there.
I
No.
just saw that Mal posted the lantern.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know you were saying that you wanted to add that as a soundboard, but like, yeah, that is very
I've
much
been
what
sat on it
happened
for about
here.
3 days.
Yeah, that's very much what happened here. Like, a guardian dies, and Vance was like, "Oh, who died? The final death for my thesis." And it was a poor bastard. And it gave him a new tone, which is very interesting because it changed its key. So it obviously, like, it is there must have been something about the tones that, like, they were playing, I guess, in the same key, but now it's changed. And obviously he knows, like, what it is because he's musically trained. Um, and it's not fully explained, but I think that what happened here is that the tone, only one of the tones remained. So usually it would be two tone notes, one soft and warm and one sharp and cold. But now that the light is turned off, only the sharp and cold tone remained. Like,
Well, so here's the thing. A D sharp minor is a really weird key.
It is.
yes,
Like nobody uses. It's got a double sharp in it.
Yeah.
2 double sharps actually. Like it doesn't sound good. It's not nice to play.
yes,
Like you never get it in any kind of like orchestral music. Occasionally you get it in sort of like weird, like
I've
like
encountered
prog
them
rock
in
kind of stuff.
waltzes.
Yeah, sometimes, but like so like but normally you would have stuff in an E flat minor, which is so
Yeah.
for anyone who doesn't know, musical notes go from A to G, and most of them have a half step between them. So you'll have like an A and then a half step and then B. So like the half step between it is the flat or the sharp. So like you have A sharp, B, or A, B flat, B, and the A sharp and the B flat are the same thing.
okay,
They're called enharmonic notes.
Mhm.
So they're the same note.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
sounds the same, but just called something different, and like it has implications in music theory. I'm not getting into it. So a D sharp minor key is also an E flat minor key. Um, so like it sounds the same.
yeah,
Functionally, it's the same, but it's written down very differently. So the fact that he's gone for D sharp minor
yeah.
instead of E flat minor is like, why are you saying it this way? Like
Yeah, especially because he's like, if I'm not
it's a nightmare to
mistaken,
play,
so like
right?
he's
Like it's a nightmare to play.
yeah,
It's a
and
nightmare to like consider.
but it's clearly there for, like, it's a very specific.
Yeah, but like I can't think of anything. Music is maths, yeah, it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is.
Like
It's why
genuinely.
I never learned notations. I was only ever playing music by like, I would learn the tones. I like have a good ear, so I could, like, remember how the song goes.
Yeah,
And I
how
was
it
like,
sounds,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm totally reading the notes.
But yeah, like it's music theory is really interesting and it is maths. Like it genuinely is like
Yeah.
it's just maths with letters on it.
Yeah.
And like there's some like really complex shit that happens within music theory.
Yeah.
Like it gets very, very complicated, but it boils down to when you look at the key of D sharp minor, it looks very weird to play. Like
Yeah. And
so
he specifically.
in written music, it's like the key that you are in is signified by like however many flats and sharps there are at the beginning of
Yeah.
a line of music. So it like rather than having like a sharp on the note itself, it's just at the beginning you have to remember at the beginning
Mhm.
what notes you should be playing as flats and sharps. A D sharp minor has 6, and
That's
some of
interesting.
them there's double sharps in it as well. Like there are 6 natural sharps in it. Um,
So that would
and it
be,
just
man. I
it's just a really weird one to go for, and like I can't like I've been trying to think of it for like a couple of days since I reread it for this. Like I can't find any reason for
Yeah,
it to
yeah.
be D sharp other than like this is a really fucking weird one.
I was also looking for that. Like, why would it be specifically that? Obviously, like he's not sure. Like, if I'm not mistaken, you know.
Hmm.
So it's not like but it's. I mean, it's written for us to kind of consider that one specifically.
Yeah.
There was another one before where he also mentioned something. The time signature.
Hmm.
When he was like, the condensation from the air dripped in a near perfect 4/4 time signature. That's
Yeah.
also a musical
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, like he thinks about everything in the context of music.
Yes.
Because otherwise he wouldn't have noticed the tones in the first place.
Yes, he wouldn't have noticed the stones, and he wouldn't have noticed like any of these little details. Might be a weird way of showing how warped his mind is getting. It's possible, but like
Possible,
he did hear
but like
something
he
different.
recognized the tones already. Like he's recognizing that it's different.
Yes,
Um,
and because like for other tones, he didn't specify which key it is.
mhm. So they've always been the same.
Yeah, presumably, because especially he says like, oh, but
Because
now
it's
it's changed the key.
yeah, only a harmonious two-toned note, which like you can't really tell the key from that.
Yeah,
You'd need more notes than that usually, unless it like starts on the root note of.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying not to get too technical about this.
yeah.
Um,
But it's like, you know, it was
it's like
simpler.
normally from two notes you wouldn't be able to tell because it's
Yeah.
they're notes, they're not chords.
Yeah,
Um,
but here it's specifically.
because a chord is multiple notes played at the same time. Three
So,
or
like,
more.
So here it would be like more tones.
Well,
just-
because he doesn't say chords, it just says the key.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
The key is just like whether you play flats or sharps and what.
Yeah,
note
yeah,
you
and
start
specifically like,
with.
oh, the lighthouse spoke to me, but changed its key, so he doesn't
Yeah.
like specify.
Yeah.
But like it must have been like this specific one must have been mentioned for some reason, like.
Yeah. Like, and even if it's only like it's very discordant and weird.
It always reminded me
I don't
of
know.
personally, like it always kind of reminded me of like whenever I would like trying to imagine what he's hearing here, it would be the darkness theme.
Hmm. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I don't know what key that would be in.
Especially because there's multiple versions, but like I was
Yeah.
specifically imagine the one from Shadowkeep, obviously because that's when this happened, so that always kind of like stuck with me, the Salvation song. Obviously we don't know what they sound like.
Yeah, I'd have to see the written sheet music for
There
it.
it might exist somewhere. I know that there are sheets. Might not be for all of them though.
Yeah.
But like that specific like kind of, because he mentions constantly like he mentioned before like that you were doing like a down pitch trajectory.
Hmm.
It always reminds me of that kind of like drop
Yeah.
that it has,
Yeah, that's a good point.
which is the darkness theme,
Hmm.
which might be related in some way to what's going on. Especially because
Yeah.
again, this is when the light is caged. So if the lighthouse is tapping
Yes.
into Guardian Paracausality, at that point,
It's only here in the dark.
yes, it can't tap into the light. It only taps into the dark.
Yeah.
And specifically, he also notes how I'm presented with the defining note that substantiates my theory and validates everything our founder stood for. And like he never says what the theory is,
Yeah.
because he's not sharing. He's not like it's completely. It's bizarre because he's not actually like saying anything. He just has these theories and he's constantly like thinking about it, but it's not never like properly written down what he thinks. However,
Yeah, because it's just like the tone tells me, and then Mara interrupts with the Guardians have dangerous
Yeah.
potential within them.
yeah,
Like,
and I think that's on purpose.
like that's he's like, how did you know?
Yeah, and I
But like that's
think that's on
it.
purpose
Yeah,
to kind of
yeah.
make the tones possibly so like they can do something with them that's not.
Further down the line, yeah.
Yeah, but then again, he also says like validates everything our founder stood for, and like
What are you
which
talking
one?
about? And
What?
which one? Yeah.
Like also our founder.
Hmm.
So at this point in time, he still thinks that Osiris is the one who is the founder of the cult, which is not true. But he doesn't know that. Like he still thinks that Osiris is the one who basically gave them this task. And in a way he did, like he told Feora, hey, stay here so you don't die. and tell me if something happens to the lighthouse, so you don't like follow me into the infinite forest or whatever.
Hmm.
But it wasn't kind of like it wasn't like, oh, Osiris. Obviously, Feyre twisted that clearly into, yes, Osiris told us to stay here and help him, whatever, and like lead his cause, and like she was clearly telling people that Osiris is the one who left them there on purpose to do his bidding, essentially. Which is why Vance continuously believes that Osiris is the one who founded the cult and who is like supposed to be in the lighthouse, just
Hmm.
there, kind of leading. So bizarre, but like what Osiris stood for, I mean, Osiris stood for a lot of things, but like specifically, um, that darkness will come back.
Yeah.
So like if he's hearing the darkness tones, he's being essentially kind of like, oh yeah, well, Osiris is correct. Darkness will indeed return. This validates everything that he stood for, which is darkness returning, and also, you know, choosing his champions.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, Osiris stood for also like the Vex stuff, and for like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Osiris was saying. So
Hope. Yeah, like there's a lot of shit out there. Like maybe let's be nice to some of the Elixni,
yeah,
be normal with them.
maybe he's thinking about all of that.
Yeah, like it's really non-specific.
It is very, very non-specific, and but like since it's being talking about darkness, and you know the chapter name, a difficulty to see when you're in the dark,
Yeah, yeah.
it, I believe it is referring to the darkness stuff that Osiris was talking about, and this is kind of a proof that yes, darkness is coming back. Which again, this is important because this is worthy. Osiris is kind of known for standing for many things. Yeah, this is in worthy. So the point of what's part of the point of worthy is like helping Rasputin build up, and also like Rasputin telling us about the fleet coming back, because this all led into arrivals, which is when the fleet actually returns. Um, so again, this like the context of when this was made, when this was released, is important because it is very well, like it's very much telling us that darkness is coming back. Like that was a lot of Worthy was about darkness coming back, and this includes that as well. But it's just why through this. This is such a convoluted way
Hmm.
to just tell us yes, darkness is coming, or like guardians will be using darkness at some point.
Mhm.
Um, there's like a if I feel, there's like a lot more, especially considering that Mercury was taken by
There's
the
just a lot more
witness.
to it. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
the fact that the Mercury was taken by the witness like adds a layer to this that we didn't really like. We couldn't consider that as something like very important because we didn't know whether or not the witness
at the
took the
time. Yeah,
planets at the time
yeah.
for any specific purpose. Like we just did not know why these planets were taken. It could have been random. Like it genuinely could have been just random.
Like it could just have been like
uh,
we're trying to scare you.
yes, it could have literally just been the cruelty that they're doing. Like
Yeah.
they don't have to do this.
Yeah.
None of this has to happen. But like they're doing it to fuck with us, to show
Yeah.
their power and to kind of like put us in sort of kind of like hostage situations. You know. So after we've
But now
learned,
we know that each of the ones that have been taken
yes, each of the ones that have been
so
taken
far
have been taken for a very
have
good
it,
reason.
like it took them for a reason.
Yes. So Mars was taken to investigate the collapse, and to find out what the fuck is Nefeli Stronghold, which is the code for Niamuna, because that was left as remaining like kind of information in Spire of the Watcher. Because obviously Ishtar and they were like Soteria was investigating that. Soteria crashed on Neptune, all of that. So like the witness was like, hey, maybe this Golden Age facility has information on top of like all of the stuff about the collapse to investigate like what happened, why did it fail, where did the veil go. Um, that was from Mars. Then Titan returned, and Titan was pretty much the same, like also investigating the collapse because there were also like the time scars were there. They're not visible on Titan when you play, but they are there in lore. And then obviously for Asa, because the witness discovered that Asa is there, and Asa knows its origins. Asa can compromise the witness with her knowledge. So let's kill her. That was, or take her, because Ziva wanted to take her. So, and then we don't know
It was
Io.
like you're a big worm.
Yeah, we don't know about Io, but we do know that the Pyramidion was a treasure trove of Vex information on the Veil. And Asher thought as like Asher went into the Pyramidion specifically to stop the whatever is coming out of the pyramids to mess with the Pyramidion. That's why he did what he did. But there's other stuff on
He was
Io.
straight up like, "Fuck you, this is mine."
Yeah. Literally, he was like, the darkness will not get whatever is inside of the Pyramidion. I will get whatever is inside of the Pyramidion. We don't know why Io was taken still, but there are possibilities like Pyramidion, for example. Obviously, Asher stopped that because he went in and crashed it. But there's like the tree was there. The tree that the pyramid spent the whole season turning into the darkness tree for reasons. Possibly a source of the seeds. There was the cradle. There was the remnants of the traveler's light. Could have also been like used to check what happened in the collapse, because that's the last place where the traveler I won't say Osiris. The last place where the traveler was in the before the collapse like proper started was Io. So it could have been like, hey, let's check what happened there. Like, why did it leave? Like, where did it go? How did investigating the traveler and the light. So there are options for Io. Like why it would take Io. But Mercury? Literally, we know nothing except this lore book. And it's...
And a tiny little bit
yes.
at the end of
and
Passerai.
Yes. And again, if it's Infinite Forest, that's possible, but like Vance sealed it. So again, spoilers for next week. So like if the witness wanted just the Infinite Forest, took Mercury, found it closed, and was like, stop having it closed, open it to the public, and it didn't open, why would it bother having it still?
Yeah.
So why does it still have Mercury? And why did it call Callus to Mercury, to the anomaly of Mercury? Because the witness spoke to Callus in the anomaly of Mars on the Glycon, and after a billion attempts, killing a billion Scorn, Callus finally managed to talk to the witness. The witness was like, fine, I'll answer the phone. And then instead of talking to Callus there, the witness was like, no, actually, you know what? Come to the other anomaly. Why? Like, all of the anomalies were available at the time. It's specifically calling to Mercury.
Yeah, because like in
Confusing.
Earth and Egress, it's like most of them give you like a hint. Now that we know, it gives us a hint of what they were after.
Yes.
Like Asher was one of the most obvious ones with like.
Yes,
The
Asher was
Vex are
direct.
not born yet, not created. Desire to understand this conundrum brought Asher to Io. He reasoned that the pyramid, with its alien resources and unknowable power, had likely come for the same purpose. That the dark ship sought to take the secrets of the Vex for itself.
Yeah.
But
So like,
Ashmir had already staked his claim, and he was prepared to defend it.
Yeah.
Like that
So-
was very straightforward.
yeah, we know. And obviously, Sloane wanted to defend Titan because
Sloane
she's
was like-
a Titan.
yeah.
The Titan's duty is to be at the wall and die, I
And
guess.
to not, like,
Yeah. And she was
her
like,
whole thing was like, I don't want people to have died for nothing.
Anna leaves Mars, obviously, so whatever. And then, again, we'll read Duress and Egress, so we're not gonna get too like deep into that
Yeah.
one. But like,
Yeah.
we don't know why Mercury was taken, and whatever the hell is going on in this lore book and in this page is, they're like, they feel like hints as about some sinister nature of Mercury that we are not fully aware of.
Yeah.
And that's like connected to why Mercury was targeted by the witness and why it was yoinked. And we're not even at the most baffling chapter. And obviously this is also kind of like explains how he so because he got this final tone, he discontinued Trials, and that's why Trials was gone in D2 until later. But like he was like, nope, not anymore. Fuck you, fuck everyone. I'm not hosting this anymore. I got what I came for. Goodbye, and closes the tournament and makes a lot of PvP gamers very mad. Which is the worst type of
I have what I
gamer.
came for. All I need now is counsel.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. That's why he starts waiting for Osiris essentially here.
Yeah.
That's the start of the Red War. He starts waiting for Osiris. He gets super disappointed that Osiris didn't come to the lighthouse after Curse. He actually gets really mad. Like, he almost yells at the young wolf, like, "You didn't bring him to me? How dare you? How many books on Osiris did you write?" And then he kind of calms down, but, like, it's it wasn't the right time, essentially. Like, Mara predicted, yes, you will meet him, but it has to happen in a specific moment. And that moment is now. Idolatry. What is that?
I wonder.
I wonder
Hmm.
what is idolatry?
It
Hmm.
sounds
A
like
real.
something Belle might be able to tell us.
Yes, where idolatry is the worship of idols. It's a very. It's worshipping someone like in a cultist way, essentially. It not necessarily like it can be used in different contexts, but in this specific context, is worshipping like a specific person as an idol, in a very like not normal way.
Like almost as if it's a god, right? Like that's the,
yes.
you know.
That's how it's usually
Yeah.
Used in like a religious
Like
context.
it's very sort of like extreme. Like it's hero worship, but like in the most like
Yes. Like the most unhinged way possible.
yeah.
And this is also why it's like it's like the word idol is being used for those like celebrities because of how some people like treat them as
It's Beatlemania. Like
yes, and almost like in the same way, like when people like completely like lose it
mhm.
about someone, about someone who's like a celebrity specifically. So like, but in this case, it's like a religious, it's a religious thing, and it's also a specific thing in like if a religion is monotheistic, then idolatry would be worshipping the other gods, the false gods. So like in Christianity,
Yeah.
you are doing idolatry if you worship any other god other than the Christian god.
Yeah, like thou shalt have what? Thou shalt have no god before me, or something like that.
Yes, that would be idols. But like in general, it's just like a worship of like a specific person or like concept or thing, as in a very unhinged cultist religious way, which is what Vance is doing with Osiris. It's a very dehumanizing way of seeing someone.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want this and who is very clear about not wanting this. So that one is for Raph.
Okay. Here we go.
Whew.
Vance had been waiting for this moment since his purpose was revealed to him. He'd often fantasized about what it would be like to meet the fabled Osiris. He had imagined the exchange so many times. Brother Vance, I'm indebted to your servitude. You have solved one of the greatest mysteries of our age. Your dedication, wisdom, and passion inspire me and reinvigorate my born. No, great Osiris, it is you who inspired me to become the man you see before you. Together we can change the world. This was anything but that moment. You've wrapped your mind around an idea of your own making. I have always tolerated this fawning movement of yours, but this is a step too far. Osiris seethed. Brother Vance was awestruck. He stared blankly at Osiris, unsure of what he could say to quell his anger and to solve his frustration. What I have discovered is dangerous enough to destroy every man, woman, and child in existence. You are meddling with forces outside your grasp, Osiris reprimanded. I warn you here and now, remove yourself from this lighthouse. Find a simple life, start a family, write music, leave Mercury and this fool's errand behind. Vance considered this. I thought you would be proud. Osiris's sullen grumble told him otherwise. If you hold weight to my words at all, you will honor them. Your duties will be assumed by another. Vance's chest felt as if an avalanche had occurred. A cavalcade of dread filled his lungs. He turned away from the man he'd admired for so long, speechless and demoralized. Standing in front of the mercurial vista before him, overwhelmed and listening, the lush marigold sand slopes sweeping over themselves with each breeze, rushing radiolarian fluid cascading down Vexen placements, the distant pulsing of an unclaimed patrol beacon, his back now to the structure that once inspired him with its song. It mocked him with a deafening silence. How could he have miscalculated this erroneously? Osiris felt a pang of pity for Vance, but had greater matters to attend and left without offering a farewell. That was rough, Sagira sneered. But he was right. Everything he discovered. The implications, I know, Osiris admitted remorsefully. Which makes this situation all the more precarious. Osiris, wait! Brother Vance came vaulting out of the lighthouse at breakneck pace. Here we go. Hush, Sagira. Queen Marasov wanted me to tell you. Vance struggled to catch his breath. She wanted me to tell you. Plant the seed. Osiris studied Vance quizzically. I don't know what she means, but she said you would. Vance offered apologetically. I believe I do. Osiris replied, placing his hand on Vance's still heaving shoulder. Thank you. This is quite useful. Well done. With that, Osiris departed. Vance listened as the sails of Osiris took off, the pungent smell of burning fuel from its turbine engine clogging his nostrils, good heavens, and repeated to himself, well done, with a slight smile breaking across his lips.
One of the best lore steps.
So I don't think he ever cleaned off his shoulder.
Genuinely, I mean, it would literally be like a god descended from the sky, and it was like, "Thank you, you did one good thing." After like being yelled at, essentially.
I mean, to be fair, he did deserve to be yelled at.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, we don't know how he presented any of this, so like.
It's the fact that he did all of those experiments and stuff in Osiris's name.
Yeah, if he mentioned that.
And Osiris himself would not have done something like that.
Literally. It's if he mentioned any of this, like, oh, in your name I have organized the trials of Osiris, and I have like
and like you know that he did is the thing, like, because of the way that he is.
Yeah, he probably did, and he like probably told them like how he coerced the Guardians like without their consent to keep dying over and over. Like obviously they die anyway, it doesn't matter, but like he was doing experiments with them. And like probably a lot of Guardians would have liked to have known about this before they signed up. Like, you know, it's
the thing is, a lot of them probably wouldn't have cared because they were still getting loot anyway. But they should have known.
But like it should have been told, essentially. And like at least like for Osiris would have probably been like very, very mad about that. That like because it's in his name, they're called Trials of Osiris. And the cult was basically saying, yeah, we are like the followers, disciples of Osiris. Osiris left us in charge. Osiris is doing this, right? So like everyone thinks that this is in his name, and that he is the one who is like doing this, or like who is like overseeing these things. And like you don't do that to someone, like without asking for that kind of permission. Obviously, he couldn't ask because But he didn't have to call them Trials of Osiris, except he did have to call them Trials of Osiris because otherwise nobody would have joined. Nobody would have paid for tickets. Tickets were insanely expensive at the time. I genuinely sometimes couldn't buy. I mean, even when they returned.
Well, you have like 3 glimmer. You have like 3 glimmer in your account at all times. Come on.
I don't know how expensive they were in D1 though. I know when they returned they were still quite. I think it was like the same. So they were still quite expensive. Later they changed it to be like normal. But it's dehumanizing to see someone as like that kind of an idol, like in a religious context, of course, because Osiris was not a person to the cult. He was just like this grand figure who they in a lot of cases didn't even really care about. Like I don't think that like a lot of the followers were super like they didn't like know enough about Osiris as a person or even about like his text, because like we've seen how Fiora was preaching. It was all about her. It was
Yeah.
her cult of personality. So
Because they don't know anything about him as a
yeah,
person.
yeah, they don't know anything about him, and like, I mean, Vance wrote like how many books about him? I think he says like 5 or something. I don't know, but like he doesn't know anything. Like he knows some things obviously because with some things he did say that like what actually happened. Like, oh no, Osiris trained with Felwinter and Nirwen. Like, that's real. But
But also differences of opinion
yes,
in which one side is wrong.
yes. So me for real. Me going in the Tumblr tag. This is a difference of opinion, but you're wrong. Um, but like, yeah,
And Balthazar, to be fair.
yeah, yeah, as well. This specifically like really shows how much, especially like, because the beginning is like, oh, how he imagined this would go. Like, of course, his idol would
It's so
be.
funny.
It's incredibly funny, and like it makes sense because that's how you would. That you know how those like weird Christians think like, oh, if Jesus came down from heaven right now,
Yeah.
he would like love me only. Like I would be the one that he would bless and stuff. That's the vibe.
It's like, not only have you missed the whole point of your religion,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like you don't know anything at all. Like that's how warped this is, to put in like some kind of recognizable context. Um, and then obviously, Osiris is very fucking pissed, and because it's what he discovered is dangerous enough to destroy every man, woman, and child in existence. What the fuck does that mean? Like, we've talked about like what he discovered. Like, we don't know exactly what he discovered, but he did discover something related to darkness and darkness's return, most likely, and obviously something about guardians being dangerous, which they are. But like they're
which
dangerous.
is like, it's why it's so concerning.
Yeah, and like but like guardians are dangerous either way. Like
Targeted
warlords.
Hmm.
Like why specifically this is obviously there's like a thing to say here about the dark futures and stuff, because that is something that is known. Like there are dark futures where guardians essentially fall to darkness and destroy every man, woman, and child in existence. Like it's something that does happen. But as we're gonna see later, after Immolant or during Immolant, Guardians did embrace darkness in this timeline, and nothing bad happened. I mean, there's some individual incidents, obviously, but as a whole, this is not a failed timeline. This is one of the reasons why Elsie even like taught us stasis, because she realized that this is the different timeline. The Black Heart was destroyed. Blah blah blah. This is the good one, and we can handle wielding darkness in this timeline. This is also why Drifter has been teaching us about how to use darkness and how to mess with darkness. This is why Eris stepped in as well. This is why like all of those things like happened in the first place, because this is a different timeline. So why would Osiris still be concerned? We don't know. Like it's clearly something happening. And obviously, again, you would think maybe he's just saying that to scare him off. Right? Like, kind of like, just, this is too dangerous for you, go away, leave. But he tells Sagira at the end that he and Sagira, Osiris and Sagira, are like, no, he was correct. Like, Sagira is like, yeah, but he was right. Everything that he's covered, the implications, and like, what implications specifically are we talking about here? We don't know.
I would love to know.
Yeah, because Mara also said implications, and Vance also said implications. Like the implications are too great to whatever, and Sagira is like the implications are like too dangerous, and obviously like this is a lot more, like this is a lot longer before stasis. So at this point, I can understand Osiris possibly being concerned about the Guardians being darkness pilled. Because this is before we actually embrace it. Yeah.
Man, darkness killed
I
stasis
knew we weren't
maxing.
getting out of here. I knew we weren't getting out of here.
But on the other hand, Osiris always believed that darkness has to be studied. So I don't see Osiris being a person who is like that gravely concerned about guardians maybe like investigating darkness, because he always advocated that we have to absolute hell phrase, he always advocated that we have to understand the dark to be able to fight it.
Yeah, his concern was much more about why are you wasting time doing that on Europa
Yeah.
when there's this other stuff going on.
Yes. So like even when we were actually doing that, he was, and obviously now with Strand, he is actually embraced what he truly is, and what he truly is a scientist. He's investigating Strand as a scientist. He's not using it as a thing to like go off fighting things in the wild. He's just like he needs to know how this works and why it works the way it works. And that's why he helps us during Lightfall, because he understood Strand. He understood the darkness. He understood like what it means, what it is, what it does, how it does it, and how to use it. So I just don't see why he would be so concerned. Purely because a lot of people are literally saying that the tones were a hint for us being able to use darkness and stasis.
Say, but there's something else there. Like,
Yes,
because otherwise,
again, Osiris will detect the tones post stasis and still be concerned, like very much concerned, to the point like he's like
Yep.
doesn't want to, like he leaves Saint in the tower to go investigating because he's afraid, and he doesn't share any of this with anybody, which Sagira like chides him about. She's like, you could have told someone about the lighthouses, and he's like, no, I need to know more before I can tell someone, because I was exiled once for saying things before I had proof, enough proof at least. So much about him not being messed up with by the exile. No, I left on my own. Sure you did, buddy. And then the message revealed. What on earth? Like, so this is the reason why we read What Gives Me Pause last time. Because otherwise we would have to read What Gives Me Pause now.
and we've still got Inspire to go.
Yes, and so yeah, I knew that this would be impossible to explain otherwise. So the plant, the seed is the seed that he got from in What Gives Me Pause, from wherever the hell he went, which we discussed at length last time, and we didn't come to any new conclusions because it's impossible to know what happened. But he got a
We
seed.
talk about it every few weeks
Yes.
and come to the same conclusion that we
Yes.
don't fucking know.
Yes, but we do know that he got a seed, and that was important to know before this lore book came out. So the web lore was first, and then this was playable, because Mara told Vance to tell Osiris to plant the seed.
In
Which,
House of Wolves.
yes, in House of Wolves. So 5 years before this. At that time, when she told Vance that meant nothing. Like, what? That meant nothing. Like, what does she mean? Like, Osiris should go do gardening or something? It's bizarre. And obviously, like, he said, like, Vance says, I don't know what that means, but, like, Mara said that you would, so she didn't just say plant this. She said some other stuff as well. Like, obviously, she said, you don't know what it means, but Osiris will know when the time is right. And then Osiris obviously confirms that he does know what it means, which gives us a timeline. So this is after he took the seed already. So he got the seed, and we know that at the end he went back to the inner system, and most likely immediately went to Mercury and had this conversation. He also, at the time, when he went to Mercury, he also went ransacking Vance's possessions in the lighthouse. This is where he found one of his relics, the Fang of Ziwarath, which he will eventually give us as an artifact in Season of
And
the
my
Hunt.
relic.
They're my relics. Sagira was like, stop messing up his stuff. But yeah, so Osiris went to the lighthouse, and he clearly was looking for stuff, and he talked to Vance, and Vance finally got a chance to give the message, which was indeed very useful because that seed is the seed of Silver Wings, which Osiris planted on Io to grow the tree. It was not an egg; it was a seed of Silver Wings. And like the convoluted, like, roundabout way to get to this point is just baffling.
Like the amount of pieces that had to be put into place,
Yes. So like,
both in like narrative terms and also like in universe.
yeah, is
Crackers.
it is it's really really bizarre, because like again, like one of the reasons why last time we had to watch the lighthouse cutscene and Osiris going to talk to Rasputin cutscene and read entire What Gives Me Pause is purely to be able to understand what plant the seed means here, and like what Mara told Vance. It's like, why?
And also worth bearing in mind that nobody else knows.
Yes. So nobody knows about this. The only people who know about Osiris planting the tree on Io are Mara Sov, who was dead for most of this time, but she does remember because she mentioned it in Wish, actually. She mentioned that their little scheme of planting the tree was very important, apparently. Sagira knows, obviously. Sagira is dead.
You.
Vance knows. Vance is missing. And Osiris knows, and he didn't tell anybody. So, like, as I said last time...
Oh, who died?
As I said last time, the collection of individuals involved in the seed business is bizarre. Like Mara Sov, the Queen of the Reef, Sagira, Osiris, and Brother Vance. What is happening? Like, why specifically?
Rasputin.
And
at that
Rasputin,
point.
I guess, yeah. And Rasputin was like just there for some data on the heliopause. So it's like it just wild. I think this is wild. Like this was specifically delivered in this way. In the lore book about the tones, like this had to have been here, timeline wise. So this would be like a start of Worthy, end of start of Worthy, most likely when this conversation happened. This beef. And that was Vance's purpose, really. Like he clearly has like some sort of a mental breakdown here. And then obviously he gets a little bit excited about actually having done something good for Osiris. But I feel like after that, when he realized that that's it, right? Because Mara told him you will meet Osiris, and now he did, and now that's it. Like there's no more waiting for anything anymore. So he doesn't have anything to do now. And on top of that, he lost trials, and like he made trials, and now Osiris gave him to Saint. And since Osiris gave that to Saint, he really hasn't. Saint didn't just get trials. Saint got like the whole Mercury essentially to guard. So essentially, like Vance got fired here. Obviously,
It was like I can't trust any of these fools with this.
Yeah. Obviously, he was still. He wasn't like kicked out of the lighthouse, but like he was no longer the keeper of the lighthouse essentially. Which is actually, we can just quickly show, I think it's this one. Just trying to find this before I click the wrong one. Yes, it is this one. What am I? Yes, okay, so this one is, I'm showing this one because it's very, it's basically what happened immediately after, shortly after this. Right? Because it's a letter from Osiris to Saint. It's from Worthy. Most likely immediately after this meeting with Vance.
One of the gayest letters in all of the universe.
Yeah, one of the gayest. So people who read this people read yours in time and were like, they are just very good friends.
They're brothers.
Oh my god. I look forward to our reunion, man. But specifically, like I regret that we must once again part ways so soon after your return. This is probably Osiris going to Io to plant the seed. Like he got the message from Vance and he was like, "Oh, I have stuff to do. I better go start doing it right now because the time is right for whatever the hell is going on." And obviously, knowing you are here, you are there to watch over the trials, assuages my concerns, and it is the only reason I feel comfortable departing on this urgent mission. So, like, planting the seed would be urgent mission. And I must leave you with a monition, though. Be forewarned. The former custodian of the lighthouse was delving into dangerous territory. The lighthouses are not what they seem. They may bring a ruin upon us that we have no answer for. They may also be innocuous, but you know their architects as well as I. Lean toward caution. I urge a careful eye and ear. Their final intent is not known to me. I will return. I look forward to our reunion. Stay vigilant. Yours, in time, Osiris. So, that's a normal thing to say about lighthouses at this point, right? Like, he got the message, like specifically because like this be forewarned, the former custodian of the lighthouse, aka Vance, so the former
Vance.
custodian of the lighthouse, so the new custodian of the lighthouse is Saint, was delving into dangerous territory. So this is after he talked to Vance, because he only knew about the tones after he talked to him. And then of
Because
course
he'd have stopped him much sooner if he did know.
yes, and then he goes off into like a tangent about the lighthouses. They are not what they seem. They may bring a ruin upon us that we have no answer for. Like he leaves,
That's an interesting choice of word.
yeah, like he does leave like an option that they may not be as dangerous, that just may be innocuous, because like again, he's a scientist. He's not, he always leaves another option, the possibility for something else. But then he's, but their architects as well as I, aka the Vex. And then lean towards caution, and I urge care for eye and ear, because, he knows about the tones now. And then their final intent is not known to me. This
So,
is...
there is something more here.
Yes, this is a
It's
very...
not just the tone.
Yes, it's not just the tones, something about the lighthouses. Because, I mean, which is true, like, if the lighthouses are detecting paracausality in Guardians, then how are they doing that? The Vex cannot do that on their own. So there is something, there has to be something else that he was very concerned about, which continues on in Immolant. But this is, which is why we are insane about Immolant. I mean, we are insane about Immolant for many reasons, but we are mostly insane because it's so relevant for a lot of the things that ever happened in Destiny for years. So it's like, there are interesting things being mentioned here. They're kind of like linked almost like timeline wise, so we know like what's going on step by step at this point in time. And then there is whatever the hell is going on here. Whatever the hell. I guess you're reading brackets again?
I'll do the brackets.
Okay. So we're back at the interjections. So we had instigate and now we have inspire. Very cool. Spire, right? Because spires of Mercury.
Four of them?
Yes.
Do you
And
think they might be relevant?
that is words relevant. They're not random, possibly. And yeah, then there's weird things going on. So the new lighthouse obscured the silhouette of the sun. It cast a long shadow that wormed across Mercury's uneven terrain in orbital locked perpetuity. Ships descended, some flawless, others to maintain what fragile holds the Vanguard claimed. Rust and sand baked, and distant space was alight with half-earned talk of posterity. No cabal blemish remained in orbit. No shattered lines rewrote the landscape. There was only the frenetic stillness, a discomforting itch unresolved, a knowing inclination that ignorance could not quash. Unity is fragile. Vance stood in the old lighthouse, frantically assembling the infinite simulacrum, a machine formed from bits of simulation seeds and connective Vex architecture to mimic a pocket forest. Textured notes and schematics derived from Osirian lore guided his hand. He heard stories from passing guardians of increasingly frequent coronal mass ejections. Vast bursts of charged particles whipped into space and furled around a gravitational monster buried from sight and sense in the roar of the star wind. Passage to Mercury had become more dangerous for the uninitiated. These unnatural motions were heralds of speculation, and he had read the signs. He knew the prophecies by heart and mind and intention. Ruin. Something new
And so very old.
emerged, brother to a shriveling star, an angular
Hungering, patient, yawning deep.
shadow reached across Mercury, uncounted.
Known.
Spires fell under its grasp.
With uniform relief.
Dulcet tones brought low under lightless breath, and the weight of dark
Salvation.
hummed beneath the shadow. Their echoes spilled out
Awakened.
and flowed over crumbling spires.
In conversation.
One singular speck of illumination blinked into being,
An end.
seen by none, and then
Many.
spread as the shadow did. The old lighthouse
Spires Collective.
beamed
Rose.
and flared as shadow overtook it.
To meet the underbelly.
Vance
The implement.
could hear,
Their inspired voices.
weeping, not with tears, but in the
Voracious.
low
Ceremonial.
hum he had come to associate with death. He closed his eyes.
And saw what was to come.
This day had many names, none would suffice.
Like, what the fuck?
Hi Arctic, welcome to the cat ears
Well-
stream.
Yeah,
You like my cat ears?
I also have cat ears.
Yes. We just read the final page. We are not normal anymore, or if we have ever been at any point in time. Now we are no longer.
Vance the implement? No, let's
I-
go from the beginning. Let's go from
Yes.
the beginning.
Yes, I have so much. That's I guess like I want to say hi. That specific bit is the thing that made me insane about this lore book.
Mhm.
The last bit, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, yeah.
You can slack off from homework a little bit, I think.
I mean, I am.
Yeah. The slackers unite. Okay.
Mhm.
So, step by step. So the new lighthouse obscured the silhouette of the sun. I believe that the new lighthouse is the one that we rebuilt in Dawn. So that one would be like in front of, like it's somewhere closer to the sun, I guess, because
Mhm.
he's standing in some other lighthouse. And yes, they're all named lighthouse. Not very imaginative. let's leave them to it. Cast Long Shadow, that's, whatever. It's just talking about Mercury, and obviously, like, it's talking about how ships are still coming and going. Some are flawless, some are, like, just there to do the patrol stuff. So,
Frenetic stillness is an interesting description.
yes. So first, this
It's like
Notable
they
Blemish.
don't go together.
Yes. This tells us that the Almighty is gone. So this is like kind of again like a timeline thing. So the Almighty is on the way to the last city to cause a extinction level event.
Something my grandmother.
Yeah. No shattered lines throughout the landscape, I think, refers to the sundial.
Yeah.
Because that's
Yeah.
that's how it's like the sundial was like literally is shattered the time on Mercury, so like it was rewriting the landscape. So it's basically like, not Almighty is gone, sundial is gone, and then there was only frenetic stillness. What does that mean?
Like, frenetic is like it's fast, energetic, like
Yeah.
a little bit wild movement.
It's
action,
kind of like
excitement.
Like maybe expectation of something. Like you have to
Yeah.
sit still, but there's something is going to happen.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
feel like
Yeah.
that's kind of like that type of anxiety.
but it's like it's a very interesting choice of words.
Yeah, it is.
And also
It
the
is.
way that this is written, it's all like each one of these is on an individual line.
Yes.
Yeah, all the, it's all very deliberate.
Yes. Very much so. And I don't know for what reason.
We don't know yet, and it's driving me crazy.
It's literally driving me crazy.
And I can't stay any longer because I'm being dragged away for D&D.
Wow.
I know.
Well, we got to the end, so
I was about to tell you.
yeah,
Yeah.
we got to the end. So if you have to leave, we're not gonna say,
Yeah.
we're not gonna say anything you haven't already discussed with us a billion.
Yeah, I've said all I need to say.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Speaker Osiris real.
Yeah.
The Traveler torments brain pyramids bad evil.
Like and subscribe. That's an
Don't
important
forget to
thing.
like and subscribe. Thumbs up.
You have to say subscribe. Doesn't work.
Oh yeah, my bad. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right.
Have
you guys
fun.
later.
Have fun in
Bye-bye.
D&D. Bye. Meanwhile, we continue because we have sentences to go through.
Mhm.
Yeah. Again, this as well. This comforting itch unresolved. Me for the past 4 years. This is me for. So Vance went insane for the tones, and I am joining him in his insanity. For 4 years, I don't know what this means. What any of this means. And then this as well. A knowing inclination that ignorance could not quash. Unity is fragile. What are you talking about? What
I love
unity?
that we've reached the waving the hands in the air part. of
Yeah,
the
it's
stream.
like if I could, like, if my camera could catch that, I would literally start like pacing around the room. Like different camera angles of me on the floor and me like joining him in his insanity. Yeah. It's and then we get to what he's actually doing. So like he's in the old lighthouse. That's either the lighthouse from D2 where he's the vendor, but it could also be referring to the D1 lighthouse where you would go for flawless. And they're all called lighthouse. Like all of these spires.
I think they're sort of like referred to as lowercase lighthouses, the spires, but like the two like Saints
Yeah.
Lighthouse and the
Yeah,
old
it's
lighthouse
sometimes I think it's
are
not
like those are two specific building.
Yeah, it might not be. I'm not sure if it's consistent throughout. It's possibly consistent. I will have to check, like double check how they're referred otherwise. But like, yeah, there are several lighthouses. Like they're all called lighthouse. At least the flawless ones from D1 and D2 are.
Yeah.
And obviously the lighthouse where the vendor was, that was also the lighthouse. But that's not the same lighthouse as the one where you go for flawless in either games. So they're like lighthouse 1, 2, 3. I mean, they didn't even give him numbers. And then what is this? What? He's assembling the infinite simulacrum, right? Which is a machine formed from bits of simulation seeds and ConnectX architecture to mimic a pocket forest.
Like what? Sorry, what?
So this is like a big what, but it's also like why? What drove him to create this machine? Because nothing, like, so some context, because obviously at that point when this came out we didn't know, but we now know because we have the benefit of hindsight. In Juris and Egress he uses this to seal the forest. So he uses the infinite simulacrum to enter the forest and then to seal it. Because of this, like this machine, this infinite simulacrum can manipulate the forest clearly. It can open gates and close gates in the forest. The only other thing that we've seen do that are Osiris's cubes.
Cubes.
Yes. And he got the schematic for this machine from Osirian lore. Whatever that means.
Osiris's shitty notes.
Yes, Osiris may have
Which,
written
as
down.
we know, are terrible.
Yes, Osiris may have written down actually how he made the cubes somewhere, and this could have been somehow got into the possession of the cult, because I mean they were insane about him. So clearly they would. I mean, they had his machine where we put Sagira, and they had like his relics and all like other wacky shit. So he could have gotten that genuinely from Osiris's notes on how he made the cubes, and then he made another one. I like that it's mentioned that it's textured notes because like braille essentially. It's a pretty cool little detail. They're textured.
Yeah, it's good.
And then he makes this infinite simulacrum for reasons that are unknown at this point in time, because this is the first time it's been mentioned, and it's not explained why he's making that. Like, what drove him to create this? And since we know that this is used for manipulating the forest, so to enter and close the forest, that means that at this point in time, he already knew what he's gonna do. Like, that he would need to go into the forest. And, like, why did he think that? It's unexplained. Like, we genuinely don't know why he had this thought that he has to make this. For what purpose? Why does he have to go into the forest? Because this is before arrivals. This is before the pyramid arrives.
Like this chapter ends with the pyramids arriving.
Yes. So he's been making the simulacrum before the pyramid is here. Again, for reasons that are completely unknown, which is why I keep thinking that he was messed with by something that was essentially signaling to him that something is going to happen. Because he does mention here, obviously from he heard stories from passing guardians of increasingly frequent coronal mass ejections, which is just like the behavior of the sun. Doesn't need to mean anything. However, these particles were whipping into space and furling around a gravitational monster buried from sight and sense. A gravitational monster could only be the fleet. Like
yeah, I was gonna say, what messes with gravity?
Yeah, the fleet is on approach, and these like the solar activity is kind of like it's affecting that, or rather the gravitational thing is being affected by the solar outbursts. But since they cannot be seen, you can only see the effect of it. And like somehow he knows. I mean, he knows from Guardians, I guess, but like strange. And then passage to
It's
Mercury.
interestingly how we detect planets and like other bodies in space that we can't see because
Yes.
we can't like see the light reflected off them.
Yes.
We can detect them by the ways that their gravity is
Yes.
affected by other things, or their
Yeah.
gravity
That's how they know.
affects other things.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how they know when how to find exoplanets. Because the planets like the gravity affects other things. So when you see the gravity being affected in some way, you know that there's something else spinning there. Something is pulling these things into place. So this is basically how, for Mercury at least, how they know that something is there. So it's either like the whole fleet. I mean, it would be just the one pyramid that came there. I assume, because they all like went to different locations. So the pyramid coming to Mercury was lurking essentially nearby. And these unnatural motions were heralds of speculation, and he had read the signs. Bestie, what signs did you read? Where? Like the signs for the pyramid specifically? And then, of course, he knew the prophecies by heart and mind and intention, which he does, but like, we don't have a prophecy that is like the pyramid will descend on Mercury or something that we know of. Maybe there is one? But like, clearly he somehow knew that the pyramid is going to show up. And it will bring a ruin, a very interesting word to use. What am I ruin? What am I meant to do? Ruin what the witness told Rolk.
Mm-hmm.
It's used a lot for the darkness stuff.
Yeah.
So basically he knew that the pyramid is coming, and because he knew the pyramid is coming, he was frantically assembling the infinite simulacrum. Because again, he must have known that if the pyramid is coming, it will want the infinite forest. Or something else from Mercury, and like that he would need to someone would need to like close the door essentially. But again, this is all before arrivals. Kind of like hinting at what was gonna be happening, but like this wasn't a huge story in Arrivals itself. Like it wasn't the main thing that was happening in Arrivals. Genuinely, like his like Vance's part of Arrivals and the evacuation is like the most bizarre and the least known about event. So why all this setup is peculiar. And then of course, whatever the hell is going on in this section. Like we have a normal like he's we have a normal point of view, and then this happens, like a ruin happens, and then suddenly he is his point of view still, but these interjections now exist again, just like in the first chapter. And in the first chapter they were there to show us how Vex converted Mercury into a machine world. And it's like, what is this? We mentioned this last time because of Constellations. Because in Constellations there's a similar phrasing, but it's from the Traveler, and here it's from question marks. I will read it again. So in Constellations we have the Traveler, and the line is something new, half remembered and wished forgotten. This false sister has arrived. And here we
As
have
opposed to
something
new and so very old emerged, brother to a shriveling star.
Yes. And again, in Constellations we know that it's the Traveler interjecting, and the interjection is half remembered and wished forgotten, this false sister. And here it's just, and so very old. Like something is kind of like, almost like it feels like teasing. Like, it's like a, it's like something making, it's a very specific vibe that I can't really put into words well. But it's like the phrasing.
The thing is, phrasing is chosen with intent.
Yes. And these are
right?
like
It's one thing to write something, but to
yeah.
to have it mirror something so specific
Yeah, it's a very
is a conscious
distinct
choice.
mirror, and like specifically it's a mirror of like, so like we have Dawn, Constellations, and then Worthy, Trials, Tribulations. It's one after the other. It's not like 3 years apart or something. It feels like it's supposed to be a throwback. And obviously in Constellations it's about the collapse, and here it's about the second collapse. So there is a reason, except in this case we don't know who's talking here. Like who said this? We don't know. And then obviously this is the angular shadow, with obviously an interjection of hungering patient yawning deep, which again sounds very forceful. Like it sounds like something couldn't wait to finally get back here. And then that shadow reached across Mercury, which is the pyramid ascending. So we'll see at the end, but like did he, because this is in Worthy, so like this would be like basically a hinting what's going to happen at the beginning, actually a little bit farther into Arrivals, because it didn't arrive right away on Mercury. The first two were Io and Mars, and then it was a little bit of a wait, and then Titan and Mercury, if I remember correctly. But the thing here is that at the point where this was released, this was happening in the future. Like this hadn't happened yet when we were reading this in Worthy. And then of course uncounted but then known spires. So like for us it would be uncounted, but for this thing that speaks in the brackets, they are known. They are all known. I guess.
They have been waiting a very long time.
Yes.
And
they fell under its grasp, and then
knows
with uniform
exactly what.
relief. So like the spires, the lighthouses, were relieved that the pyramid returned. And like, if they are Vex made, again, the question is why? Why were they relieved if the pyramid had nothing to do with their creation? Which is one of the reasons why we believe that the pyramids did have something to do with its creation, or rather their creation, because like all of those spires were somehow affected. And then obviously the tones, thus the tones brought low under lightless breath. This sentence, brought low under lightless breath, like what is actually being said here? It feels like it's so like it's so out there that like it's almost like it's nothing. It's too poetic. It's too like.
It's like what I get from it is kind of like the pyramid has arrived,
Yeah.
and it's doing the same thing that Immolent does, where it's that very, very
Yes.
like very flowery, very like
Yeah. You
emotional response.
almost like you can't comprehend.
Yeah.
Like you can't comprehend it like
can't
properly
describe
with
it.
proper words. It's described in a very difficult to understand language because it is supposed to evoke that sort of.
Yeah, it is that kind of like cosmic horror.
Yes.
And like actual cosmic horror, not.
Yeah. And then the echoes of the tones are like spilling out or awakened, and then flowed over the crumbling spires in conversation. So like the spires are essentially conversing with each other through the tones as the pyramid descended.
And like the weight of salvation hummed beneath the shadow.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
When you see this word being used, that's a marker for darkness. So the fact that this word is used in
like
this,
specifically the witness. Like the
yes,
entity,
specifically the
whatever you wanna
witness,
call it.
and the fact that this has been used in between brackets, that's like one of the other like, you've gotten to the final
That's
page.
kind of like the biggest like.
Yes, you got to the final page, and now this is your like, this is telling us what actually was that thing that was speaking in brackets. It has to be like this word specifically is just no other reason to use this. Like, again, the Vex don't do that. I mean, Soul Divisive does, but Soul Divisive were not on Mercury, and there's no other like indication of Soul Divisive anywhere here. Again, it could be like a
Because they regard
reintroduced.
the.
Yes, they have the Black Garden. And like as I said, like it could be like something, like things could change, and like none of this would actually lose any relevance. Like they could just say, oh yeah,
But with
that
what
was
we
the
know
Soul
now.
Divisive, and it would
Yeah.
make sense still because of how out there this is. But again, we don't know.
Yeah.
And
Like with
then-
what we know now, this was what makes the most sense.
Yes. And then there's the thing that I mentioned when we were reading the first page 4 hours ago. One singular speck of illumination blinked into being. An end, whatever that is, seen by none, and then many spread as the shadow did. So, like, the many would I say be other specks of illumination?
And then if you read it without the interjection,
Yeah. One singular
one
speck of
singular speck of illumination blinked into being, seen by none, and then spread as the shadow did.
Yes, which makes a lot more sense, kind of, without the interjections. And in the first page, there was the one line that said, illumination left the spires who had begun their work, and the light was sown erased. So in the first page, after the spires were built, the illumination like left, and now it blinked back into being, and then it spread through all of the lighthouses, spires, just as the shadow was spreading through the shadow of the pyramid. And that is interesting, and I will have to open my folder again because. So, I think I can put it here. This is from Curse Launch. You can see the Almighty, you can see the spires. These are all spires. They're right there, chillin'. This is me with my 2 hand cannons and a sniper. Landing for the first time on Mercury and seeing a triangle. And I was like, wow. Triangle, yay.
triangle in front of a big circle. That's the final shape, right?
Exactly. Oh my god, the foreshadowing is unreal. But the spires look like this. Okay. And now, um, are they even? Is it? It is visible. Okay. I will. And this is from This is from Arrivals. This is me arriving to Mercury when the pyramid arrived to Arrivals, and I was like, what the hell is this? Another triangle? Holy shit! There's 2 triangles now. I was like, what?
And
What
the
the?
circle.
Yeah. What in the hell? 2 triangles. However, you might notice. Wait a minute. Am I covering? No, I'm not covering it. Okay. It's very hard to see, but so you can't see the other spires because they're like it's a lot of dust. I mean, you can kind of see here. There are lines of light beaming into the sky from each of the spires. That was specifically only in Arrivals, which is, I believe, the illumination.
Yeah.
Like the lighthouses basically woke up as the pyramid arrived, and they started beaming this illumination into the sky, and like talking in conversation, and they were relieved that the pyramid is there. But like it's it's such a minor thing to change in the skybox. Like obviously they were changing the skybox for the pyramid anyway, but they added these lights, these light beams to each of the lighthouses. You can see them here as well. Like very, it's very hard to see, but like they are there because those are the lighthouses that you can't see because of the pyramid, but the beams are there. It's like each of the lighthouses got the beam.
The spire's collective rose and flared as shadow overtook it to meet the underbelly.
Yes.
Like,
I also don't know what that means.
well,
Like-
collective, right? That's
Yes.
X collective.
Yes. Spire collective, yeah.
So like, each spire's individual collective
Yes, beamed.
beaming itself into the pyramid ship.
Yeah. And they flared as shadow overtook it, and then like to meet the underbelly. The underbelly of
We don't know why. Presumably the pyramid ship.
yeah.
But we don't know why.
Yes. And like if we're correct that
Like,
the
are they attacking? Are they agreeing? Are they joining?
yeah,
Like,
I think
what?
they're agreeing because like if we go back to the first page where we assume that the Black Fleet assisted in building of the spires, and how the spires were like, okay, now we go dormant and we're waiting for you to come back, because like the collapse obviously didn't go as it should have. Now that it returned, because they knew that it would return, and now that it returned, they're like, oh hey, welcome back. We were waiting for you to come back, and now we're relieved that you'll come back. And maybe the Vex of Mercury specifically are like tied.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
like
'cause,
tied to the pyramids so much that they're just kind of like beaming themselves like for the pyramid maybe to notice or to like give them whatever they need.
It's like across the world grew beauty, a terrible consciousness that yearned to establish the connection, find its progenitor.
Yes. It's like also if the interjections don't even if the injections don't even up being the witness something darkness, maybe it's the veil. Since it could be familiar with both the traveler and the witness, it is anything is possible. The only thing that gets me against the veil is that of the vibes,
Yeah.
because the veil is darkness, and the veil does do horrific things to people.
But
that's
so
mostly-
does the light.
Yes, that's mostly because the people are not ready to like really be beamed by all of the consciousnesses of the universe at once, so people kind of go insane. But the way it's described doing this is very, for lack of a better word, evil. Like the interjections feel evil. They feel forceful. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not neutral. That is the one. Like, and the veil would be neutral. The veil is
Yeah.
just the equivalent of the the darkness equivalent of the traveler, as in the consciousness of the universe, as it is paracausally. So it shouldn't. It
The
shouldn't.
voracious ceremonial hum and
Yeah,
like
and like specifically awaiting.
salvation
like,
and
Yeah. One of the in the first page, one of the interjections is awaiting an angular shadow, and that is specifically the pyramids.
Yeah.
So like it's possible that maybe because the way the veil was in possession of the witness at the time, it acted like it acted differently because it was being influenced in some way. Or like the Vex that were reaching out for it were interpreting it in a different way or something like that.
Mm.
But it's just it's the way it's phrased.
Like the first chapter of this one is like, I know I said it before, but it is so like viscerally uncomfortable. Like,
Yes.
like if you sit down and really read it and like look at the way that it's describing things, it's like,
It's very specific words being used that kind of make you think
yeah,
of something um forceful, like something is happening in a way that feels cruel.
yeah,
Like the way it's destroying the light, like wringing the traveler's light from Mercury. Um, like
like it's incredibly invasive and
yeah, it's very invasive. It's
like,
it's that's how it's being presented.
and like that's not the way that the rest of this is written.
Yeah,
Like it's very intentional.
yeah, and then the
Right
last
up
one as
until
well.
the very last section is the same kind of thing, but it's more like withdrawing or like a victory kind of thing.
Yes, it feels like victory, especially with some of the ways, like dark salvation, uniform relief.
Yeah.
Um,
Ceremonial hum saw what was
yes,
to come. Like,
yeah. It
and the other thing
it's.
as well, Vance the implement.
I will genuinely just stand up and start pacing around the room. So when I got to the end for the first time of this, I was like, because until this point, you might be thinking Vance is just insane because, like, I mean, he is a little bit insane, a little bit. But you're kind of thinking, you know, cultist bullshit, right? It's a cult, whatever, you know. However, you get to this end, and the interjection specifically calls him the implement. And I have questions. What the fuck? Like, the implement of what? The implement for who? What did he implement? Like, if you're being called the implement, you've implemented something. What did he implement? And for which faction? And like the only thing that I can think of is that like his experiments that he got beamed with the tones to implement something, either for the Vex or for darkness or for both. And then I'm like wondering, like, what would he be implementing for the Vex? Obviously, he would be feeding the Vex paracausality with his experiments. Like, billions of deaths were generated in trials. Like, he was pushed to do this to generate more tones. He got obsessed with it. He was generating more and more tones. And by the way, in Arrivals, again, we'll do this when we get to Duress and Ingress, but and to the
I
quest
was
of
about to
evacuation.
say, are you gonna mention him?
Yeah. Who am I mentioning?
No, Chris.
Oh, I am always mentioning not Chris.
When was the last time you reread False Idols?
Like a week ago. Mega Longshore, but maybe the tree
My
he sort of
priest's shoulders
implemented
straightened.
that in a super roundabout way. At this point, maybe, but like the tree wouldn't be beaming him in the collapse, so, or the tree wouldn't be talking in this way because it wasn't there in the collapse. So like whatever is speaking here is the same thing that spoke in the first chapter. So, and like, if he implemented something for the Vex, it will be paracausality, right? Because they said like billions of deaths and like paracausal information about the Guardians being like beamed into the lighthouses for the Vex to like pour over as they're like trying to figure out the paracausality. But also, darkness was somehow involved 100%. It has to have been. So would he also be feeding the witness information about Guardians? did he feed them both? Like, did he implement something for both of these entities? It is
It's like
possible.
an implement is a tool,
Yes.
right? It's a
Yeah. So
so
like,
the Nokris thing.
yeah. Yeah.
In a younger time, intents were narrower. I see your value as we should have then. All who denied you, blinded by the sword, let them fall away as grains from the scythe.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I am the implement? Question
Yes.
mark.
Yes.
You are the mechanism by which we sever their chain.
Yes. I saw that in the Nokris thingy, and I went insane because Nokris and Vance, my cringe fail guys, they are the
Because the only other time
implements.
it's really used,
Yeah. So like Nokris
is
is
in Plunder,
yeah, and in a
not the
different
Nightmare Harvester.
in a different context, I think.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah, Paracultural Hand may find this implement manifested as a weapon,
Yeah,
which is
and
the scythe.
yeah,
Which,
and like
you know,
with Nokris
the
specifically, it's
scythe?
because Savathun is involved, and as we
Yes.
speculated a little bit, ambition brackets
Yeah.
Savathun.
And it's one of those, like, this is very... I am clutching at straws here, but
Yes, but like when
it's
you're
such a specific...
yes, when you're trying to come up with like what this is for 4 years and you don't get any like updates, you start losing your mind. I understand why Vance went insane because I get it. I understand. It's fine. Um, because like also like so he's called the implement and then like could hear their inspired voices. Whose inspired voices? Also like inspired, like like the chapter title, Inspire. So is this a play on the voices inside of the spire, or like their voices are inspired? And then weeping, but not with tears, in the voracious, low, ceremonial hum he had come to associate with death, which I think is just tones. Like the
like that's the spires, that's the lighthouses making tones.
yes. So
Again.
the voices are the inspired voices are kind of now like singing the whole song of the lighthouse in that like voracious low ceremonial hum that he had come to associate with death. So at this point, like once the pyramid is here, the tones are happening a lot more, and they did, because again, in Evacuation, Vance literally says that. He says the tones are richer now. There's a pattern and a chorus because of the pyramid. Like specifically, he specifies that because the pyramid is here, the tones have grown richer, and there's a pattern and a chorus, and
Which is fine.
He's like, he can still hear them. Like as we are telling him to get the fuck out of there to evacuate because Zavala ordered his ass to move out of there. He's like, "Can you hear the song of the lighthouse?" And they're like, "No, I can't."
Like, no, go home.
Literally,
Saint heard them.
yes, Saint heard something weird, which was totally not concerning at all. And
He talked about them singing, and like
yes,
he'd been in the forest long enough to be able to like
Yeah.
notice that kind of shit.
And Saint also wanted to get Vance out of the lighthouse. He looked for him specifically, and he didn't find him in there. And he was like, "Oh, great! He listened to Osiris and left." But he didn't, which I think makes a Saint really normal about this because I mean, he was responsible for these people. Like he was the new custodian of the lighthouse. They are lightless. They're literally just civilians. And he failed to save them. And if he learned, I hope that Saint doesn't know that Vance is in the forest. Because Saint is the only other person who suffered that fate. And died for it.
Yep.
So I think that would make him completely normal. Which is why we need to talk about targeted redaction. That's wild. There might actually be something to talk about after Duress and Egress, honestly. Although we did mention unexpected resurgence and stuff. Because like there's not much we can say here. Obviously, like saw what was to come, which is. Did he see what was going to happen after? Because he's clearly witnessing the descent, the pyramid coming to Mercury. And this day how many names now would suffice. Obviously, the day of the fleet returning. But I feel like he was beamed with a vision of what was going to happen in the future. Possibly of what the witness was specifically trying to do. Because like this could mean anything. Again, any of this can mean anything. But how do you not become insane about this? how do you not become insane about this lore tab, about this lore book? None of this was explained. So like, you'd think that maybe this would be resolved, or like at least we get some extra hints in Arrivals, when they're preparing for the planet to be yoinked. But I see that quote and the other one.
And the other one even.
Yeah, I saw them all. Like you'd kind of think that those would be explained in Arrivals, right? Like the planet is getting yoinked, and they would tell us like what this was all about, but they didn't. They actually made it worse because of how Vance behaved in Arrivals. Was quite unhinged. He was completely not
Just a little.
coherent. His entries for Duress and Egress are.
They're wild. They're wild. Like, they just.
And the theme,
He's not
like the titles, the bird theme, just makes me insane.
Mhm.
Why? Like none of that makes sense. And nothing that he said made sense. Nothing that he said to us for evacuation made any sense. He was blaming Fractaline and Osiris's sundial experiments for what has happened. He was like, oh, the pyramids and the forest and Osiris are all connected somehow. The forest has to be sealed. I have to do that.
Like, I personally have to do it. Nobody else can do it.
Yes, personally had to do it, and then he specifies that like he will go into the forest and spread hope, because he like in the forest he has access to like other timelines, simulation. Like we don't understand.
You
Like,
can't see it, but I'm burying my face in my hands.
yes. I mean, I know, and I understand, and this is when the reveal happened about the song, for which
I choose to ignore it.
for which he said specifically that the song, so like the melody, was made by the lighthouses, and he just wrote the words. So again, none of this like this makes no sense. And then
Hope for the Future's not in D sharp minor, by the way. I'm fairly sure it's in major.
I think that the original Hope for the Future should be like the actual in-game one should be different, music wise.
I mean, it could be different voice-wise.
Yes, that as well.
It could just not be him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's. I mean, yeah, Paul McCartney doesn't have the same voice as Vance, so.
Paul McCartney doesn't have the same voice that he used to either. That's half the problem.
Oh my god, we're not gonna doing a lore about that, but we will. I mean, we'll have
We're
to
not
mention.
going to do lore about how the remaining Beatle doesn't pay his
Yes.
taxes.
Yes. But this is, I mean, we'll have to mention that in Duress and Egress, because it is very much a part of that. In the incomprehensible events that are happening at the end of that lore book, the last remaining planet vendor that we have no clue about. McCartney isn't real. Big if true.
Unfortunately, I'm from Liverpool.
Huge if true. Yeah.
And he certainly is.
It's that's Trials Tribulations, everyone. We have learned this is net zero information.
I think it might be net negative information. To be
Yeah,
honest.
we know less than we've known before we went into this.
Mhm.
We know a little bit more about Osiris and his emotional state after exile. We know about Sister Feora, which apparently is relevant, which is why one of the reasons why I wanted this reading, because she's been mentioned.
Are we gonna do unexpected resurgence?
Yeah, it's not
or-
it's not very no, it's already I already searched for it. I can't imagine why. A glaive. Osiris Trials of Osiris glaive. From Season of the Deep. So one of the interesting parts about the whole arrivals vendors and stuff was that they were kind of in. I learned that Vance should have had carriers in the game.
Listen, you don't know that he doesn't. You've not seen him without his hood on.
Yes. He's bald, by the way. I've seen his model. Obviously, he's bald because they don't have to model his hair,
I
but
was gonna say they've not modeled his hair.
yeah, but it's very funny. I mean, it makes sense actually that he would be. But perhaps like if they do model, they will put carriers. Bungie, you know what to do.
No.
He takes off the hood and it's just inexplicably
Oh, I'm insane.
he's a cat.
I'm insane.
I've created a
Really apply to
reality
people.
unfathomable and incomprehensible. This is like your veil moment, unraveling you from. So yeah, no. Well, before I saw that cursed sentence, I wanted to say that it was the vendor stuff was in order, kind of. Like we had Seraph, that concluded everything about Anna, because Anna left Mars. Anna is the one who evacuated because of Rasputin, because she wanted to fix him, and in Seraph we got a conclusion to that story. Then we had Defiance, and in Defiance they dealt with Asher. Obviously, Io is still questionable, but at least Asher is like we know what happened. We know what happened with Asher now. We got like a direct continuation of his last entry in Duress and Egress in Excalibur, and we know what he did and how he helped us and why he did all the things that he did. And then immediately after it was Deep, which was about Titan and Sloane, who is actually completely normal. I mean, with a minor change of being taken, half taken. But she stayed on Titan. We got the full story of what she was doing on Titan the whole time.
Even if she's not told everyone about it.
Yes, and then in Deep with the last with that introduction with the Titan stuff, they brought this thing. So Sister Feora, and like when I first saw this, I thought, oh, it's just like her flavor text. Like she does have flavor text, and like that's all. But then like no, actually she's here.
Goals he has.
Yes, like that. No, actually she's personally here. It was that, and it was targeted action, which mentions Vance. Obviously, it mentions him because they're talking about the vendors, which makes sense. But the addition of this is incomprehensible because like, we don't have to know about Sister Feora. Nobody needs to know about Sister Feora. Nobody knows who she is, except us, obviously. So I was thinking, this is a hint. It has to be. Like they hinted at, hey, by the way, did you guys remember the Cult of Osiris? Do you guys remember Vance? And do you guys remember Feora? This is next. But it wasn't.
We didn't get anything in Wish.
We didn't get anything. We didn't get anything in Witch. Like at the time when this happened, because like again, it was Anna, Seraph, immediately after Defiance and Asher, and then Deep and Sloane.
So we just assumed like that meant that.
Yeah, that would be like the
would
whole.
be
Yeah, so that's like
some.
it'll be something, at least. If maybe not like returning Mercury entirely, like maybe it will at least be addressed, and that maybe we need to return all the planets to get through the portal.
'Cause
I
at
like-
that point we were like, maybe it's something to do with the Nine, or
Yeah, like restoring the order. Like in Deep, again, Ikora and Osiris also talk about the rhythm of the system and how it's being restored. How the Veil remembered Titan returning to the order of the solar system. How
yeah,
the
so, like, it
rhythm of the
sounded
solar
like it was
system.
the Nine.
Yes.
Yeah.
The rhythm of the solar system is being restored, and how this is like in some way helping the Veil or something. We don't know. They like just have they have an insane conversation, Ikora and Osiris. So like all this like meant kind of like well, maybe we're solving the arrival stuff, and this is like one of the reasons why all the planets were taken, because it will be difficult to follow the witness into the portal. Like, if it does its thing, and the planets are gone, and like all these secrets of the planets are gone, we can't follow, except no mention. Because in any other situation, this would be a hint. Maybe not immediately for the next one, but like for something happening in vicinity of this information. But it wasn't, and it hasn't been an update since.
And this whole tab is really concerning
It is really concerning.
because, like, you know, I know a lot of people are not following the trials law,
Yes.
but there's been a lot going on in that.
Yes, especially with Shayura, who has been through
Yeah,
several situations.
yeah,
Like, she's had like a breakdown. She had specifically a breakdown because of Titan. So like in Red War, Shayura and her fire team were stuck on Titan, and they were lightless, and they were fighting the Hive, and Shayura was like, she had a breakdown essentially because, you know, she's lightless. She was fighting against the Hive. There was some knight that was stalking her. They got really close
And
to
it just broke her.
Sloane. Yeah,
Like-
it just broke her. Yeah, and years later, she had these flashbacks to this event, specifically during like PvP matches in trials, because it's a very stressful situation. Like, it kind of shows how a PvP is not exactly something that is good. PvP is not good.
She very clearly has PTSD about
Yes.
things.
She has
Um,
PTSD, and I think it was like was it psychosis?
Yeah,
A psychotic episode, or something
yeah,
like that.
she like hallucinated some stuff.
Yes, so in the middle of Trials match, she hallucinates that she's back on a Titan lightless, and that a knight is stalking her, and she's like genuinely, she tries to kill a guardian like permanently because she thinks she's attacking the knight. They barely stop her, and then shortly after that, Stasis comes out. She's still having these episodes. She's still like, she becomes like super convinced that she has to purge all of the Stasis users. Charles causes PTSD flashbacks make sense. Literally same for me. She like
She's not kidding. I hear about it all the time.
she has these like episodes, like she has this, she becomes like super, she's praxic order, so like anyone using darkness is like, this person has to die. But like for her specifically, it's a lot worse because she has these flashbacks to being lightless and to being attacked by these darkness forces, and it's not good for her. And she
It's handled really well, actually.
yes, it's really really good. That was Brooks.
Brooks Blowbows, yeah.
It's really really good. It's like really respectfully shown, like a very, it's
Like,
not
it's
a
not
joke.
like, oh, she went crazy and killed
Yes,
people.
yes, it's very like,
It's like, she is not doing well. She's not okay and
Yes.
she needs help.
yes, it's very concerning. Like, everyone is like super concerned
Yeah.
about everything that she's going through. And since she's praxic, she kind of goes insane when everyone starts using stasis, and she's like, I have to kill them. Like, she just genuinely starts like going off, like in the middle of PvP matches, in the middle of trials. She's like, I'm killing this person like permanently. Like, she tries to kill a ghost. And she gets stopped by Aisha, who is her best friend ever. And
Friends.
Aisha stops her by using stasis on her, because there was no other way. Aisha
Yeah,
freezes her.
Because she freezes her.
Yes, to stop her from killing another person's ghost. And that unhinges Shayura completely. She is completely betrayed. Like, her closest friend used stasis on her. And then she goes completely off the rails. She departs from the fire team. She starts looking for people to kill. She does kill quite a lot of ghosts and people. She literally has a human skull in her ship at one point. Her ghost is stripped of his shell. It's just like the little orb. It doesn't have a shell. And she's just going around the universe trying to kill people, essentially, who use stasis. She goes to Venus, where she kills a friendly Elixni and tries to kill a guardian. There's a lot. And she's eventually apprehended. Aisha and Reed. I think it's the, yeah,
Fire team.
yeah, that's her fire team. They get her. They manage to restrain her essentially. They find her, restrain her, and she is at that point like wailing, crying, and like losing it.
Just like completely having a breakdown.
Yes, having a complete breakdown, and she eventually gets transported to the city, where she gets. They have like a essentially like a prison, like a containment thing for guardians, because sometimes you really need to like be able to contain them. So they like I think it's based like it's based on the Praxic stuff, where they essentially like cage or like there's something with ghosts and like light suppression. There's like a way to make you kind of not able to do what you can do otherwise. And she's there for a while, but then after a while they offer her actual therapy. Like she goes to an actual therapist in game.
And like it helps a lot,
Yes.
and she like starts dealing with things, and
Yes, she starts dealing
like,
with things.
heals from it, and they
Yes.
do like restorative justice stuff and everything. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like they actually like treat her, and she's not just like put in a cage and like left to rot.
Yeah.
They start treating her, and it works. Her therapy works out very well. And eventually they decide, hey, I mean, she's doing well. She's doing better. I think she's like good to be released, because it's not going to help her anymore to be contained. And they do release her, and she goes back to her fire team with Reed and Aisha. And they're doing well
Like
for a
she's
little
still
bit.
wobbly.
Yes, she's still very much wobbly, but she's doing a little
Like,
bit better now
but
that
she's
she's with.
She's getting there. Yeah.
Yes, she's essentially with her family, which helps quite a lot. But then Lightfall happens. Lightfall happens. Aisha, Shayura, and Reed are in the front line, and Reed gets the
And hey,
slicing.
you remember that Titan that got sliced up?
Yeah,
Or is it
that's
7?
Reed 7, the Strike Dad.
Yeah. Guy who has never done anything wrong his entire life.
Yes.
Like genuinely.
Genuinely, one of the most like gentlest depictions of any Guardian ever. Like, Saint is there, but like Reed is genuinely just like he's just
like he's good. He's
Yes.
just really good, and he cares very deeply.
Yes, he loves his fire team.
Um,
They literally call him Strike Dad. Like
Yeah.
he's like one of those, like, imagine like the most wholesome Guardian who just like casually plays Destiny and helps people when he can. Like that's Reed. And he gets sliced, and Aisha are obviously devastated. And they wonder why they weren't sliced, because they were right there.
And it's like, why wasn't it me?
Yes. Why wasn't it me? And I do believe that it is the reason why it's not them is because they use darkness. Aisha used darkness, and Shayura went on a killing spree, killing ghosts and stuff.
Yeah.
Like a very
It's about
emotional
cruelty, right?
state.
It's about cruelty.
Yes, it's
If you
about
leave
cruelty.
behind.
And I think that like it's kind of like supposed to be let them wonder and let them think that because they strayed to the darkness side, this is what saved them.
Yeah.
Like,
And
salvation.
also because like in that context, who's gonna cope with that loss the best?
Yes.
Reed.
Yeah.
Because he's like the most stable. Like he's gonna be upset. He's gonna
Yeah,
be a mess over it.
Obviously.
He's gonna be like, "But I'm the Titan.
Yeah.
I should have protected them." But
Yeah.
he would handle it better.
100%. He would be able to move on a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because he's just he's just that type of a person.
Yeah. He's just in a better place
Yeah.
himself
Yeah.
to be able to deal with something like that.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at the start of this lore tab.
Yes. Shayura is coping with losing someone that they called father, essentially.
Mhm.
Shayura kneels in
friend.
front of a gilded copper pot, and the young bonsai rising from inside of it. Tucked away in the soil are the vertically sliced fragments of a ghost. The tree grows up around them, and where root and dirt meet, Shayura places a stick of lit incense. The bazaar is quiet as she lifts the freshly potted tree and places it on a low table overlooking the city the traveler once protected. "You are missed," Shayura whispers, brushing her fingertips against the soft branches. The remains of Reed Seven's ghost stare up at her. For a moment, she remembers seeing the cockpit of her jumpship littered with the ghosts of her victims. Yet, her ghost was spared the witness's wrath. Aisha's too, but this pain isn't about her. It is selfish. Shayura's heart lurches, and she tries to center herself. "I exalt my fire team." Is that a prayer? A woman asks behind her. Shayura quickly turns and spots a stranger approaching between stalls. She carries a glaive like a walking staff. Its design matches the ornate pattern of her robes. Familiar, Osirian. Of sorts, Shayura answers belatedly. The robed woman bows, apologetic. I ask for a moment of your time, Shayura. Hearing her name from the mouth of a stranger sets Shayura on edge. She glances at the memorial, then stands. Please, leave me be. My name is Sister Feora, the robed woman continues. Devotee of Osiris, seeker of truth, outcast. The last title earns a squint from Shayura. What do you want, outcast Feora? Sister Feora gestures to herself with one hand. Only to offer you something the few others would, given your history. Shayura raises her brow in a challenge. Feora boldly meets it. Friendship.
My entire ass, is that what she wants?
It's like
It's like, hey, I see you, Captain Manipulative bullshit.
that is incredibly manipulative, but like especially
Yeah.
because of the position that Shayura is in. Like she is literally grieving and like making a little offering for Reed.
And like trying to handle it.
Yeah,
in
and
a
like
healthy way.
trying.
Like the I exalt my fire team is one of those. It's like an affirmation thing that
Yes,
she's been doing.
she's been. That's been
Um,
something that her therapy was like kind of teaching her to
Yeah.
use as a form of centering herself.
Mhm.
And then like as she's
there's,
doing
there's
that,
like a whole kind of like bunch of them, and she's like interrupted in the middle of it. Like
Yeah.
it's not just I exalt my fire team. It's like a bunch of other ones as well.
yes, there's like a several like lines that she has to kind of recite to get herself to stop whatever like wild thoughts she might have or like whatever might like get
Yeah.
her to spiral again. And she's interrupted by a complete stranger who has no business doing this.
hmm Wearing
And
like
yeah,
Trials of Osiris shit,
yeah, like having a glaive.
which is like where she had a breakdown.
Yeah, having a glaive, and wearing. It's very interesting because it's actually it's the same description as in Trials and Tribulations.
When she's
So-
first mentioned.
Yes, so in Post-exilic, when Osiris first meets them, a woman dressed in an ornately patterned cloak appeals, right? Like ornately patterned cloak, and Unexpected Resurgence, ornate pattern of her robes. Like it's a very distinct throwback to Trials and Tribulations.
hmm
And in the description, because that's the only two descriptions we have. We don't know what she actually looks like or anything. She's not like she's not like a character. I think we should kill Sister Feora. True.
Agreed. Yes,
And
but I don't think we should make her do it.
yeah. And it's like Shayura is kind of like she's trying to be polite still because you know again she's learning to be like a normal
Like
member
she's
of.
not actually a horrible person. She's
Yeah,
just been
yeah.
through a lot. And,
She's
like,
been through
had
a lot.
breakdown.
Yeah, she literally had like a mental health crisis, and it went like so beyond anything that like I mean, as a guardian, I mean, guardians are very dangerous.
hmm
And then this woman is like knows her name. Like this is someone who is very on edge about
Knows her name. Knows what she did.
yes. Like this is
Like,
not
'cause, like,
something.
Sarah's been like caught basically over this stuff.
Yes. And I don't
like,
think
there are people who
that's
think that she shouldn't be allowed to be free.
yeah, but I don't
um,
think that's many people who, like this doesn't sound like public
But
knowledge.
it's not like a yeah.
At least it shouldn't be. Like it's not like oh everyone like this was on the news. Like Shayura this and this was like are apprehended today and like
Yeah.
she's on court. Like, this is not something that is being dealt with publicly really.
Yeah.
So Feora knowing her name and about this
hmm
is very concerning, which obviously
Yeah.
is to Shayura. So Shayura is kind of like the way she tries to get herself out of this is just like please leave me be. Like she's not trying to be confrontational. She's not trying to. She's just on edge, which I mean, understandable. And is like, leave me be before like I don't want I don't want to deal with this, which is like a fair thing to say at this point. She doesn't want like strangers approaching her in this way. But Feora doesn't. She doesn't react at all to this.
It's like she didn't say anything.
Yeah, It's like just, oh yeah, by the way, my name is Sister Fiora, like, and I'm this, and this. Like, who asked? Literally, like, Shiora did not, like, Shiora did not want to interact with this person.
Like, she told you to go away, actually,
Yeah.
love.
And Fiora was like, no, I'm continuing. Like, really relentless in the way she's doing this. And, but like, obviously Shiora is kind of like, well, okay, fine. Well, what do you want now? Well, I clearly am not going to be leaving this situation. And very ominous way to phrase this. Like, it wasn't like, again, manipulative, right? Because she could have said like, well, I would like to be your friend or something. That would be a normal thing to say. Like, I don't know, I don't have many friends in the city.
Or like,
can you show me
hey,
around?
I know you've been through a lot. Like,
yeah, or that. Like, maybe, like, Fiora could have, like, lied about anything. She could have been like, yeah, she could have been like, well, I've been through a lot. Like, I've heard about you, or I've been to the same therapist or whatever. Like, literally anything to make this a little less
But no, it's a power thing.
ominous. Yes.
Like, it's very much a, like, I know what you did.
Yes. And because I know what you did, I have something against.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a leverage.
Yeah.
Right? Like, not everyone will be your friends. You'll be your friend because
Yeah.
of what you've done. But I
Yeah.
will.
But I will be.
And that's.
And like, that's not. It ain't good, Chief.
It's basically taking people who are like who have issues and who are like isolated, and kind of trying to rope them in, which again, cultist behavior. And like specifically Shiora, man, like.
We're doing this now in deep with Shiora.
Yes.
Like, someone who's got more cause than most to not want anything to do with trials.
Yes. Very, very and like clearly she knows about Shiora. Like, she knows what Shiora did in trials, 100%. But she's approaching her specifically, maybe because she thinks that she's vulnerable enough to be manipulated in this way. But we don't know the rest of it because that's it. There's not been an update.
Yeah.
And clearly this is like very, very, very strange because again, nobody knows her. She's a very niche character, a very, 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 very extremely niche character. Who, again, 3 lore tabs in D2, 1 lore tab in D1, and then flavor text. Like,
And then just disappeared.
yes, and
like-
then and disappeared like during House of Wolves. And for 8 years in setting, she's not been anywhere to be found. And now she's in the city, and she's bothering Shiora of all people. And in a very kind of as I think Raph said that earlier, that it's kind of like she's trying to make a new faction.
Yeah.
And this is where we're at. This is what I think as well. I think because especially now with the Into the Light stuff, with mentioning the Concordat.
Yeah.
And mentioning all of those like interviews of how the citizens want to vote and want to like get
Yes.
new factions to actually like help the city. I think there's a lot of people in the city right now who are trying to be those factions that will get chosen. Obviously, the Concordat is clearly trying to bribe Guardians with skimmers.
And it's like,
It's like
okay,
almost
but
working.
we do remember what you did, though.
Yeah, exactly. And I do believe that Feora may be trying something as well with the cult.
Yeah.
Although I genuinely don't know how the cult would be gaining any sort of respect.
Like, maybe they're, like, trading off Osiris himself now again?
Maybe because like this
Because,
is
like, I don't think Feora's, like...
interesting.
She's not, like, insane cultist in the same way that Vance is. Like,
Yes.
Vance wholly and truly believes everything.
Yes, Vance was
Right,
like a
like,
true
he's-
believer of
he's led,
Osiris as a
Right?
as this again, in an idolatry way.
Yeah.
He
And
truly,
I don't think that Feora is in quite the same way.
yes.
I think it's a useful vehicle. Like, maybe she was at some point, but I think at this point it's a useful vehicle for her.
Yes. Or like she believes in one way, but not like she believes that there's
But not, like,
something
the
else.
way that Vance does.
Yes. She's very much not like the typical, just kind of like a random cultist.
Yeah.
Like you don't become that you don't become leader with that. But like clearly she does believe something because like this has to be referring to Osiris. and like so stasis was the thesis of, I guess, darkness. That darkness can be wielded. The darkness, the proof for Osiris's claims that Osiris has to be understood. Stasis darkness has to be understood. That darkness has to be like used to defeat the darkness or to deal with darkness. And then, of course, Strand is his dissertation, aka Osiris's dissertation, on this whole claim that darkness is actually something to be understood and used. But
Which,
what does that
yes,
mean?
but not
for
in the way that you mean
her?
it.
Yeah, and like, why would she be using this as a vehicle for like being a faction again? Like, is she recruiting? Because it feels like she's recruiting.
Yeah.
But like, who would now believe the cult of like when Osiris was missing? It kind of makes sense because like nobody knows. But now Osiris is here and he's lightless, and he can just say what he wants to say. Like we don't need the cult to convince us that whatever.
But then the cult were doing that when he was first there anyway, so
Yeah. So it's
like already messing around with what he was saying.
So what was?
So what benefit does it give to her?
Yeah. And like, what were they cooking with bringing her back? Because again, like this is not something that people were like eagerly waiting for. Like it's not kind of like, oh, let's bring like a niche background character. Like when they bring like stuff like Micah.
I saw that flavor text and I was like,
yeah, I thought it was just a flavor text.
I was like, oh, that's a hint about Vance.
Yeah.
And then I read it and I was like, what is she doing here?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
First
what
of all, I
is
thought
she
was
doing
dead.
here?
Second of all,
Yeah,
what
I
is
thought she was dead.
doing?
I thought she was dead. And that's why Vance was the leader later. But apparently, like, she's not only dead, she's still a member of the cult. So where did she go? Why did she leave her position in the lighthouse?
Night Joe. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Why did she leave the position? Like, she was literally like preaching sermons in the Spire Chapel in the lighthouse. Like, why would she abandon that? Unless again she went recruiting, but like the leader doesn't go recruiting. Like on her own. So
yeah, like there should be someone else with her.
Yeah. And she's completely alone. And like devotee of Osiris, you know, like the followers of Osiris, blah blah. Seeker of truth. Okay. Outcast. Outcast of what?
Like outcast because you left?
Yeah, like is she outcast from the
Because
rest
you
of
went
the
to follow Osiris?
cult?
Or are you outcast from the rest of the cult? Like,
or are you outcast from the rest of the, as in like exiled from the city as for Osiris? Yeah. And then obviously that's also the title that gets coined from Shayura, because Shayura is like, outcast from what? Like, what are you outcast from, right? Like, and that's what she calls her, outcast
don't
Fiora.
talk to me about outcasts.
Yeah, outcast Fiora. It also might be again manipulative because Shayura would also be an outcast. It's kind of like, oh yeah, we are the same, you and I. Like,
which
I
is
don't
like
think so.
standard cult programming.
Yeah, I don't think so, and it's strange because like this, we haven't got to follow up on this. There's been 2 other Trials weapons that did not have any lore. Very upset about this.
You've been very patient about it, and I haven't heard you complain once.
Yeah, not even once. Not even once, literally. There will be more weapons. I know they announced them, so we might get an update because the Shayura thing is always on the trial stuff.
Yeah.
Or there might be an update somewhere else if this is going to be something that's going to be in like a bigger.
Yeah. Just needs to message Brooks and be like, please. What do you mean by this?
Please, I will go insane. More insane.
I was gonna say go. You're already there.
I'll go insane. Literally, I have cat ears. What else do you want from me? Tell me, bestie.
I feel like Brooks would approve of the cat ears, to be fair.
Yes, probably. And like, it's just, what does this mean? Why was this in deep? because this didn't connect to anything else in Deep, other than because Shira, and Aisha were mentioned in Deep a few times because actually no, it was
Flown.
because of Sloane. Yeah, it was they were they like they found Sloane again and they were like super happy that they're back with her, that she's alive, and they obviously had to tell her about Reed, which Sloane did not take.
Because they were quite close, yeah.
Yes, Sloane was
Sloane did not take it well.
Yeah, she did not take it that well, especially because she also got she also learned that Amanda died as well. So like,
Yeah.
it's just like, what the fuck has
It's
been
like,
going
hi,
on?
welcome back.
Yeah. By the way, everyone you
survived,
cared
but
about,
nobody else did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody else.
Because like that was an important thing in I mean we'll get to that next week in Juris Negros, is that like
Yeah.
one of Sloane's is about Amanda.
Yes. They
and
were
Amanda
very close.
just like not getting it.
They were very, very close. And
Yeah.
Amanda was very upset that Sloane was staying, and Shira and Aisha and Reed were very upset. Like again, the spiraling
that was,
thing
like,
for the Shira had started with Sloane saying that she's gonna stay on Titan, and that like completely like it made Shira super 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 upset, and she started like having these flashbacks, hallucinations about being back on Titan in the Red War, lightless, and it was not good. It was genuinely not good. So her story being at this point now is strange. Like why this character? And like they
So I like leave Brittany alone.
yeah. And they made her like she's not changed. Like Fiora is exactly the same as she was.
Mhm.
And,
Just as manipulative, just as like,
Yes.
look at me, I know everything.
and looking for people that she can easily manipulate.
Yeah.
And being very cruel about, like, again,
Mhm.
offer you something that few others would given your history. Like, why would you say it that way? It's again, it's the same like with the things that she was. We don't know what she told Vance, but like she did tell him something. Ableist. She's like, again, if when I'm in an ableism competition and my opponent is Sister Fiora, genuinely like, what on earth?
Mhm.
So we've been in normal about this thing for a while now. Because like the moment you see like Sister Fiora, like my first thought was like, wait, the last time we saw her was Trials and Tribulations. What does it mean?
Like straight up, I thought she was dead. Why have you brought her up now?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
And
is this
like,
a flashback? Nope,
Yeah.
it's not.
and again, using a whole lore tab for something that is irrelevant is just,
Yeah.
it's not. Especially it's not unfinished. Like if
The
it's just like,
Ikora.
yeah, if it's just like a snippet of something like from the past, or like a little snippet
Yeah.
of something like, something, it doesn't have to be a connection, but like this is very much not finished.
Yeah.
It's not a finished story. So I am expecting something.
Mhm.
Well,
Too late in the
unexpected
game,
resurgence.
Nothing.
Yes.
Yep. But it's even the name of the tab. It's
Yeah.
the same with targeted redaction. Like,
Yeah, especially
that
like
it's not an accident.
yeah, like unexpected resurgence of the cult of Feora, because it is absolutely unexpected.
Mhm.
Like I did not expect that in a million years. Sister Fiora never. Like I genuinely just thought like the easiest way to
Like Vance, yeah, sure.
yeah,
but,
the
like,
easiest way to deal
Fiora?
with her is just like she's died, because I mean,
Yeah.
she must be quite old. So
Yeah, like she's got to be over 100 at this point.
yes,
Well over it.
yeah, well over 100. And again, yeah, as you said, like with Vance, that makes sense because again, vendor, and we knew him, so it makes sense that they would want to wrap up all of the vendor stories and all the planet stories from Arrivals. But Feora, it makes no sense, and I think we've not seen the last of her. Probably, it would make me quite. It would be really bizarre if they did not ever mention this
If they
again.
didn't after this, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the fact that she's even using like the new glaive, like, does that mean she's been around trials?
Yeah, like
Like, has she been sucking up to Saint? Like,
I don't know, like where did she get that? She's not a guardian,
yeah, yeah.
so where did she snatch this from?
Yeah, the fact she's using it as a staff, like
Yeah, walking stuff, yeah. Which might like symbolize like being old.
her being older, but like
It,
they're quite big things.
they are very big things, and they're not very stable as walking sticks.
Hmm.
Like you can slip with this. You like if you depending on like which side, but like yeah, you can slip. God forbid that she becomes disabled, given her.
Given her own approaches to it,
Yeah. It's
But then I
just
think it's probably, whatever approach is more convenient for her.
yeah, manipulating people. So that's a really normal thing to add in Season of the Deep. Especially because I said like the ornate pattern, like the description is exactly the same as in Trials and Tribulations. Again, a
Yeah.
throwback that we don't need. You don't need that throwback. Especially because it's the throwback that is about her, and that lore book is not about her at all. So
Yeah.
Weird.
Like, she's there to provide context to what Vance is. Like,
Yeah, and to show how the cult like grew in her under her like leadership. Very bizarre. And obviously, like it was paired with targeted reduction, which, but like that at least makes sense.
at least to some extent.
Yeah, it makes sense because they're talking about the vendors. Like they're specifically
Yeah.
because this is in deep, obviously. So Osiris is asking about Sloane.
Like, that's how the conversation comes up between the two of them.
Yes, and they're on a date in Neomuna, having a really good time, and like kind of chill margins of their lives. And so like and obviously Saint has been dealing with Sloane, so he's like so Osiris is kind of like, no, how is Sloane doing? And Saint is, being Saint, every day small progress. And even small progress is something to be proud of. Man, I love him.
Yeah.
He's, he's
He's yeah.
yeah. And
Another
then
teacup.
Osiris is contemplating this, obviously, and he's very like excited. It feels like he's excited about the fact that it's nothing short of a miracle that she survived all that time on Titan, and a portion of Asher Mir also seemed to have survived his dive into the Pyramidion. Don't lose hope in the darkness, he says, joining his hand with Saints. This is Sagira's last words.
Again, yeah.
So this is a moment for
like,
Osiris.
the fact that he can say that at all is...
Yes. Like, this is the last
like-
thing she ever told him.
Like, that's huge.
Yeah. And then Saint is like, yes, perhaps there is even hope for Brother Vance.
And Osiris just goes, who?
Yeah, Osiris stares at
Like-
him in prolonged silence.
Like, it's not a...
Who?
It's not a making a joke, it's... He doesn't know who he's talking about.
The problem is also that, like, Saint.
Yeah.
Like, Saint coughs politely changes the
He-
topic.
Like,
He doesn't laugh,
it's...
he doesn't giggle, chuckle, or
Like, Saint would. Like,
Yes.
if Osiris was joking, like,
yes.
being like, oh god, don't remind me about the nut job cultist, like,
Yeah, exactly.
Saint would laugh.
Yeah.
But he's not.
And I don't know if Saint isn't laughing
really
because
concerning.
Saint might be not laughing because of the way, like the tone of voice, and like
Yeah.
Osiris's whole like the way he does this, like he's just like staring in silence and then says this, and like if Osiris's tone wasn't jokey, then Saint obviously would have been kind of, I'm not digging into this.
Yeah.
I can't deal with this.
He can't handle it.
Yeah, and another possibility is that Saint just doesn't think it's funny. Like Osiris did make a joke, but to Saint this is not. It's not funny to him because, again, as I said earlier, Saint looked for him, and Saint couldn't save him, and now he's stuck in the forest where Saint was stuck. So Saint is the only person who knows how what that feels like, and it's
So
genuinely
it's like,
it's not a joke. Like
Yeah,
this is
both
a
of
lightless like if we forget about the cringe fail, obviously, and the cringe of the being like a insane cultist man, he's still like a lightless dude. And anyone being stuck in the forest is fucking horrendous. But especially
and
someone
on
who is
top
not a
of
guardian.
that, like Saint losing people on Mercury
Yes, Saint losing people on Mercury, and like especially because
is
Saint was responsible for them in the
yeah,
lighthouse. For these
like the
civilians.
first time we found Saint, the first time chronologically that we met Saint
Yeah. Is him,
was him failing to protect people
yes, on Mercury.
on Mercury.
And it's just like, man, it's a very weird. But like again, as I said, this makes
Like,
sense at least.
I don't think it's the case that Osiris is making a joke.
Yeah.
Um,
But it also doesn't make
because I
sense that
don't
he
think
doesn't
he
know.
would joke about that to Saint.
Yeah.
I don't think he would joke about that to Saint.
Yeah, same. Especially because of like the tone of the conversation is like, a very
Yeah.
kind of emotional, and then it ends
Yeah.
with Sagira's final words. And then like suddenly he's making a joke.
Like Osiris wouldn't make that into a joke.
Yeah, especially because
Not at a place where he could.
Yeah, like oh, I'm so glad that Asher survived. I'm so glad that Sloan survived. I'm so glad that people don't lose
Mm.
hope in the darkness. This is something that helped me as well, and they helped other people survive in these like unfathomable conditions. And then saying that like, yeah, maybe this other person also survived, and regardless of like what, again, regardless of the cringe, and how much he was annoyed by the cult.
And like again, like even at the time with the plant the seed conversation, like Osiris
Yes.
regretted being so sharp with him.
Yes,
Like he
it
regretted
says,
yelling at him.
Yeah, it says like he felt a pang of pity, because I mean
Yeah.
he would, because again he cares about people. That's the whole
Mhm.
thing with Osiris. He
He's
cares
not the
about
best people person in the whole world, but he
Yes.
cares about people.
Yeah, he doesn't really want like to be on a personal level with all these people, but like he does not want people to die. So joking about someone dying in that way is, I just don't think that's Osiris.
And Saint doesn't want to probe into it because,
Yes,
yeah,
because
He's
Saint does
had
not
enough
want
of-
to re-experience Sub-Siris and possibility that Osiris is being weird. Obviously, the
because it
other
means that something might be wrong with him.
Yeah, and also the other theories that people have is that like he genuinely doesn't remember, because like Vance was so inconsequential that like Osiris genuinely has no fucking clue, which is impossible. It's genuinely impossible. I would rather Osiris made a stupid joke, not even stupid, a cruel joke, than like Osiris just
Yeah.
genuinely forgot. Because Osiris didn't forget anything else.
No.
He is aware of the cult. He mentions them in Seraph. He is aware of the tree and the plant and the silver tree on Io. He mentions it in Wish, literally, with Mara.
Mhm. One.
And he mentions Vance by name 3 times in Immoland.
Like he knows who he is.
Yes. He was temporarily also obsessed with the research of the tones.
Yeah.
He had like his recordings of the tones. He showed them to Anna. He knew him. He knew who he was.
Yeah.
It's like, and other people will be like, well, it's been a long
It was
time.
important.
He may have forgotten, but like, again, he didn't forget anything else. There is no
Yeah.
sign.
He woke up and immediately was like the tones, Anna the tones.
Yes,
But he doesn't know who Vance is.
it's. I don't think it's possible that he genuinely forgot.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's. I think. I mean,
And
might
with
be
the-
possible
with
that
the
he made a.
name of the gun,
Yes.
like,
Targeted.
targeted redaction.
But then again, we don't know how and why this would have been redacted.
Yeah.
I
Like,
genuinely.
is it something to do with Sav? Like,
I
why?
cannot think of a reason why Sav would do that.
Yeah, same.
Because at the time we thought that like if Mercury was relevant for Portal,
Yeah.
then Sav might have redacted that to kind of not make us to make us dependent on her to getting through
On
the
her,
portal.
yeah.
But that's not the
But-
case.
Yeah.
We didn't need Mercury or Io for that matter, or any of the planets really. I mean, technically Asa, so she can tell us. But
She's having a nappy.
Yes. We don't know. And like who else? I mean, maybe the Nezarec did something. But again, why? Why specifically this one very, very
Yeah.
kind of a niche thing.
Yeah, relatively unimportant guy.
Yeah. I also heard people say that like this is just a joke for the players. Or like a throwback to how Eris didn't know who he was in Prophecy dialogue. But I feel like that's kind of weird. That would be a weird thing to like. Oh, this is a
It's a
joke.
weird situation
Yes, like a joke for the
that joke to
players.
happen in.
Yes, I
Yeah.
would. In that case, I would make this a different type of
Not this conversation. Yeah.
Like a lot more chill, kind of funnier, humorous situation. Not they're having an emotional date on the rooftops of Niamuna. They're making time for one another in the margins of their lives.
Like they're holding hands and trying to deal with trauma and
Yeah. And Osiris
really
is
the
quoting
time for jokes like
Sagira's
that.
final word, final sentence to him.
like Jesus Christ, that could be like not too long after he puts a shell in the hole. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like
I could have been literally the same.
it could literally have been that evening. You
Yeah.
know?
Literally could have. Well, obviously not. Technically not because of Sloane, because they're talking about Sloane. But it
It
could have
depends
been.
how far into Lightfall it was, though.
Yeah. It could have. It could have literally been like a week or something after.
Yeah.
The timeline is like obviously not clear as usual, but like
Yeah.
it's it will be really 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 weird for this to be a joke in the context of the rest of the situation, in the rest of the conversation, and the context of what Saint's reaction is. So essentially, I have no clue what this would be about. Like, why would this be presented in this way? Again, it could be just like irrelevant for the time being. But then again, why this specific reaction from Osiris? It makes no sense. It genuinely makes no sense to me that he would react this
Compels
way.
me, though.
It's especially when you pair with that with Feora and Deep as well. So that's two cultists mentioned in the same season, years and years after they've been relevant to anybody whatsoever.
Yeah, like that's the biggest thing for me is that like it's so long since either of them have been relevant.
Yeah, at this point, I think that a lot of players have no clue.
Won't even know who she is. Yeah.
Definitely don't know
Or
who
possibly even
Feora
Vance.
is.
Yeah.
But-
Won't know who Feora is, but like possibly even Vance.
Yeah, I do believe that like a lot of people have no clue. Like obviously Asher was reintroduced essentially, and
Mhm.
Sloane was reintroduced, but Vance was not. Like for the, like if you started playing in Beyond Light, and you're not like really big into lore, you
You
Don't-
don't have a clue who he is.
yes, because he's not been mentioned. Oh, I've seen a lot of people actually. He has been mentioned once. A lot of people has also said that like it might be that he doesn't remember because Vance is like in the Infinite Forest. It might have like erased himself from time or something, and that Saint
Then why does Saint
remembers.
remember?
But Saint remembers because Saint was also in the forest. So there's like some kind of weird timeline shit going on.
So
However,
is Osiris.
yes. However, Vance is mentioned by Ikora in Splicer. In
Yeah.
Splicer, during Solstice of Heroes, Ikora is explaining Solstice to Mithrax, and she's like, "This is how we honor our like guardians, and specifically our, especially also our like dead heroes who
Yeah.
died for the cause." And she mentions Sagira, she mentions Cade, she mentions Asher and Sloane because at the time we think that
Yeah.
they're dead. And she says, literally quoting, "And yes, even Brother Vance."
Even Brother Vance. Yeah, I remember that.
She's
now.
very like kind of sighed and like, yeah,
Yeah.
even he did something. So like
Yeah.
people know this is not a timeline erasure thing. So pretty much every single theory is just unknown. And the reason why we've done this for like what 6 hours now, yep, is because this is one of the, like those unresolved things that might
Yeah.
be relevant in the future. Obviously, maybe
In
not.
Lightfall. In Lightfall in Final Shape.
Yeah, either in final shape
Not in the expansion,
Yes.
but like the
in the year, because I do think that at some point it would be in order to resolve all of this arrival stuff and like what happens to the planets in the
It
final shape.
bookends it quite nicely.
Yes, in the final shape Collector's Edition, they have Ido saying, "Oh, I wish Mercury will return one day so that I can see it." It's a very kind of like, we know that the planet is gone,
Yeah.
and that is very weird. And kind of like when the witness dies, I mean, the remaining planets should be released. And when they're released,
We'll have to deal with the fallout.
yes, and obviously Io. I mean, the only thing we needed really for Io was Asher's fate, because like he's the one who stayed there, and now we know, so it doesn't really like whatever's going on Io is not really that like the planet itself. We're not like crying over the planet itself. Although we would probably like to know what the
The
hell.
9.
Yes.
The 9 might be.
Yeah, the 9 might be, but like we might also want to know like what the witness was doing there, just in case some like residual bullshit, like some contingency plans or like whatever it did with the cradle and the tree, you know, stuff like that might be.
Yeah, and the Pyramidion, yeah.
Yes. And then obviously there's Mercury, for which we have no fucking clue. And also there is a person that we are missing that's there behind 7 proxies, because like it's just not just Mercury, it's also the forest. Can we even enter the forest anymore? Will the forest even exist anymore? Did he permanently seal it? Like, is it gone? We have no clue. And I think that should be something that should be answered.
Yeah.
Just in general, like kind of to tell us what happened to this entity that we've been like using, that Osiris has been using for a long time, and that like it's very, very powerful, especially to the Vex, because we are going to be dealing with the Vex shit. So I think it's important to know whether the Vex still have access to that, and why, and what they will be doing with that access. It's I think it is quite important to get some closure on all of the arrival stuff. Which is why next time,
6 hours later.
yeah, 6 hours later, when are you leaving for the
it's
Roman?
like 3 o'clock in the morning on like, Thursday or Friday. Let me check.
That's the next week,
Be at
Thursday.
the airport. Yeah, I have to be at the airport at like 3:30,
Oh, dear.
4 in the morning. Yeah, leaving on Friday morning at stupid o'clock, so Thursday night.
So Thursday we can't do reading.
If it's a bit earlier, yes.
We could do, yeah, we could
But-
maybe do, maybe not, Raph might not be. We could try maybe Wednesday then.
Yeah.
Just to get like not
Yeah,
do
depends
the.
if we're going to be doing Pantheon next week or not, because I'll be away until after reset.
Yes, so we are going to be doing. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. But next time, whenever that is, we'll do Duress and Ingress to continue with the Shadowkeep
Yeah.
lore. And especially because again, it's Duress and Ingress ties to this, and it ties to what we've learned this year about Asher and Sloane, and last year about Anna. And I think it would be nice to kind of tell people about these vendors, because a lot of people don't know about them. And the lore slaps, especially Asher's. Asher's is he's just such a character. And I will also
Yes,
pull...
beloved. My first real lore.
Yeah, interaction, Asher. And I will get the evacuation quest as well, because that's like... Since none of them got voice lines, obviously, because it would be kind of weird to just get the get the VAs just for that arrival. So there's a lot of text. Like the text with the evacuation is essentially like its own like little lore addition to the Duress and Ingress. So I think that would be interesting.
I've had the first line of Duress and Egress in my head since I started playing Destiny. I read it and it just like rewired my brain.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, this
Man
is
of
one of
yeah.
those.
Yeah, I don't even need to look at the thing to read it. It's just
Yeah.
Man of Science, though he was. The first thing Asher May did was shoot the damn thing. It's just like, oh, I love him.
He's incredible. He's absolutely incredible. And I think that people should like...
Bitchy little robot man.
Yeah, people should read, should know about his shenanigans outside of before whatever happened with what happened with the Avalon and the Vex Network in Defiance, just kind of to meet him, because yeah, his Lord tabs in Duras Nigris are pretty much like the essence of Asher. Sloanes are pretty cool as well because, you know, now that we know Sloane, most people have re-met or met for the first time Sloane. It would be nice to see what she was, all the stuff with the suit and all that. It's really cool. Anna, of course, as well. Like, we met her now, a lot of people for the first time. And like seeing her and Jinju interacting and trying to save Rasputin will be bittersweet because of what we know, what happens. But you know. And then there's
Do Remembrance and Legacy.
Yes. Oh, Legacy, yeah.
We should do Legacy.
Legacy would be a really good one as well. And then there's Vance's chapters, which are incomprehensible. Incomprehensible, and they don't tell us anything. But if this comes back at any point, if this gets resolved at any point, then people will probably want to know, I guess, what the fuck is going on, or how it will be relevant. Like, again, we think that it might be relevant through Mercury somehow way, but how, why, we don't know. And that is...
Well, it's got a trench barrel.
It's got a trench barrel, said the Titan helpfully. One of the... So when you're doing like a humorous lore, that's how you do it. Like, it's still like a very... I mean, it's very serious to Vance. But to everyone else, it's kind of like, what is he on about? And also, like, the Titan just doesn't understand, so he's being like... He's not even being funny, he's just being like genuine. But
he's got a trench barrel.
Yeah, but it's really like funny, and
yeah,
Vance
it's the
is like
phrase said the Titan helpfully, like
losing his mind about this.
Yeah.
Remove yourself from my sanctum. I've accelerated the end of all
At
things.
once. Yeah. And you must update your prophecies accordingly, we know.
It's so fucking funny. And like, that doesn't really tell us anything about what Vance is gonna be doing, but like, it's just kind of it's kind of bizarre. And you know, might be connected to something if this is gonna be resolved in the future. Might not be. We don't know because we have no clue if they're ever gonna resolve that. But I think it should be at least. I mean, it should be at like, if they don't like fully return. Like, they don't do the whole Mercury comes back and there's like a whole season of or like episode about it. It should at least be like a lore tab or something. Of when Mercury returns, like what is going to happen and how are we dealing with, like, someone who's gonna have to investigate the forest, because that's quite a big like thing for the Vex to have. So, you know, but that's something for whenever that is going to be happening, if it is going to be happening at all, which might be in episodes. Hopefully, we are hoping
Boy,
for
oh boy. Please.
the first episode called Echoes
Yes.
to be about this in some way, shape, or form. To actually at least mention something about the situation on Mercury. Especially because this is after we kill the witness, so the planets should be released. So we'll see. And next time, whenever that is, we don't know when because of the situations.
We are so bad at ending these things.
Yeah. As I said last time, it will be at some point between now and the heat death of the universe. We'll read Duras Nigris. We don't know when though, but yes. This one is a record for now. 6 hours and 18 minutes.
And I've got to get up in 4.
Yeah, I should also... probably me as well. No, well, not really 4, but like... At some point I will have to get up very early. So
No, I'm gonna get up in 4 in a bit hours.
Yes. So we're leaving. We are leaving, and
Alright.
it's done. And maybe at one... I mean, Emelant will definitely surpass this. But until
Oh
then...
god, yeah. Immolant will have to be on a weekend, I think.
Yeah, just 10-hour stream twice in a row. But yeah, we went on for quite a long time, so I am leaving now. Goodbye
Alright. Good night.
and have a good night. Yes.